Hey boos, in this video, I give commentary based on my opinion. Nothing is to be taken as factual. We are just here to have conversation. We don't expose and we don't sip tea on this channel. I'm giving you real talk straight, no chaser. Let's see if you can handle it.
Cause I'm a boss. I haven't done anything for you to be proud of.
Of course you have. You are marrying a man who can support you.
Hello, so I am back. So before we get into this live, some changes about to happen. So I be trying to keep stuff free. Like, I don't really want to charge y'all for commenting, but my irritation is people are not watching my live streams all the way through and they're making comments and they're giving opinions, and it's because they have been taking in all of this short form content and now they don't have the cognitive range to really sit through a 3-4 hour video where I'm doing a breakdown. And so I'm getting lumped in with other content creators, and I've been very balanced with reviewing this show. I've given criticism to every islander, probably outside of Clark. I defended her when I felt like people were ganging up on her about being a mean girl, and she really didn't show any signs that she was really a mean girl. Also, who else did I not really give that much criticism to? I don't know. It's like 1 or 2 islanders that I didn't really give that much criticism to. And I checked in on the Jessie Woo situation. I'm actually very disappointed in what people are doing to her when Jessie has showed up in this space consistently advocating for Black women. And, you know, honestly, it's kind of somewhat expected, because the same thing that happened to Jessie is happening to Shelly and Olandria. So the reason I am doing this live is because I'm gonna keep the vibes how I've been keeping the vibes over here. I will be taking calls today, and I'm gonna just stay steadfast on what my purpose has been when reviewing this show. And like I said, I've literally given everyone criticism. It's just Huda has gotten the most because of how she has showed up on this show. And I have a lot of girls that I'm mentoring that are dealing with toxic work environments, and I believe that they're dealing with a Huda. And it's another reason why I'm reacting to the show. If you don't like therapy talk, then don't watch me because the whole purpose of reacting to this show is to help people in real life navigate maybe similar situations or relationships with people, which was why I literally gave everyone criticism except for Clark, because I felt like Clark hadn't really been on the show long enough for me to even really give her criticism. Hell, producers and people called her boring because she had no drama. So there was really nothing for me to really talk about. The stands have really ruined this show. You're now ruining my experience when it comes to just doing commentary about it. I don't stand people. I think this shit's fucking weird. Like, I don't stand celebrities and I don't stand influencers. I just don't stand people. I either support you or I don't support you, but I'm not like a stan or a fan or anything like that. Like, that's when shit gets weird. I do support Shelly and Olandria because I am a Black woman, and I've been in similar situations where I have spoken up for myself. I have defended myself. I spoke my truth. I set a boundary, and then I was villainized. I was labeled the angry, mad Black woman. So the reason why they get my support is because of that. I know what it's like to experience something like that. I'm not supporting them for poor behavior. And that's where a lot of the assumptions are coming in. If you've been watching my live streams, I've given criticism to Shelly and Olandria, but you're not watching my live streams, so you wouldn't know that. But I have been giving criticism to Shelly and Olandria as well, at parts where I felt like they could have handled situations better or differently. But if you're not watching my live streams, how would you know that? You would know that. Not only that, we have given all of the Islanders criticism because I do call ins as well. So people who support my show and are truly invested in my long form content have been able to call in, and it's been very fair and very balanced. I don't feel like my audience is just gaining up on this one woman. We have literally criticized every Islander. So my issue when it comes to Huda is not even really Huda. It's the fans. It's the stands. It's you defending her poor behavior. It's not even her behavior really. It's you defending it. That's what's weird to me. I could see if I was sitting up here defending Shelly and Olandria when it comes to some of the things that I didn't necessarily feel like they did a great job at, or that it was their best. But I'm supporting them for how they're being treated and villainized as a Black woman. I'm supporting them because they are dealing with racism and anti-Blackness. That's why I'm not supporting their poor behavior. And see, that's the difference between me and you. So let's just get into this. By the way, before I get into this, I forgot to mention that I will be creating a membership only commenting channel moving forward. Yesterday was my final reason, and I'm just going to go ahead and do that. So currently right now, the membership is under review by YouTube. So if you want to comment, if you want to call in, you can be a member and you will be first priority when it comes to just comments. And even if you want to call in and ask for advice, I'm so down for that. Whatever you're needing as far as like help, like please don't be afraid to subscribe or become a member. And then you can call in, you can even ask me for advice and things like that. Also, if you are going to be a member, my membership, I'm calling my members the light keepers. Now, I want you to have purpose just as much as I do. You are my light keepers. So being a light keeper means you don't just comment just to engage. I really want you to comment, and I want you to spread your light as well. And I want you to comment things that you've learned, wisdom that you've gained, understanding when it comes to some of the topics and things that I like to cover on my channel. So if you want to become a light keeper, then the membership will be available. And once it's available, I will make the announcement and you can join. Okay. And I'm going to make it fair to where if you are a member, you will be first priority when it comes to calls, and you will also be first priority when it comes to responding to comments and things like that. Okay. So let's go ahead and get into this. Thank you, Crystal. I really do appreciate that. Oh, wait a minute. Did I change this? Let me fix this really quick. Because now I can't see. There we go. Thank you, Crystal. So, yes, my light keepers, I'm going to be waiting for you. Okay. All right. Also, my emoji too. Like, I want to see more of that as well in like the chat box, because some of these topics are a little draining. They could be a little dark. So we're going to spread the light over here. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. So let's go ahead and get into this deep dive. Because I witnessed what they did to Jessie, I'm skipping a part of this interview where she gets into her childhood and how things with her dad and the abuse with her mom. I'm not going to get into that. I'm just going to skip that part entirely. Okay. But then I'm going to get into some other things. Honestly, I really wanted to watch this interview to see like if she was going to clear up bad edits or if she was going to clear up certain things that happened on the show. But it's kind of hard to go off of this interview to do that because she didn't watch the show. She just did the interview. So she doesn't even know what's really out here. She just jumped to this opportunity. So let's get into this breakdown. By the way, I don't know if you have heard, but Iris has spoken out. I don't know why it's doing that. Wait a minute. Why is it doing it? So Iris has spoken out about her experience here we go, with Huda. So I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. Like, why is it not showing? This happened the last time. So let me see what's going on because this doesn't make any sense. Don't understand. Why it's doing this all of a sudden. Okay, I don't know why it's doing it. No, that's not what we want. Mm. I don't understand. Like, like we just fixed this. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Am I like doing something wrong? Like, I'm not understanding. Like, it's automatically supposed to show in the screen. Oh, you know what? I think I just figured something else better out. Oh my gosh. This may be way better. Wait a minute. Hold on. Thank you all for being patient. I'm gonna have to do this on my desktop. Okay. You know, God be working in mysterious ways. Can you all see that? Oh, you can. Okay. Let me see if I can blow it up a little bit. But then it's hard for me to see. So this is what I'll do. I'll zoom in. There we go. And then the only thing though, I don't want the back of my desktop to show. Oh well, we'll just deal with it for now.
What is up, Daddy Gang? It is your founding father, Alex Cooper, with Call Her Daddy.
Huda, welcome to Call Her Daddy.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling like really excited. I'm overwhelmed as fuck. Overwhelmed in like a good way and like in multiple ways. Like
Yeah.
I'm not even like sitting here and I'm like, I'm overwhelmed, like I can't do it. It's like an overwhelming, like it's just I'm taking everything in all at once. I think anyone would.
Can you explain a little bit, like what have the past 48 hours since leaving the villa been like for you?
I think really like right now I'm just trying to make sure that everything like is good with the people that I'm really close with and that I hold dear to my heart. For example, like my daughter, like my family, like those are the people that I've checked on this entire time. Like I haven't texted anybody back at all.
How many texts do you have? So many. Girl, so many. Hundreds.
I haven't, like the only other person I've called is my best friend.
Okay.
That's it.
Throughout the season, you were one of, if not without a doubt, the most polarizing person on the show.
So I've been told.
People either absolutely adore, love you, or there are people that like it actually feels like hate you and like do not fuck with you at all.
Yeah.
Why do you think that this is the case?
I think that honestly, I think perception's everything. And I feel like not all the time things are shown in the way that they are like perceived on TV. And I mean, I know who I am as a person. I think that's what really matters. I feel like if people are hating on me, okay, fuck you. Like, like I don't give a fuck. Like, why does it matter? As long as the people that I love are close to me and like that care about me and they, you know, see me for who I actually am, like that's truly what matters to me. And I'm very, very, very blessed to have so many people that do love me and support me because I feel like the good outweighs the bad, in all honesty. And yeah, I try to pay the hate like no mind. To be honest, like you don't know me. You don't know me at all.
I was going to ask you, like, now that you have had your phone back and have gotten maybe like a brief second in between, like no sleep. I was going to say no sleep club, another club. You haven't
Girl,
gone to a club.
I haven't. I'm not outside. I'm not.
You're sitting.
Girl, I'm sat. I'm sat.
You're like this with your sunglasses, the meme of
No,
you.
Dad,
Like,
just sitting.
no, you're not moving. You're not moving. But I was going to ask, like, now that you've gotten to maybe see a couple of like your mentions, like what comments have been like negatively the most shocking to you?
Oh fuck! I really don't pay that shit no mind. The craziest thing I've heard is that people call TPS on me. I was like, "Are you so serious right now?" First,
Yo, I got some tea about that too. From the ancestors. I'm really trying to decide if I want to share it publicly or if I want to share it privately. Yeah, I'm scratching the back of my head because I'm just like, girl. I found out some stuff this morning. I sure did. She don't got custody of her daughter. Allegedly. She does not have custody of her daughter. And I'm like, what? And allegedly. Okay. It's gonna come out, but it's gonna come out very messy. It's gonna come out by a few different people. Okay, this is all alleged. This is a prediction. It's gonna come out very messy by different people. They're gonna have different perspectives about what happened, how she lost custody. And when it does come out, it's gonna come out with a lot of chaos. The reason why it hasn't came out yet is because of there's drama happening, which is the show. So everyone's focused on the drama with the show and the villain and everything like that. And it's going to come out once this drama dies down. It's going to eventually come out. It's going to come out very nasty too, because I think it's the talking that she's doing in platforms and interviews and things like that. Girl, I found out a lot of tea earlier today with just her and her child, because I was on TikTok and people brought it to my attention. Like this one girl, she popped up on my For You page and she was like, I know girls who move like Huda, they don't have custody of their kids. And I'm like, what? Y'all reaching? No. But then it started to get a little weird because I'm just like, okay, she really hasn't really gone to visit her daughter, you know, because I really started to think about it. I'm like, this is the woman, she's the star of the show. Like, regardless if you like her or not, she is the star of the show. You're telling me the producers, her team can't give her like, you know, a few $100s to go see her daughter or have her daughter come to her, or, you know what I mean, to where they can meet and she can see her daughter. She hasn't seen her for her birthday. She hasn't been there for her graduation. You know, it's just like, why hasn't she seen her daughter? And then you have all the other islanders that have seen their nieces. Pepe went to go see his dogs, see about his dogs. So, yeah, like allegedly, it's going to come out that she actually does not have custody of her daughter. And I'm going to get into how her child's father responded to this interview, because he has been protecting her and sparing her on so many different occasions. And there's a part of him that wants to clear up the lies, but then there's a part of him that's sparing her because she's getting so much hate. And he feels like if he comes out and he was to, like, you know, tell his side of the story, that it would just bring her more hate. So like he's being dragged, she is dragging him, you know, in these interviews, or not really dragging him, but like trying to paint him a certain type of way. And it's just like there's more to the story than what she told. And so she's leaving out certain things. But I was told by a birdie, a crow, that it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out and it's gonna be messy, and it's gonna involve multiple people because they have different perspectives on what happened. So I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if it's friends. I don't know if it's gonna be family. I don't know. But I think the internet, I think y'all right on that one with the whole she doesn't have custody of her kids. And to be honest, it makes more sense because I don't understand why hasn't she seen her kid? Like, that's the first thing I would have done. And then I watched Love is Blind. And so when she was on Love is Blind, like she wanted to go see her daughter like immediately. So I don't know. And then Lewis, which I'm going to get into that as well. She was spotted with him at the Grove in LA. And he was on a few different reality shows.
From Love Island was spotted holding hands with Louis Russell at the Grove. Damn, ho, give that thing a rest. I'm just playing. Not really. Anyway, she's been out of the villa for less than 2.5 seconds and already has a new man. Okay, maybe new man is a stretch, but friend that she's holding hands with. Anywho, if you're unfamiliar with Louis Russell, he is part of the Netflix reality universe. He's been on shows like The Perfect Match, Battle Camp, and he is going to be on this upcoming season of The Perfect Match. He did have a little showmance on Battle Camp with Brie, but they did end as just friends. And I'll just say this, the Grove isn't somewhere you go when you're trying to keep it low key or private. It's definitely somewhere you go where you want to be seen. So something tells me this is very intentional. Louis is also Miguel from season 6, best friend. You know, Leah's Miguel. Now, I was at the Netflix summer event last night and I saw Louis there and I could have sworn he was flirting with Brie. I even said like, oh, look at Brie and Louis, they're flirting. They had a little something going on at Battle Camp, ha ha ha. But I guess not, because here we are, next day, the Grove, hard launch? I don't know what you call this, but it's very on brand. He definitely seems like her type, considering her baby daddy, her ex-boyfriends that have come forward, Jeremiah.
Now listen, I got another birdie message. I'm gonna start calling these birdie messages. I got another little birdie message. Chris, he feels betrayed by her. Girl, it's crazy. So the Nick interview that he sat down and did with Nick, what is it? Viles. I'm just calling him Viles because he's a vile individual. He sat down, he did that interview. He still wanted to be with her at that time. Like people keep saying, oh, he's just being cordial. No, he wasn't being cordial. He had hope to be with her still. Cordial is like, yeah, me and her are just friends. Like, no, I don't see anything more with her. But towards the end of the interview, he was still being open to the idea that they would somehow like come back together. So that's, to me, that's not being cordial. That's like trying to leave the door cracked open because you still want to be with that person. So I don't feel like Chris is being cordial. But after this interview that she did, he don't fuck with her. But he's going to appear because he's very big on his reputation. He's very big on how he's being perceived and things like that. So he's going to come across like unfazed by it. But emotionally, he feels betrayed and he feels disrespected. So he knows that she is a very calculated individual. And so now he knows that I have to move strategic around her because now I see how you be out here moving. Shiesty. So even Chris is like, oh no, like I can't. But he's still going to come across like somewhat, I don't know. He's just going to be like more cordial. I feel like moving forward, he's going to be cordial versus in that interview, there was still like this, to me, it seemed like he wanted to still have that opportunity of being with her later down the line. And after that interview, he's indifferent now. I mean, he's completely different about that. So he is just kind of washing his hands with her, but he's going to be moving a certain way around her.
Very pretty, very on brand, you know?
And also, he's using the opportunity to build his own brand and to build his own image and to build things for himself. So he's going to be very strategic about how he addresses her moving forward. So just know, I don't think he's going to ever come out and say, oh, I feel this way, I feel that way. He may, but I don't think he's going to do it in the way that, you know, how social media wants mess. You know, I don't think he's not going to do it in that way. He is emotionally mature to where he knows like that's not going to serve him. But he is going to be moving strategic around her. He doesn't feel like he can trust her.
On brand as far as type, on brand as far as holding hands already and only known each other for 5 seconds. Congratulations. I don't know what the fuck to say.
Ricky is funny. Y'all make sure y'all follow her on TikTok. Okay. Let's get back to this. All right. Let me blow this back up. So yeah, I did find out that yesterday. Was there anything else that I was looking into? Oh, I asked the birdies about Brian too. I be reading people. Like, that's all I gotta say. I be reading people down. I be reading people the fuck down. He is not genuine. All right, let's continue. Allegedly.
First of all, my daughter's dad was fully aware of what I was doing. He was fully okay with it. He signed consent. We had that conversation. We're fine. Me going on a show does not make me a bad person. You know how many mothers are, doing tours around the world, who are doing all these things and they can't see their kids. It's like, it doesn't make you a bad mom to do something for yourself in that way at all.
Yep. Thank you.
And I'm just like, I don't understand it, because it's just like, you guys just have nothing better to do at this point. And, I know that I'm a good mom. I'm with my daughter 24/7. Me and her dad, we split custody. So like, I have her Sunday through Fridays, and then he has her the days that I don't have her. And so I have her majority of the time. I'm with her 24/7. Like, I do the pickups and drops at school. I pack her lunches. I'm there to give her a pep talk if the kid's being mean to her in class. Like, I'm there for her through and through. She tells me about the boys she likes. Like, we do the hee ha-haing. Like, we put perfume on in the mornings together. We brush our teeth in the same sink, even though I have a double sink. She brushes it in my sink with me every morning.
How old is her daughter? Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, even before I asked the ancestors about it, right? I was like, how old is her daughter for her to be interested in boys? Her daughter looks like she's 5 and under. So that, I'm not gonna lie, like, that kind of threw me off, because I was like, huh? Like, how old is your daughter to be asking you about boys? Y'all let me know if I'm reaching with that, but that didn't make any sense to me. She's 4? My niece is 3. I don't see it. Y'all, any mommies in here? You got a 4-year-old? Do they ask you about, boys and girls and stuff at that age? My antennas was going off when she said that, because I was just like, what? It just doesn't even seem realistic at all. But okay, I mean, I don't know. Y'all let me know. The mothers, comment.
I do her hair every morning. We do outfits together in the morning. Like, all of that stuff. Anytime I put a dress on, she's like, you look so beautiful, mommy. Like, she's my hype woman. Someone says something mean to me, she's like, don't talk to my mom like that. Mind you, she's 4.
Dude, I mean, I have questions like later on that I want to talk to you about, because that was like a point people were talking about, is like you and your family and all of it. But like, I can imagine coming out of the villa, and just as a human being, but most importantly as a mother, understandably, immediately your gut reaction is to address that, because like, that's your blood, that's your daughter. Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
The only thing I was worried about as soon as I walked out of that villa was my daughter.
Yeah.
That is the main thing I wanted to address. I could care less about hatred from people. I care more about her safety and if she's okay.
Hidden Valley Ranch now comes in a new Easy Squeeze bottle. The same ranch you love, just in a new, easier to use bottle. New look, same great flavor.
Listen, get your money, sis. Okay, I think this is the part.
Visit walmart.com/Hidden Valley for a new Easy Squeeze bottle of Hidden Valley Ranch today. Hidden Valley Ranch, only serious about flavor. Okay. There has been so much conversation about your character, how you treated other islanders, whether or not your behavior was toxic. And we are going to get into all of it tonight. But I think in order to have like an actual productive conversation, I want to get to know you a little bit better before we get to your Love Island days. Okay. So let's go back. I want to talk to you about your childhood.
Yes.
What was it like in your house growing up?
So growing up, so my parents,
I'm gonna skip this part because y'all not about to get me caught up in no BS. Okay. If you want to know more about her childhood when it comes to her mom, her dad, her upbringing, things like that, like just go watch. The only thing that I want to say is when it comes to trauma, when it comes to past trauma, when you reach a certain age, it is your responsibility to heal and to also not allow your past to hinder or to sabotage anything in the future for yourself. That's what I will say. I have trauma. I've opened up about my trauma on social media. Hell, I've basically built this platform off of trauma bonding, which I don't agree with, because when you trauma bond, um, then when you heal and you don't want to trauma bond anymore, people lose interest or don't want to support you because they don't have anyone that they can, like, trauma bond with. And what I mean by trauma bond, I mean like bonding with someone over your trauma. So I talk about my essay experience. I talk about having an alcoholic parent in my childhood. I talk about just really struggling in my childhood, like depression. I got bullied as a kid as well. A lot of times I felt misunderstood, and I made myself smaller to just be non-existent. To be honest, it wasn't even to be seen or to get attention. Like, I just made myself smaller because I just felt like it was safer for me when it came to bullying at school. But it was kind of hard because I was a tall girl and I stood out and everything. So it was just hard navigating school for me. And I feel like a lot of people can truly, truly relate to that, but I don't feel like it's an excuse to treat people bad. And that's what I feel like people are doing. It's like, well, if that's the case, I guess we can all use our trauma as an excuse to just treat people bad or abuse people, because I could turn around and abuse people based off of how I was abused. I was verbally abused a lot as a child. There were very hurtful things that my dad said to me when I was a child. And I talk about it on my Patreon. There's a very old video that I recorded like back in 2017 where I really open up about the verbal abuse that I experienced as a child. And that doesn't mean I'm going to turn around and verbally abuse people, though, so it's just, I definitely empathize with her experiences when it comes to her childhood and things like that. I'm not dismissive of trauma. This is not the trauma Olympics where we could see who had it worse. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, like, I don't feel like we should take the trauma that she has to excuse her behavior. I feel like we should hold space compassionately when it comes to her trauma, but we should also have a standard for all people that your past should not define how you treat people. And I think like that's just the moral of this conversation for me when it comes to what she has gone through. So that's all I want to say, because again, I talk about how my trauma, it led to a destructive phase in my life where I was ruining good things. And I feel like she's one of those people where her past, she's allowing it to define her future. When if she would heal, then her past wouldn't have to define her future. She has literally so many opportunities sitting at her feet right now. And it just seems like she's one of those people that will literally ruin every great opportunity because of her past trauma that she has not dealt with. So that's all I really want to say from it. And I'm really sharing this, and I'm saying this because if you are someone where you have trauma and you're struggling with trauma and you're struggling to move past it, it is truly in your best interest to work on that through therapy, get you a mentor, coach. I coach, I help women navigate moving past that. And I do it in so many different ways. So if you need that help, don't be afraid to get that help, because that's what I did. I got help. It was necessary. I'm very blessed to be able to say that I could afford it. And so this is why I do the content that I do, because some people can't afford therapy. And I understand what that's like, because therapy is expensive. PTSD trauma therapy, that shit is expensive. So it's, especially when it comes to how frequent you have to see your therapist. So it's just like one of those situations where I just highly recommend that you get the help that you need. That's really all I'm going to say when it comes to that. Okay, let's move on to, I do want to talk about, I want to go over her being bullied.
At all.
What was school like for you during all of this?
I always got bullied. in school. Um, I think I always was just like unapologetically myself, and that didn't resonate with a lot of people.
Seems like a theme in your life, Huda, that
Girl,
we're gonna get to.
Trust me, there was a lot of things that triggered me in that villa. I will be completely honest with you,
Yeah.
and things that I caught and was clocking and was told that I was being crazy. But I don't know if anything was done on purpose to make me act out in a way. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, I got bullied in school. When I was in middle school, there was a point where like I wanted to take my own life. I did not want to live anymore. Girls, I remember I was friends with these girls, and then like I think it was like two of them I was friends with, two or three of them. And one of them was a new girl. And mind you, I was friends with the other girls. We were all fine. And then the new girl comes and she's like, does modeling and she does all of these things. And like, you know, I'm just this girl who loves to sing. And she knew I like my dream. I used to watch America's Next Top Model growing up. Like I wanted to model so bad growing up. And, you know, I realized I was too short. Like I was like, this is not gonna happen for me. But I was always a dream of mine. And like, she knew that. And she would kind of rub it in my face and would be like, oh, you're not even pretty enough to do that. You're not skinny enough. You're not this. I stopped eating for days at a time. Like I remember my math teacher, she would literally be like, how do you need to eat? Like you need to eat something. Like I would never eat anything. I was bulimic. Like I would literally chew food and then spit it into a trash can just to taste it because I thought I wasn't skinny enough.
And did anyone in your life, like your mom or your older sister, did anyone know you were going through this?
I didn't say anything. And like these girls would push me into lockers or food.
See, it's so hard to speak on this interview because we've seen in real time how Huda has distorted stories and information and details. We've seen how she lies. We've seen how she manipulates. So it's so hard to even take in what she's saying as is. We've actually seen her be the bully because I mean, when the new bombshells, like when Amaya first came in the house, the way she talked to her was insane. The way she talked about Iris, because Jeremiah had pulled her for a chat, was insane. So I don't know. It's just who's to say that she's not lying, but who's to say that she is? You know, like it's just one of those situations where it's like, hell, we don't know, But I will say this: I can see there being her being like in competition with women a lot. I could see her being competitive towards other women a lot. And the reason is because I peeped this earlier on. She does a lot of comparing. Like one time she said to, was it Chris, would it be easier if I wasn't pretty? Or when she compared what Shelly got, like Shelly got an extra pancake, which I just was like you have to be very childlike in the mind to even be looking and comparing a pancake to what you have versus what they got. Like you have to be a child. Like children really think like that. And this is why, like, when you're dealing with kids, you always got to make sure that, you know, all the kids get either the same or they get the same, but maybe different colors. Because you know how they like to fight with the toys and things like that. Or if you buy one kid something, then you got to buy all the kids something. You know how it is. And so it's like she's still in that like little girl mindset when it comes to how she compares herself to what others have or to what others are getting. So when she talks about her bullying, there's an undertone of that still. And we witnessed that on the show. So my only thing is when it comes to her bullying, was it really that she was bullied or was it that she was comparing herself and then she was looking at herself negatively? Because she seems to do that a lot. I wonder.
On me. Specifically that one girl, she would do that and other girls would just hee hee ha ha. Kids would harass me in school. They would, I remember this one kid who was on the football team, he would grab my ass. He would like pin me against the wall in middle school. People would make racial comments about me, call me a terrorist. This stuff happened to me my childhood. And, leading into like high school, like I had always felt like I got left out of things throughout school. Like in high school, I remember people tried to start bullying me again. I think at that point, you know, before that I had begged God. I was like, please, 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 like, please, please get rid of these girls for me. Please, like, make this easier for me. Like, give me a fresh start, please. To both the girls, they moved away. And I had a chance at a fresh start. And, you know, everyone in school, like, kind of knew what people were doing. I mean, at least as far as I knew. And I remember someone tried to make it.
Even when she says those two girls moved away, I guess y'all don't think that's suspicious. Two girls move away from the same school. or did you get taken out of that school? You know, like, and yes, you have to ask these questions when you are dealing with Huda, because she is the type that she distorts the information. Like, that's convenient how two girls that were going to the same school, and just knowing how parents don't want to move their kids out of schools, how two girls that come from two different households, I'm assuming, just up and just left the school. Okay. All right.
A terrorist comment towards me in high school, and I shut that shit down immediately. I was like, I'm gonna turn a new leaf and just nip it in the bud. And I did. I nipped it in the bud, and no one said anything about it again. And I remember I was friends with these group of girls in school, and I had always felt left out in things because my mom was really strict on me. Like, she wouldn't let me go to sleepovers. She wouldn't let me go out. Like, she didn't want me to go to, like, I think we had this thing called, like, tea dance. Like, she didn't want me to do any of those things. I had to beg her to go to prom. And, like, when I felt left out in things with those friend groups, because they would be like, oh, she can't even go anyway. But it's like, just ask me if I can. Like,
It sounds like she came from a very sheltered and strict household. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like because I heard that her mom, she's Muslim, and it sounds like she was very sheltered, um, and it sounds like that she has a lot of trauma associated with that, which I can relate to that. I can relate growing up in a super religious household. It's like you have to be perfection. You have to be the golden child. You can't have any fuck ups. If you have one fuck up, you're a fuck up. Like, it's like that. And it's crazy because my parents are not like that anymore, but I still remember the times in which they were, and how that really affected my self-esteem. And I have had a very hard time making certain choices and decisions because I would always second guess the choices and decisions I would make, because I would feel like I'm serving two masters at this point, my parents and God. And it's like, when you're serving those two masters, you know how, like, stressful that shit is, how much worry and anxiety that you have. And then you also feel like your life is not your own, and that your life is for God and your parents, and that's it. And your identity, who you are, and your existence, like, it just does not matter. So I know for a fact, like, she most likely has a lot of trauma associated with that. So I'm not here to dismiss that at all. I feel like that's very much a real thing.
Like, just give me like a
let me
bone
feel a
to
little bit
feel
included.
Yeah.
I didn't have a phone either, and then I finally got a phone. Like, they kind of, like, they made me get Instagram. They're like, you need to make an Instagram. You need to make Instagram. I'm like, okay. So I started doing Instagram stuff, and, like, I started gaining followers for, like, my singing videos and things like that. It was a fun moment for me, but in turn, people in school were like, she's so full of herself. She's so cocky. Like, who does she think she is? And, you know, with that friend group that always left me out, I think there was one point where I was sitting with them at the lunch table, and I was just like, the girls were laughing about something, and I really didn't find it funny. I have a unique sense of humor, I feel like, and sometimes people don't understand it, but, like, there's something I really don't find funny. And, you know, I'm sitting there, and these girls are like, hee hee hawing, like, laughing, and I'm just sitting there just, like, with a straight face, kind of, like, wondering, like, how that is even funny. And they looked at me, and they're just like, Huda, like, why are you not laughing? Like, what is it? And I was like, honestly, I don't think any of you guys are really funny, and I really don't want to be friends with you guys. And I got up and I just walked away. And since then, I would go into this dressing room thing that had little mirrors around it. I would practice dance. I used to be a dance captain. I practiced hip hop in there. Was I the number one person in the world? No, but I was still learning.
One thing I also noticed in this interview is, like, her story is, I just walked away. I just walked away. Or I just left. I just left. Quietly, Huda? Like, you left quietly? I don't buy that at all. You left quietly. You didn't touch that girl at all. You didn't put your hands on that girl. Or them girls. You didn't cuss them out. You didn't call them out their name. You didn't threaten them. Even when it comes to her child's father, like, she did the same thing. I was just like, so you just be leaving situations. And it's so hard to believe, because I'm just like, well, when Jeremiah was just like, hey, I think we should, break this toxic cycle that we're in and just be friends for now, right? Just for now, so that he could break the toxic cycle. Girl, you blew up. You literally, like, blew up. And then another thing too is sometimes she reads situations wrong because of her insecurities. So, like, I'll never forget when America voted Jeremiah and Huda to split. She was creating all of these reasons in her mind that never happened. And that was very scary, because I was like, she had so much anger built up, and she was just attacking people, and it was just all, like, made up in her head. So I was just, so again, like when it comes to some of the stories that she talked about in her earlier childhood, man, we don't know. I don't think the public will ever know. Um, the only way I think people will really, really take her like legitimately is if she had friends come in and like really vouch, like, no, that really happened. It did really go down like that, et cetera, et cetera. There have been girls that have spoken out on TikTok about being friends with her, and a lot of it was she was a mean girl. So I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. Will any of her friends that know her will just actually defend her? But then her best friend that I believe was running like her Instagram or something like that spoke out and I think she kind of accepts Huda for like just who she is, which is her toxicity and things like that. And she never says, "Oh no, she's not like that." She was just like, "Yeah, we're working on that," or "Yeah, she could do better with that." So I don't know. I don't know. We'll see if the girls will come forward and confirm or deny that any of this is true.
And I would sing in there. I would practice like my acapella stuff in there. I would practice. I was a theater kid. I did a lot of musical theater. Like I practiced all these things in there by myself. Free period, I'm going to that room and I'm practicing. That's all I would do.
Just even like hearing you explain, I feel like at such a young age, you were getting it from every fucking angle and there was nowhere to go but rely on yourself. Like you talking about being in your household, looking at your mom being physically abused, then it turning to you, being alone with your father in this moment where you're like scared for your life and you're trying to flee a situation that should be the one place you do feel safe. Then you go to school where maybe it's like, let's get some reprieve. Maybe the kids at school can make me forget about my home life. And then you're getting it from your school life and your peers. And it's like, I can't help but think like, what that young version of you, how do you not put up this hard wall? How do you not become this person that, like you just said, the minute they made a joke about you and they came at you and they tried.
And I also want to say this too, right? Because I know people are going to try to come for me, but I'm going to ask this very intelligent question. She's 24 years old. Do you think she was more mature then than now? Because people are going to be like, oh, she's dismissing her bullying. No, I'm not. 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 I'm questioning it because of the character in which she has shown us. The character in which she is. Discernment, not judgment. Discerning. Do you think she was more intelligent then? Do you think she was more mature then? Do you think that she was more nice or kinder then and then she like turned mean? Or do you think she was always like that? Because again, this all started at home and then she had issues at school. So if she's witnessing her parents and she's having these issues with her dad and things like that, I would assume that a person with a child would act out and would not handle school really in a very healthy way. I would assume that maybe a kid would be destructive, right? Because they're acting out because of the trauma or the abuse that they're experiencing at home. I wouldn't expect that they go to school and they're just an angel and people are picking on them. I wouldn't expect that. I would actually expect for a kid to act out because that is a trauma response. Or some kids are wanting attention. And so their way of getting attention is to act out. And when it comes to how she showed up on the show, one thing I noticed about Huda, she needs a lot of attention. So is her acting out at school? Was that something that she did to get attention? So she, I don't know, had issues with girls at her school. Who knows? Who knows? So I don't know. Y'all let me know. And it could be PTSD. Like she could have had PTSD at school because of what she was dealing with at home. You never really know. So I just want to know, do you think that she would have been nicer, kinder back then around that time, even though she was going home and she was dealing with all of that chaos and drama and abuse? Let me know.
Tried to make a racial comment to make you feel less than. One day you decide to be like, no, fuck that. But how many days prior were you crying in the bathroom, sitting alone, crying about it? Like, it's so sad to think about you developmentally, how you had to turn from this like soft, loving girl to then like you needed to create this hard exterior literally just to survive. Like, what do you wish you could go back and tell yourself, like sitting here right now with all of this success in like the darkest moments of your life where you mentioned like it got to the point where you literally didn't want to be here anymore?
Fuck him. Fuck him. Like, who gives a fuck? Be yourself. do what you want to do in life. And this is what I tell my daughter all the time. I'm like, do what you want to do. Stop caring about what other people think. Because there's times where kids will be mean to her, and I'm just like, honey, like, you're so smart and you're beautiful, and you know, you're fun, you're funny. Anyone would hate on somebody like that.
We all know.
Listen, I'm no scientist, but that don't make no sense to me. Her daughter is 4 years old. Why, like, at 4? Honey, you're beautiful. Like, did y'all hear what she just? Let me play that back one more time. For a 4-year-old? Seriously, that sound crazy as hell.
Girl, to then, like, you needed to create this hard exterior literally just to survive. Like, what do you wish you could go back and tell yourself, like, sitting here right now with all this success in like the darkest moments of your life, where you mentioned like it got to the point where you literally didn't want to be here anymore?
Fuck him. Like, who gives a fuck? Be yourself. Do what you want to do in life. And this is what I tell my daughter all the time. I'm like, do what you want to do. Stop caring about what other people think. Because there's times where kids will be mean to her, and I'm just like, honey, like, you're so smart and you're beautiful, and you know, you're fun, you're funny. Anyone would hate on somebody like that.
We all know that you are a
I see why the internet thinks that she doesn't have custody of her child. Like, a 4-year-old, like, those are the type of conversations y'all have. Y'all don't talk about like ABCs and like shapes and colors and oh, what did you learn in school today? I don't know, like hobbies or interests and things. Like, you're talking about her being bullied by other kids at 4, and you know, at that age, most kids can't even really articulate themselves enough when it comes to what they may be experiencing from other kids. And then if other 4-year-olds are not bullying her because other 4-year-olds are just being kids at 4. Yo, why didn't nobody clock that? Why didn't Alex clock that? Like, that makes no sense. That's crazy to me. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's hard to take like what she's saying as the truth, because it's just like, that makes no sense. That doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm gonna move on. She talks about her child's father here. Hold on, is it 20?
Me and him were goofy as shit.
But the point I was bringing that up for is you are a mother. You have a daughter, a gorgeous daughter.
Thank you.
How did you meet her dad?
Tinder.
Stop. Oh my God, you need to do like your first brand deals with Tinder.
Listen, it may not always work out, but you might have a fun time. Like, literally. So we
dead.
So we met on there. I remember I was like 18.
Okay.
And I think this is the first time I ever moved out of my mother's house, because I was just sick of being controlled at that time. You know, everyone's rebellious. You're getting controlled your whole life. You're told you can't go on sleepovers. You're told you can't do X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3. It's like, finally, I'm 18. I'm legally, I have freedom. I can do whatever I want to do. And I moved out. I was living with these 2 other girls, and I decided, I was like, okay, I'm going to talk to whoever I want to talk to. I'm going to go out. I'm going to do this. I had my fun when I was 18. And I think that's why I'm like not really big on like going out now. Like,
you're like, I did it.
I did the thing.
That was enough.
You know the thing?
Yeah,
I did it.
You did that. Okay, wait, how would you describe your early stages of that relationship with him?
We were very lovey. We got very lovey very fast. Very lovey-dovey. Like, I really liked him a lot. And for me, I always tell people, I'm like, you can always tell when I really like somebody and when I really don't. You can always tell. It's like 0 to 100. Like, you can 100. I can't lie. I cannot lie.
I know you told us you're sitting there with.
And okay, and we've seen how Huda moves fast in relationships too. So I believe that part is true.
The girls, and you're like, you're not funny.
No,
literally.
Like, I can't sit here and act like I like you when I don't. I can't be fake. Like, if I sit here, I'm just like, oh my God, like, I love you.
You're like, fuck
no,
off.
I'm like, can you just leave me the fuck alone, please? Like, get away from me. Like,
So you really, really liked him.
I did. I
off
really,
the
really
jump.
liked him off the jump. Like, we were very, very close, very fast. But in that, he did cheat on me, you know? And that doesn't make him a bad person. He just made bad decisions.
Okay, wait. Before you got pregnant, did you guys have conversations about like what you wanted your future to look like together?
We obviously wanted to move in together. The goal was marriage. Like that was always a thing. Like we were very locked in with each other at that time. We would always, I mean, a lot of the videos got out. Like we made so many cute videos together. We'd go to the beach a million times together.
Can you take me to the moment when you found out that you were pregnant?
Bitch, girl. I remember this was after he cheated on me when I was in Puerto Rico. I was in Puerto Rico with my sister for the first time ever.
Okay.
First time ever on vacation with her. You know, first major vacation. I was really excited. It was a good time until it wasn't. And then I remember, you know, I had his location. And at this time, hell yeah, when someone's cheating on you multiple times, you're going to get a little toxic and go a little crazy. And I'm checking that man's location.
So now we know why she asked Jeremiah if he would be comfortable with sharing his location with her after only knowing him for 2 weeks. Ooh, that's crazy.
Location like nobody's business on this vacation because he cheated on me so many times. But I was naive. At that time. I took him back a million fucking times.
Okay, I do want to emphasize you were 18 at 18.
Exactly. This is like what, like 6 years ago?
I know. But now we do got to get better. But I agree.
I don't do that anymore.
Okay.
I don't even care. Like no. Now, girl, guys have given me the location. I forget that I have it.
Okay, perfect.
Like
you're too tired.
I'm tired, Grandpa. Like I don't want to do that shit, man.
Okay, so you're 18. You're getting toxic because he's cheated.
That was a lie. Like what the hell? That was a lie. Let's clock it. That was a lie. Because why did you ask Jeremiah if he would be okay or comfortable with sharing his location? You literally said that on camera. See, and I think like this is why the Islanders are kind of like moving away from her because she didn't watch the show. So for her to do this interview, did she not understand that people are going to be able to pick up the lies? Girl, you literally asked him in 4K, hey, Jeremiah, do you... In bed. Like, I remember the scene. In bed, you were like, hey, but I don't do that anymore? That's crazy. This is insane.
A couple times and you're like, I'm on to you, motherfucker. I'm in
Bitch.
Puerto Rico. What happens?
Girl. So I'm looking through, you know, seeing where this man is going, right? And I remember there was one night particularly, he was not answering the phone. And I was just like, okay, this man is up to something. I was like, he has to be cheating on me because that was the only logical answer. And to my surprise, he was cheating on me. So I was like, okay, cool. Great. So I remember I was just going off on him because he was not answering his phone. He was at this random house. And we had to talk because he wouldn't let me go to clubs or anything. Oh. And I wasn't like allowed to go to parties. I had lost a lot of my friends at the time because like every time I would hang out with him, he would like blow up my phone. And, you know, mind you, I feel like I blew up his phone too. Like it's not like it was just him. You know what I'm saying? Like I was doing shit too.
There was a cycle that was being created.
Yeah, it was a very toxic relationship. And basically he was at this house. I'm calling. He's not answering. Then I see his car leaving early in the morning, like just leaving the house. He's calling me. He's like, I just got a ticket. Like I'm late to work. I just got a ticket. And I'm just like, where were you? I was home. This is when he was in the barracks in the military. And so you told me he was in the barracks. Brother, did you forget I had your location? Like
I've been tracking your ass like my Uber Eats order.
Literally, I'm like, Bessie girl, I'm on like a hawk. Like I'm looking at your ass going.
You're like
going,
zooming.
You're going 71 miles per hour. It's back down to 60. Like I'm looking at the whole shebang.
I want to know, do Arabic people, she's Arabic, right? Do they say brother? Because that's a black, like that's black culture. We know what we say brother, you know, brother, not brother. We say brother. Brother love. Brother this. Hey brother. How you doing, brother? You doing all right? Sister. Okay, so I'm very confused. Like, where is she? Wait, brother? And it's just, you know, this is embarrassing. I never thought, like, as a black woman, like, the preferences would start to eventually embarrass black men. But we have arrived to that. Like, disrespectful. We done arrived to that. They be out here embarrassing them and disrespecting them. Cause it's very clear, like, she don't be having respect for these black men. She just, I don't know. She uses them for her benefit. So it's just interesting. And her child's father seems like he's a good dad. He may not have been a good partner, but he seems like he's a good father.
Like
I know what route you took. Okay?
Literally, I know the way you go home from work. Like I saw the whole thing. But no, I'm just kidding. But like I was just like, all right. You definitely weren't home. I'm not crazy. I'm texting his friend. His friend, I guess, told me, he said that he slept at his place, like his friend's place, in like the barracks room.
Yeah.
And then I asked him where he slept last night. He slept in his own room. So the math wasn't mathing.
You're like, one of you is fucking lying, you idiot.
In the middle of this conversation, I get a DM. Hey, girly. I was like, be so for real. My intuition never lies. I'm like, oh my God. I looked at that shit. I was like, wow. I got pictures of them in bed together.
No.
Yeah. I was like, damn, that's crazy.
Not the
anyway,
hey girly.
Yeah. And I was just like, okay, cool. Yeah. Then that whole thing happened.
Do I believe this happened? Yeah, I actually do. I think this happened, but I still think that there's information missing. Does that make sense? Like, I think the story, it happened, but I still think there's some stuff missing from the story. Does that make sense? That's the same thing I feel about the bullying. It's like, I believe that she could have possibly been bullied, but I still think that there's some missing parts. You know, like, no way in hell you just got up from that table. Like, girl, I feel like you would have crashed out on them because you crashed out on everybody. So I don't know. Well, I haven't seen one person that she hasn't crashed out over. Even the girls, people she don't know, people she just met for the first time, you know. So I don't know, people you cool with at school and things. I'm like, why wouldn't you crash out on them if you crashing out on strangers? You know, it's just, I don't know.
And then he was like, said a lot of things to convince me to take him back, which I did. And I was naive.
I get it. Anyone that's judging didn't have one of those first true, like, so madly in love toxic relationships.
Everyone has one.
I had one and it was horrible, and it fucks you up. But it's intoxicating because when you're in love for the first time, you don't really understand anything else.
I never had a good example growing up. Like, I never had anyone to guide me in that way at all. I thought when I became 18, and mind you, I didn't have my first kiss until after high school. I didn't have sex until after high school. Like, I thought it was like a fairy tale. I thought it was like Disney. Swear to God, I'm watching all these things. I'm watching all these Disney movies, and I'm just like,
did she feel like she was late or behind when it comes to being sexual or in engaging with the opposite sex? Or did she feel like she was behind at 18, 19 years old? I don't think so. I don't feel like you're behind. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is to the girls out here where you feel like you're behind because, like, you're not keeping up with society, or maybe you're not keeping up with the girls that you hang around. That don't mean you behind. It just means you're not doing what everybody else is doing. That's all. There's no such thing as being behind in life. You're just supposed to live it. You do things when you feel like it's your time to do things, when you feel comfortable to do things. You don't have to do things according to what other people are doing. You don't have to do things when you see the expectations that society tends to put on women. You do things when you feel ready. I just want to put that out there. You don't have to do things just because you see what other people are doing. And I know sometimes when you're hanging around certain people, you feel pressured to, like, you start to look at yourself like, oh, I must need to do this. And no, you do whatever you choose to do. When you choose to do it at a time when you really feel you're ready, so that if it doesn't go the way that you want or the way that you plan, you can still say, but that's what I wanted to do. And at the time I was ready for that. Whatever it is, whatever. It could be anything.
Oh my God, like, it's gonna be like that. And he's gonna look at me from the classroom and be like, hey, like, I'm thinking it's like gonna be some cute lovey shit. Bitch, when I lost my virginity and that man was sleeping with one of the girls who bullied me in school, I was like, be so for real. This shit is not what I thought it was.
You're like, this is a horror movie.
Dead ass. Dead ass.
What is this shit?
Literally.
Dude,
But
you had a rude awakening coming.
Literally. I know I haven't gone on the pregnant topic yet. But
Okay, yeah, we're getting there.
Sorry, I have ADHD.
I won't let you forget.
Thanks,
How
queen.
the fuck did you find out you're pregnant?
Okay, so after that happened, I remember we were all hanging out, like having a little party, whatever. I remember I was going up the stairs, and I remember me and his friends crossed paths. I remember I was lit as shit this time, and I was just like, I looked at his friend, I was like, I think I'm pregnant. And he looked at me, and he was just like, no. And I was like, yeah. He's like, no. And then I remember I had eaten Taco Bell, and I threw that shit up everywhere. And then this is also when I found out I was allergic to Tylenol. So
I wonder if her child's father is going to come out and say that she got pregnant on purpose. Because I think it's interesting how she said that he was sleeping with a girl that bullied her. right? I could see it. I could see her getting pregnant on purpose because of the guy that she was with decided to cheat on her with the girl that bullied her. I can see it. I can see it. I wonder if that some tea is gonna come out like that. I'm gonna have to timestamp this because the drama's gonna come. Okay, the birdies done told me the drama's coming. So I wonder if that's gonna be a part of the drama. Because um, I just know how she gets. She gets very competitive, and if she felt like this guy, she was losing, her grip on this guy. What's the quickest way to keep a grip on a guy? And to mark your territory. And we all know she likes to mark her territory. So, we'll see what comes out.
So I took a Tylenol and I found I was allergic to that. So that was another thing. I had a fever after that. Not a good time. Morning sickness plus a fever, not great. So anyway, after that, we were going home and I was like, okay, we need to buy plan B. And I'm like, okay, cool. Let's go buy plan B. We go to Walmart. Okay. We go to Wally World. And I was like, all right, let's go buy plan B. We're going to the thing. I'm looking at the pregnancy test. I'm like, do you think we should buy a pregnancy test? He's just like, why? I was like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like we should buy one. And he was just like, okay, but why? I was like, okay, well, we're not really rich right now. I was like, the plan B is more expensive than the pregnancy test. Imagine if I'm pregnant, we can just return the plan B. So that was my logic. I was like, all right. And I go in the Walmart bathroom and I pee on the stick. I put it back in the box and I walk out and he's just like, what did it say? I'm like, I don't know yet. It's still developing. He's like, okay. We walk to the car. We get in the car. We sit down. He's like, all right, you want to open it? I was like, yeah. Open that shit. Pregnant. I said, oh. We started crying. We started crying. We was in shock. I was in shock. I was crying. I was like, what do I do? I'm talking to my best friend. I'm like, girl, what do I do? And she's like, what? I like, do whatever you want to do, whatever you feel is right, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, cool. And
let's keep in mind that she was 18, 19 years old around this time. So I'm trying to keep that in mind because I'm like, why would you go to Walmart to get a plan B? But then when you get there, you're like, oh, I should get a pregnancy test. That doesn't make any sense. But an 18, 19-year-old that is just getting into, sexual activity, I guess I'm trying to keep that in mind. But logically, that doesn't make any sense to me unless you already knew that you were pregnant. You know what I mean? But then some women are able to tell that they're already pregnant before they take the pregnancy test. So I don't know. I have no idea. But that's even kind of weird how she told that too, because I'm just like, huh? So you went to Walmart to get a plan B, and then when you got there, I'm like, aren't you supposed to take plan B right after you have unprotected sex? Do y'all see how that's why, like, you gotta, I've dealt with a narcissist, y'all, and so you really gotta pay attention. You do. And I'm not saying she's narcissistic. She shows signs that she could be though. But I'm saying, like, they fuck with your head like that. Cause you be like, oh, that makes sense, right? But when you really sit back and you like think about it, no, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't. It doesn't. So you already knew you was pregnant, but you played it like, oh, let me just go get a plan B into him, because you take the plan B right after you have unprotected sex. But then I'm just thinking, let me consider the fact that her age, right? Her lack of experience. Let's consider that, right? So I'm like, okay. That's why I'm like, just listen. Just listen. But it does not make any sense. I think by now she should have known how to use a plan B, right? And she should know the difference between what a pregnancy test is for. So I mean, we have the internet, we have Google, we have so many different resources. So you go to Walmart for a plan B, but you think to get a pregnancy test. It makes no sense, y'all. So I don't know. But it could be her age. Who knows? It could be her age. It could be her lack of experience. Who knows? But I'm just like, a plan B and a pregnancy test? I guess. People not listening. Do I need to go back to what she said?
So that was my logic. I was like, all right. And I go in the Walmart bathroom and I pee on the stick.
And she said that was her logic? Let's go back so y'all can hear what she said.
Wally World. And I was like, all right, let's go buy plan B. We're going to the thing. I'm looking at the pregnancy test. I'm like, do you think we should buy a pregnancy test? He's just like, why? I was like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like we should buy one. And he was just like, okay, but why? I was like, okay, well, we're not really rich right now. I was like, the Plan B is more expensive than the pregnancy test. Imagine if I'm pregnant, we can just return the Plan B. So that was my logic. I was like, all right. And I go in the Walmart bathroom and I pee on the stick. I put it back in the box and I walk out and he's just like,
Listen, I'm taking a call because I'm taking a call. Make it quick too, because can someone explain that to me? Can you explain that? Because girl, what? Can you? I need somebody to explain that to me, because girl, people gonna be like, oh, it's because you don't like her. Like, no, that don't make sense, y'all. All right. Like, I need somebody to call me, girl. Let me know I need you to tell me what's tea, girl. Cause and then she said that was my logic, but I'm like, that logically does not make any sense.
what did it say? I'm like, I don't know yet. It's still developing. He's like, okay. We walk to the car. We get in the car. We sit down. He's like, all right, you want to open it? I was like, yeah. Open that shit. Pregnant. I said, oh. We started crying. We started crying. We was in shock. I was in shock. I was crying. I was like, what do I do? I'm talking to my best friend. I'm like, girl, what do I do? And she's like, oh, like, do whatever you want to do, whatever you feel is right, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, cool. And long story short, we kept breaking up and getting back together. He deployed. We kept fighting the entire time. He still was talking to other girls. Like, it was like a whole thing. And yeah, that was the story of how I found out I was pregnant.
How did your family react?
So I actually kept it from my mom for like 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
Kept it from everybody for 3 or 4 months. I didn't know how to do this at all. I didn't even know I was supposed to go to the doctors. I didn't know anything. No one taught me anything. So I didn't know what to do. And I just kept her growing inside of me. I didn't go to an OBGYN. I didn't go to anything. I just was pregnant. And I didn't get checked at all, nothing. And I remember, I think like 3 or 4 months in, I was getting a little bit bigger. We would go to the grocery store, me and my mom, and like, I would be craving things. And she kind of looks and she's like, moms know. So
girl, why is my phone not ringing off the hook? Because I need the girls to explain that to me. Okay, I need you to explain that to me. Why my phone should be ringing off the hook? I'm not understanding, because honestly, like, that doesn't make any sense to me, and it's giving me a headache, low key. Because I'm just like, girl, I could try to help you with this, but I can't. Like, I literally can't. That's crazy. Okay.
I remember there was one time I was in my room, and this is back when I moved back in with her, and I was in my room and she came to like give me a hug. She said something and like I hugged her. I'm a big hugger. She came and gave me a hug, and then she goes, "You're getting chunky, like chubby, like you're getting a little chubby." And I'm just like, oh,
that's hurtful.
Like, I have to tell her.
You got to tell her.
And I'm sitting in my room just like contemplating. I'm like, fuck, like what do I do? What do I do? So I'm like, Mom, she's cooking. I was like, Mom, I have something to tell you. I was like, can you please come into the room? And she walks in my room, and then she sits down on the bed. And I'm like, Mom, I was like, I did something bad. And my mom is extremely religious. She's Muslim, so she's extremely religious. I was like, I did something bad. And she's just like, did you hurt somebody? I said, no. Did you do drugs? No. She's like, just was listening to things. She's like, did you do this? I'm like, no. And she goes, are you pregnant?
Sense to me. She didn't do
and I just start crying. And she sat there and she looked at me. She goes, don't sin twice. And that's when I knew I was going to keep my daughter. And yeah, that's the story of how I told my mom.
Wow. Okay, how did you decide to end that relationship? On, off again, toxic, while you're pregnant, then you have your daughter? Like, when did you end it, and how did you end it with him?
So we were together. We moved in together after having her, and then I think like less than a year. I'm not pretty sure how long it was after we moved in together.
Okay. Hold on.
But I remember there was a lot of things that bothered me in the relationships. Like when my daughter was an infant, like firstborn. I was breastfeeding at the time, and yeah, I was a stay-at-home mother, but I was with her 24/7, never sleeping. And if I got up, she would cry and cry. And it's to the point where when your kid has like colic, you just don't want to hear crying anymore. Like it's like you don't want her to cry, so you will sit there and not eat so she doesn't cry. You'll sit there and not shower for days so she doesn't cry.
Your daughter had colic? And can you just really make sure everyone understands what that is, just in case they don't know?
So it's like when kids, like, they cry for no really apparent reason. Like you can do anything and they will not stop crying. And some mothers go crazy with it. Like I had to keep my cool the whole time. I would just cry because I couldn't do anything. And like one time my mom, she was just like,
okay, we have a caller. Hold on, dang, what did I do? What did I just do? Okay, hold on. Okay, oh, the caller, where'd you go? Oh, here we go. Okay, give me 1 sec. Hold on, let me. Okay, Zaya,
Hi, Yoni. Yes,
how are you, sis? How are you
I-
doing?
I'm great. So I just wanted to say real quick. I have you on in the background, but I just wanted to say real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Um, are we just gonna skip over the fact that she said she was lit and she told the friend that she was pregnant? So I'm thinking lit. She was drunk and she knew, so she told the friend that she was pregnant.
Girl, I missed that. I missed that part. I
Yes.
wow, you caught that. So that's crazy.
Yeah, okay, so I have not watched the show at all.
Mm-hmm.
I only watch like your recaps of it,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it's just so interesting. Like, I was willing to download the Love Island app just to vote for Nicola Landria. I was like, okay, maybe I should do that. But yeah, I'm not sure if you saw, but I left a comment on your previous video, and I just wanted to say, like, if you need to take that time, you got to do what works for you. Okay.
Thank you. I really appreciate
Yes.
that.
Yes. But yeah, that's all I had. I didn't know if anybody else caught the fact that she said like that she was lit and she told her friend she was literally drinking. So she
Crazy.
knew.
Crazy.
So
Thank you
yeah.
for pointing that out, girl. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I love you.
Love you too.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye. That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy. Well, okay. Was not expecting that. Okay, let's continue. Okay, I don't what's going on with the background? Oh, that's why. Okay, let me go back to there we go. Okay, let's continue. Cause that's crazy. I didn't even catch that part.
Sit her in the room, walk out for 5 minutes. She can cry, just come back and just like collect herself a little bit. And like when she would cry in the middle of the night, like I understand he was in the military and he worked a lot, but it's like, this is a team effort. And, being a mom is a full-time job. Like you were with her 24/7. And like in the middle of the night, we were supposed to do shifts. Like if like I had to change.
So what's colic? Can someone explain? We got any mommies? Call. Come on, let's go. Cause I don't know what colic really is. The only thing I know is the baby cries nonstop. But can someone explain like what it actually is? Oh, it's gas. The baby has gas. Oh, really? I did not know that. Every time I hear people like talk about colic, it's all about like, oh, they just cry a lot. They just cry a lot. So the baby has gas. So it's a gassy baby. Is there any way that they can relieve the baby of the gas? So they just don't cry for no reason. See, I'm the way I've heard colic explained, it's like they just be crying for no reason. So it's a gassy baby. Thank y'all for educating me on that. Had no idea. Okay, let's get back to it.
Change a diaper, then it was his turn, then it was my turn. Sometimes he would do it, but a lot of the time it would be like, hey, like I would wake up to her crying. I'm like, hey, can you come on, like, can you help me? Can you help me? And he was just like, you do it. And so I would get up and go do it. And in times like when he would come home, it was like, oh, let me shower first, and I'll make you something to eat. Oh, can I play this video game real quick and then I can make you something to eat? And or like I'll be like, can you take her so I can do this? Hold on, let me shower. And mind you, he was a great dad still. He still did good things. Like he still spent time with her. He still was fun with her and stuff like that. But I think a lot of the hardships were on me. And that's also why, like on the show, like the baby thing that triggered the fuck out of me.
Let's get to that because we're gonna get to Love Island. I want to go through that.
Okay,
but
yeah, cool.
So you ended up just realizing this person, it just wasn't going to work romantically.
It wasn't going to work romantically. There was a point where, he wasn't very good with his finances. And I was just kind of like realizing what I really wanted in a man because I was getting older. I was getting less naive. But yeah, so then during that time, like he wasn't really good with his finances and we were always late on bills, late on everything. I would do Instacart with my daughter, which is dangerous. I would do Instacart with her and bring her with me to do that because we were so broke. And I would give him all the money that I would make from that.
Okay, we have another caller. Miss K?
Yes. So Then I'll explain the plan B. The plan B has to be taken within 24 to 48 hours for
Mhm.
it to be effective, and
Okay.
it may not be effective. And then usually, in order to be pregnant, you have to have your a missed period about 5 to 7 days.
Right.
Then that's how you know you're pregnant. So what she's saying is, oh, I was pregnant. She knew she was pregnant. So pretty much like, say for instance, you had sex today, you have to take that plan B either in the morning or the next day, or
Right.
it's not effective. So the plan B would, because she's pregnant, that means she had been pregnant for at least a week or more. And then the fact that she said she waited till 3 or 4 months to tell her mother, and then she said she was going to keep the baby, she couldn't have had an abortion anyways. It's illegal, I think, after 20 weeks. So that's 4 months. And if it's up to 20 weeks, actually 16 weeks, so up to 20 weeks, it has to be something medically wrong that'll kill you or the baby. And I'm just telling you that because I'm in the medical field, so I know she's lying.
Wow. So what about the colic though? Like,
The colic is common for babies. Now, sometimes babies have colic, like if you're breastfeeding,
mhm.
like if you eat cabbage, it gives the baby gas and they're just really fussy. So whatever you eat, the baby eats. And so you have to change your diet, like broccoli, a lot of gassy things. And some babies are just fussy.
Right.
And so that just sits with them. And they, she probably just didn't, because she's young, she probably just didn't have enough experience to try different things or go on like a mom blog, because the mom blogs always help you with a colicky baby. Everyone tries different suggestions, and some babies are just really really difficult.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Miss K. Thank you for coming in and dropping that information, educating us all.
That's no problem. Thank you. You take care and keep your head up, and don't let anybody occupy any free space in your brain.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Interesting. That is so interesting. Okay, let's continue.
And we were still late on rent. And I remember there was a time where he was like leaving for, I think, training or deployment or something. And we had like 30 days, less than 30 days actually, to move out. And we had to find a new place. I have never found a place before. I had never done anything like that before. Nothing was packed. I had to do everything. And I pack everything. I'm trying to get like some of his friends to help me. Like I hired people to help me move. Like I was doing everything by myself. I was losing my mind trying to find a place, like losing my mind. And I finally found one, like literally like 2 or 3 days before I had to move out. And I moved everything in. I put his stuff in the storage room. I left it there. I told him, I said, listen, when you get back, like you have 2 weeks and that's it. Because what kind of man leaves you with all of that?
A boy.
A boy.
So I wanted better for myself.
Yeah.
I knew my potential as a woman. I knew my potential in life, and I knew what I wanted to do with my life and what I wanted in life. And I wasn't going to settle.
Nor should you ever.
At
But
all.
I get
Okay, so let me switch gears because I wanted to show you the child's father making comments on social media.
Call Her Daddy podcast. He has some things to say because people have been calling him out in the comments of his IG and saying things like, why would you cheat on Huda while she was pregnant? And like saying, oh, you fumbled the most beautiful girl in the world and blah, blah, blah. And he's starting to clap back. So let's take a look at some of the things that he had to say. So this one says, so a little birdie told me, and he said, I made mistakes, but I didn't cheat during her pregnancy. It doesn't mean it's who I am. There's a reason she chose to have a kid and continue a relationship with me. And then someone else said she really called you out on that podcast. And he replied, yet I remain quiet.
Now, this is what was throwing me off was he said that he didn't cheat on her while pregnant. Did she kind of somewhat insinuate that? I could kind of see where he's coming from, but I didn't really get that from what she said. So I don't know, but maybe she goes around and she tells people that, or maybe she said it somewhere else, or maybe she said it I don't know, but I didn't really get that from that podcast, but we'll see.
When I could really explain how shit actually was. I guess respect goes one way. We have this one. She didn't say anything bad about you. You're a good father and a person. His reply, and she didn't tell the truth. So I'll be interested to see what else he has to say as time goes on over the next coming days or weeks. Sounds like there is a lot more to that story than what Huda said, so stay tuned for those updates. Huda's baby daddy had...
And that's y'all, I think the truth is the custody. That's what I think it is. What do you think it could be? Because it can't be the cheating. He didn't say he didn't cheat on her at all. He said he didn't cheat on her while she was pregnant. So he cheated. What do you think it could be that she lied about when it comes to how she told the story? Let's see. Okay, so my next timestamp, I wanted to bring that in. Let me continue to finish up their relationship.
Can only imagine like the complexity of having a child, but it seems like in a beautiful way you finally hit that point where you just started to choose yourself, and it was probably the best decision you could have made.
100%.
But it's so fucking hard to leave.
It was hard to leave. I remember I would cry every day, every single day.
It's easier to stay sometimes.
I would cry every day by myself. He wouldn't know.
Nicole, that's basically what I got. I got like, okay, you didn't cheat on her while pregnant, but you did cheat though. Okay. It seems like they had a very toxic relationship. I think I've already said it seems like they probably, because you know how couples, they do this back and forth, on and off. 1 minute they're together and the next minute they are broken up. And I wonder if she cheated back. I wonder if she was out here, you know, maybe she didn't sleep with other men, but maybe she was cheating by just hanging out with other men and things like that as to get a reaction out of him. You know, toxic relationships get very toxic like that. So I don't know. I wonder what the truth is, but the truth lies in between the both of them. And based off of their stories that they're telling, there's two sides and then there's the truth.
I was crying every day, but I would cry every day. And I would say, I hate my life. I don't want this. Like, I don't want to be with him. Like, I was losing my mind. I was trying to figure out how I could leave and what I could do to leave. I didn't know what to do. Like, we weren't even kissing anymore.
And when this ended, around how old were you? 22, 21?
21-ish.
21?
Yeah, about 21.
Okay, so now you're 24, right?
Almost 21, I think.
Okay, so now you're 24. And you have all of this going on in your life. And then fast forward, this little show comes along called Love Island. And you decide to go on reality TV. In our hectic, fast-paced lives, we could use some slowing down. Haagen-Dazs is made to be savored and in flavors. White Claw Seltzer works, Chicago, Illinois. Tell me how the fuck that came to be. Because I'm literally like, holy shit, dude. Like, just, let's just all pause for a minute. Hearing the beginning half of your fucking life, dude, and then to where you're sitting right now, I know we have a lot of shit to go through. Yeah. I know we have so much to talk about of what the way the internet feels about how you act and all these things. But like, this is the shit of why I love doing my job, because it's like, we know none of this. We've known none of this. We didn't know about your childhood. And I understand Love Island's not the platform to like be talking about this kind of shit. But when we're judging so intensely someone on reality TV, there's 19 million more chapters that we weren't privy to. And so I appreciate you even opening up a little bit today, because I know there's so much more to these stories and we're getting a preview. But thank you for sharing, because it does give a lot of insight into now what we are about to talk about.
Thank you for asking.
Of course.
Like,
okay, Love Island.
I don't really have any comments about her having ADHD. But I do wonder if it's a self-diagnosed, because, you know, a lot of people say they have ADHD, but you have to be clinically diagnosed. So, who knows? I don't really know.
How did this come to be?
So, I always wanted to do the show. I was always a dream of mine to do the show. I just never knew if I was going to. I remember, like, when I would go, sometimes I would go on, like, TikTok Live with, like, at the time, because I was doing social, like, gym content a lot of times. So I would go on, you know, live sometimes and just talk about gym stuff. And like, everyone kept saying, like, because sometimes I would say stories like about my dating life, because it's fun, like, to talk about it. And I would tell people about my dating life, but everyone's like, you should go on Love Island. I could so see you on Love Island. You should do Love Island. Everyone's pushing me, but like, you should do Love Island. I was like, okay. I met this guy. That's how it all starts. I met this guy, and he knew that I wanted to do Love Island. And it ended up being just like a really toxic thing where it was like, he was not at all who I thought he was. He ended up trying to like rub in my face so they reach out to him. And because he knew I wanted to do it. And I was like, he might do it. Why the fuck can't I do it? Because he told me it was dumb. So I was like, why the fuck can't I do it? You're rubbing it in my face. So I said, fuck it, I'll apply.
Did he really rub it in her face, or did she see it as competition? Like, she sees everything as competition. Like, oh my gosh. Even when it came to her getting on this show, she sees everything as competition. Is it sped up? It's sped up a little bit. 1.25.
I applied traditionally. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do it. And I did. And then I think like a month later or something, I had gone reached out to. Not even, sorry. I got reached out to shortly after that, but about a month later, I had my interview. Did that. Months later, another interview. Then I think it was like the final point where I met the producers. Since then, every week, like multiple interviews a week, multiple things I had to do. Then I remember I flew to Fiji and I manifested this shit, bitch. I'm just like positive. I'm always trying to stay positive, even though regardless of how negative that situation was, like I was staying positive and I was like, I'm going to have this. I would speak it into existence. Like, this is going to be my reality. I'm going to have this. This is what I'm going to do. And I was like, I kept telling myself, I'm going to be an OG. I'm going to be an OG. I kept telling myself that. I was like, I'm going to be an OG. And I remember I came to Fiji. They flew me out. And, you know, I had done all the interviews and whatnot and like all the filming prep work and whatever. And they're like, this doesn't guarantee you're on the show still. I'm like, okay. I'm like, I have anxiety. I'm sick.
And we all know that her perception when it comes to situations with people are very inaccurate. So we wonder if that's even accurate, because we know how she creates things in her mind from her insecurities. We've seen it in real time. Like, she destroyed her relationship from the inside out because her perception of what happened with America voting her and Jeremiah to split was he was doing things behind her back. And I'm just like, what indicated that at all? Maybe it's because of how you are being portrayed in this relationship, the both of you, and how we are sick watching that. Like, we got tired of seeing it. It was like bad. So we'll see. Let's continue.
Oh, I like to know things before they happen. And, you know, I'm sitting there and then I get told, we want you in the first lining, like the first lineup. I was just like, my jaw on the floor, like on the fucking floor, bitch. That shit was catching, that flies were flying in that hole. And I was like, holy shit, my manifestations are coming true. And I get on the show, doing the whole thing. I think I had a lot of luck on that show in terms of how long I stayed. And I think that whole show is really luck. A lot of it is luck. America's voting, luck. Like, it's luck. How they perceive you, luck.
Okay. Well, we're going to go back to the fucking beginning.
Let's go.
Because I didn't watch all these episodes for nothing, bitch.
Come on,
okay? You didn't live it for
Let's
nothing.
do it, boom, chicka, boom.
Okay. Day one, couple up with Jeremiah.
Yeah.
What was your first impression of this man?
So when we first saw each other, I remember I thought everyone was really attractive. When he came in, he like, I could just, you know, when you can just tell when a guy really likes you, the way they look at you.
Yes.
I remember I was like, I went to go hug him and like I tripped backwards and he like pulled me in and that like stuck with me. And I was like, it's like a movie. I was like, love it. You know, my childhood dreams are coming true. I remember in that point, and then, you know, we, you know, kiss in the heart thing, and, you know, he kissed a girl on the cheek, and I was like, like, why would a man not do that for me? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, period. Like, we love that. Everyone's like, do you not think it's a red flag? I'm like, damn, like, is that a red flag? I'm like, fuck. I'm like, am I tripping here? Because I'm so used to getting love bombed. At that point, when everyone's like pointing out to me, they're like, do you not think that's a red flag? And I'm sitting there in beach and I'm just like, am I being love bombed? Like, is this not real? I'm like, is this like, am I tripping?
How would you?
She definitely has watched Love Island. Like, I don't believe that she hasn't watched Love Island. You don't hang out with people who do reality TV and don't know reality TV shows. So she definitely, I don't know why she feels like saying that would, I don't know, people would look at her differently, maybe, I guess. But it's just like, it's okay to say you watched the reality TV show and you wanted to go on the reality TV show. Sometimes she lies about things that to me are just, I don't know, it's just stupid. Like, girl, you're not gonna get in trouble.
Describe your guys' dynamic in the first 24 hours. That first 24 hours off the rip.
Me and Jeremiah?
Yes.
Oh, lovey-dovey as fuck. Like, he was so into me. I was so into him. Like, even on chill days, like, we would always, like, blow kisses from across the room. Like, we would look at each other and be like, and, like, we would get yelled at, be like, stop interacting with each other. Like, we would do all those little hearts to each other, like, blow kisses. Like, we would sneak in the hallway to kiss each other, and, like, we would get in trouble. Like, we would do those things all the time. Like, we would kiss each other all over each other's faces and whatnot. It was very physical.
So you intentionally decided that you wanted to wait to tell Jeremiah about your daughter. Why was waiting important to you?
So I felt like in the dating world, in the real world, I think that people don't really see me as a person and like get to know me fully. I think immediately it's like mom, and they're just like, oh, she's a mom, she's a mom, she's a mom. I'm more than just a mom. Like, I'm Huda. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's more to me than just that. And I was taking this opportunity as a way for people to get to know me first, to decide if they liked me, and then go from there. There's people that have mom fetishes and shit all the time. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to.
That's not what I got. I like it. Let me tell you what I got when I was watching the show. I didn't get that she wanted, you know, to make sure that the person that she was connecting to got to know her. You know, I felt like she had extended it. Like, she had really extended it out, and to the point where it was almost like she was afraid to tell him because she was afraid that he wouldn't want her anymore. And and honestly, it's a if she really felt that way, it's valid. I'm pretty sure a lot of single mothers feel that way. Like, once he finds out that I have a kid, it could be a deal breaker. But to me, that's what I got. And she's trying to make it about how she just didn't want, I didn't want the focus to be about me being a mom. I wanted the focus to be about me, like getting to know me. But it's like, getting to know you is an extension of you also being a mother. So it's that's who you are. That's part of it. May not be your whole identity, which I don't feel like it's healthy to make motherhood your whole identity, but it is a part of your identity. And it just got to a point where it was like she was withholding the information intentionally because she wanted him, Jeremiah, to get emotionally attached to her, and then she wanted to tell him. And that's manipulation. That is what that is. It came across very manipulative. And I felt like she had extended it there. I don't know. It's like she had kept going and kept going. And it's like, okay, there was like this point in the show where it's like, okay, he knows you enough to be like, oh, you should go ahead and tell him. And I don't remember the timeline, but can you refresh my memory? Did she sleep with this man before she told him she had a child? Or did she sleep with this man after she told him that she had a child? Because we all know how she moves. She sleeps with men to gain control. So did she tell Jeremiah before or after? I honestly do not remember, but let me know in the chat. Because we all know how she gets down with that.
Let them get to know me first. And I said this on the show. I don't know if it was ever shown. I haven't watched it back. But like, I said all of these things.
One of the things that people online have kind of accused you of being slightly manipulative by hiding that part of your life from Jeremiah. Did you feel like you were leading him on? And
Alex, it wasn't slightly manipulative. It was manipulative. So she told him before sleeping with him. Okay. Somebody said they were always hunching. So people are saying, wait, people are saying before. I'm going to have to go look. Because again, like she uses sex as manipulation and control. So we'll see. She feels like she can get men to do whatever she wants after she sleeps with them. So, and then I could see her sleeping with Jeremiah first and then telling him. And that's like manipulative to me. Very manipulative.
Kind of setting up to fail by keeping this from him.
Not necessarily. Whenever we would have conversations and stuff, and I felt like he was liking me more and more and more as a person, I was like, okay, I can tell he really likes me, so I think this is the right time to tell him. I was terrified to tell him.
Why?
Because I really liked him. I was so scared. Like I was like, what is he gonna do? Like I hope he reacts well. I didn't want him to freak out. To be continued. But like, I was just but yeah, so I was just like, okay, I want it to be the right time to tell him. And I did bring it to his attention and we talked about it. I freaking stuttered a lot of the time I said because I was so nervous. Like I was so scared to tell him. And yeah, I told him, he told me, he's like, honestly, I find it more attractive than your mom, da da da. Did I fully believe him? No. But I told him, I made sure to mention him. I was like, listen, if I'm telling you this, but you do not have to stay with me. I made it very clear. I was like, you do not have to be with me. It is okay for you not to not want to be with me. Like, I just wanted to bring this to our attention. Like, if you want to go explore, like, by all means, just let me know. Because I really like you. And, clearly, like, we both really like each other. But if this...
Did we all watch the same show? She was so manipulative and controlling around this whole telling Jeremiah about the fact that she has a daughter that even when she told him, she was like, I'm a mom. Not, I have a daughter. She's 4 years old, So this is crazy. I do believe she slept with him first and then she told him. And that's like you are sinking your teeth into someone first and then being like, hey, by the way, you know what I mean? So I'm just like, that's very manipulative to me. And ladies, how would you feel if it was the other way around, right? You're dealing with this guy, You've been dealing with them for a while and you become intimate, right? And you've had talks, you've shared things, you've gotten to know each other, but still left out this one thing. But he slept with you, or y'all slept together, and then he tells you after the fact. How would you feel about that? Let me know.
This is a deal breaker for you. Just let me know. He's like reassuring me, like, no, like, actually, it's more attractive to me than your mom, like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, cool. And, you know, I'm letting him know, like, you can leave if you want to. And there's times where I brought that up to him when I could tell he was kind of switching the way he would treat me, and after I told him. And he would get defensive and be like, I can make my own decisions. I know what I want. Like, I can do that.
A huge debate on the internet is whether Jeremiah was the victim of Hurricane Huda or if you were the victim of Jeremiah's love bombing. Just if you had to give your immediate reaction, what is your answer?
I think that we both had faults in the relationship. Like, I don't think that anyone should fully take blame for anything, in all honesty.
Jealousy was a theme throughout you and Jeremiah's relationship. In the second episode, he was convinced that you got up to kiss someone during the blindfold challenge. And he was like, convinced. He kept asking you and asking you. And you were like, I swear to you, I didn't. He made you pinky promise, the whole thing. What red flags, if any, did that raise for you? Or did that not freak you out?
You know, it's so weird. I think I'm such a person where it's like, I love giving reassurance and I love making sure people are okay. And in that moment, I was like, oh my God, like, are you okay? Like, are you good? Like, are you okay? Like, I don't want you to feel, you know, like I'm going to do something to you. Like, are you, like, I promise I'm not going to hurt you. Like, and I just wanted to make sure he was okay. Like, take care of him in that moment.
Do you see though that it's day 2 and you guys already having that level where it's like you're not closed off and you having to reassure him that
we
you
moved
didn't
so
kiss someone else?
fast.
Like, that's fast.
Yeah, we moved fast.
Okay.
We did.
You spoke about how you like when guys are obsessed with you. How do you tell the difference between when that is healthy and then when that can lead to being problematic?
I think that, especially on the show, I think I've learned a lot more about how to differentiate the two. But I think there's a point of like obsession where it's like, I've had moments in the past where like people are like, should I move?
Ladies, there's nothing healthy about a man being obsessed with you unless you want him to be abusive. There's nothing healthy about that at all. There, like, and the reason I'm saying that is because typically men who become obsessed, they feel like they own you. That's not healthy at all. And I hate when I hear women say, I want a man to be obsessed with me. Have you ever dealt with an obsessed man? It's very dangerous. Very, very, very dangerous. I've dealt with an obsessed man. They stalk you. They cyber stalk you. They physically stalk you. They feel like they own you. This shit is very dangerous. So I hate when I hear women say that. I think a better way to describe, maybe a healthier way to describe what she's yearning for is wanting to feel desired by your partner. There's nothing wrong with that. That's very healthy. You should feel that sense of desirability from your partner. But obsession is very dangerous. So be careful what you speak over your life, because that obsession gets dangerous to the point where they will unalive you because they're so obsessed. If I can't have you, no one can. You don't want a man to be in that space, in that energy, talking about you, because it could get very dangerous. So be careful about this whole obsession thing, especially in today's age with people being able to watch you online. Just be careful about that.
Move to North Carolina? Should I stay here and not move to another city? Like, should I? And you know, past me might have been like, oh my God, he likes me a lot. Like, wow. And then another part would be like, that's really crazy. Like, that's insane. Like, don't do that. When I say like being obsessed with me, it's more so like, okay, I like a man who like wants to hug me and like physical affection and stuff like that. I like a man who's like, no, like I want to make sure I'm taking her to do this, and I want to make this little cute thing that's thoughtful for her, and I want to do this for her. I want her to be happy. And
you know what she's describing? Nicolandria. She's describing Nicolandria. But it is very clear that Nick likes her more. So don't look for obsession. Look for a man that just likes you more. And you'll get that. And that desirability will be there. And you won't have to look for this toxic obsession with a guy. If you have to look for that in a guy, he doesn't like you. Okay? When a man likes you more, he is going to do all of those things that she listed off. But obsession is just very dangerous. And typically when men are obsessed, they really don't like you like that. They feel like they just own you. Like, that's really it. It's like an ego thing for them. It's not genuine. It's not real love. It's all ego. And it's all about ownership. It's about control. You want a man that just likes you more and you want to feel desired, cherished, loved, appreciated. I feel like that's a healthier way to take on what she's saying. And I don't see anything wrong with it. It's just she needs to just make some tweaks because I get why she feels this way. She's came from a past relationship with her child's father who cheated on her, and she's seen the many different women that he has cheated on her with. Probably at times felt like she wasn't desired in the relationship. She even pointed out when she spoke about her child's father's relationship, where towards the end of it, they weren't even kissing each other. And so she seems to have like this anxious attachment where if you're not showing her enough attention, if you're not showing her enough love and support, she starts to feel like you don't desire her or you don't want her. And I believe it's because of her relationship with her child's father. So that's understandable. That is completely understandable. I see where she's coming from. But again, this is therapy talk. You should get therapy so that you can heal from that traumatic experience that you had with your child's father so that you can move past it and look for healthier love. Because what you're desiring is out there. It's just not in the way of toxicity like obsession. Obsession is very dangerous.
I want to show that I really like her.
Now looking back in those very early days, what red flags do you think you missed from Jeremiah?
Damn, I gotta reel it back. Shit, there's so much that has happened in that villa. It's like,
I know.
I mean, honestly, the whole thing with you told me the kissing thing.
Yeah.
Like the people brought that to my attention. Like that is a red flag. Just like from what I've seen is like when I'm having conversations with people that he's looking over too. Like see things like that. When, for example, before Pepe walked in, he was like, I'm not gonna be intimidated unless he's like a 6'3", like buff guy. Like I'm not gonna be intimidated at all. Then Pepe walks in and now it's like when he found out Pepe didn't really like me, that's why he befriended Pepe. And to make sure, like that's what the guys would do. They would befriend each other so hard. I never had a shot. Like it was not fair, like at all. And now it's bro code.
The reason why I'm saying obsession is not healthy is because it's like an addiction. Addiction is codependency. So it's not healthy. But I feel like because there's a husband in the chat. And he's like, well, I'm obsessed with my wife. You love her a lot. I don't feel like it's an obsession though. Obsession could be an addiction. That's not healthy. Then that's codependency. So that can be very, very unhealthy, especially if it's with the wrong person. It's really unhealthy. So I can see where the men are coming from, and maybe it's maybe that's what men. But if I don't know, it's not healthy. Obsession is an addiction, which leads to codependency, which is not healthy. Desiring your wife and only your wife, to me, that's very healthy to me. I feel like that's very natural in a relationship, especially marriage. And I also feel like that's admirable considering that you are married. But obsession is just really, really, really unhealthy because it gets into codependency. And the way it shows up in men is through control and ownership. So just be careful, ladies.
And I clocked all this shit. There's so much stuff that I clocked that proved me right when I saw like little edits and shit. I was like, oh my God, I wasn't crazy. Like I wasn't losing my mind here. Girl, when the whole Iris thing happened, I think I was working out with Pepe and Hannah. And like at this time I wasn't with Jeremiah. I wasn't with him. I remember he was in the kitchen and I could just feel this man staring. Like I could see him staring because Pepe was like helping me with my weights and stuff. And I could see this man staring from the kitchen. Like I'm just like, I know he's looking at me right now. He does that.
Yeah.
He would do that.
Okay. Whenever a new bombshell came into the
maybe we didn't see it, but Pepe didn't show any interest towards Huda or Andrina. And just to be fair, they're thick, right? Like they're on the thicker side. They have the hourglass figure, and he seems to like the girls that are blonde, slim. I don't know if the girls are petite, but he just seems to have like a type. She is really like in her head thinking that Pepe like really liked her. And we to the point where after the whole Andriana thing, right? Because I'm not gonna lie, when he first came into the villa, I was like, oh, I could see Pepe and Huda, but after a while we started realizing like Pepe has a type. Okay, like he's going through these women, but they all blind, you know, and they have a very slim physique, that Pilates look, you know. So I'm just like, Huda, I don't think you fit his type. So I'm very confused on that, and I think he thought Andrina was beautiful, and I'm pretty sure he probably felt like Huda was beautiful, but who he's really attracted to is like really the slim blonde girls, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just like, Huda, I don't know if you can see that the way we were able to see that Pepe has a type.
Villa and wanted to explore with Jeremiah, you had pretty intense reactions.
Yeah.
Even though you guys weren't technically closed off.
Yep.
Why were you getting so territorial?
I think because I was scared because everyone doubted.
Yes, there was that whole thing between she was trying to talk to Pepe. She pulled him for a chat to try to basically see if he would be into her, if he was interested in her. She was trying to get to know him, but it was very clear that he wasn't trying to get to know her. Now, could there have been an opportunity before the crash out? Maybe, but I don't know. It's like after a while we started to pick up on the fact that Pepe like legitimately has a type. So, and I do like to look at men and their mothers, because sometimes I feel like men choose women that kind of are very similar to their mothers. And he comes from a mom that is on the slimmer side. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like he goes for the girls that are, you know, thicker built or have like the hourglass shape. He kind of goes for the girls that are kind of just, you know, straight up and down, which there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying that's what it just seems like. He just has a type. But he did reject her. He made it very clear that he wasn't really into her like that. And that's what started the whole friction between Huda and Hannah, because she just felt like, as my friend, like, why would you do that? You know what's so interesting? Hannah feels the same way that Shelly feels when it comes to Ace. But Shelly is the only one that's being made out to be like this ridiculous, angry, mean girl. But Hannah has the same smoke for her when it comes to Pepe. And no one's talking about that. So, okay. But Hannah don't like Huda either.
Doubting us in general. And it made me wonder, like, okay, what is he saying? And I'm like, should I be more possessive of this man? Like, should I
think so too.
Mark my territory here? And, you know, I like, cause he told me like, you know, we're technically exploring the people, but like, you're the only person I want, like, da da da. And I'm like, okay, let me make it clear that like, we only want each other, but like, we're still open to exploring other people.
That's interesting. Okay. So basically you're trying to say you were feeling like other people were questioning you guys. So you thought
so much throughout the villa.
So you wanted to lean in more to prove like, no.
Listen, Pepe actually looks like her type. If there was like a photo I was tagged in on Threads, somebody tagged me on a photo on Threads, and it was a lineup of all the men that she's ever been with. Pepe is actually her type. So he meets her typical standards. And to be honest, when you look at the lineup, Pepe looks like her past guys that she's been connected to. So I thought that was interesting. So Pepe is her type. And this has been a common theme for Huda on the show, which is why she's really struggling with rejection. This has been common. And then she gets into it with the women because she turns it into a competition. So I think she made a comment about did she make a comment to Hannah where she was like, how can I get the guys to like me? She said she asked Hannah that, how can I get the guys to like me? And at the time she was asking this question, she was trying to get at Pepe. And that's what Hannah didn't like about her. Like, the same reason Hannah is upset at Huda is the same reason Shelly is. Because it's like, you playing in my face. And we supposed to be girls.
Look, we're good and we like each other, and you're almost like putting up a bigger facade. Not that it's fake, but it's like, let's play it up a little bit so they really believe us because we do like each other.
Yeah. I mean, there was even times where I don't know if any of this was shown, like
and then if you look at her child's father, Jeremiah could be like her child's father in a different font. Like, they could be cousins. They look alike. They look slightly alike. And Pepe does too, oddly. Like, when you actually like look up the line, if you look at her lineup, you like, they do look alike. So I'm gonna try to see if I can pull it up and show you, because it's crazy.
For example, like me and Amaya, we're besties now. But like back then, I thought, because I heard that the bombshells watch before they come in, I thought that she knew me and Jeremiah were so like lovey-dovey, and she did that on purpose to piss me off. So at that time, I had thought that she did that to piss me off. So I'm sitting here like, this bitch, like, fuck this girl. Like, she knew that me and her were like all lovey-dovey. Like, how are you gonna fuck with somebody who like you know that is like super close with their person? Like, you're weird as fuck for that. And that's what I thought. And until after she told me, I was like, okay. But then I knew she still wanted to explore him. And then at the time, I was just like, this is just weird. Like, it's first bombshell.
Do you think though, Huda, that now looking back,
Second bombshell, sorry. Second rack of bombshells.
But now looking back at that Amaya moment, like let's use that as an example. You going and being pissed at Amaya, even if she had watched, that's her job as a bombshell.
And that's what I had to learn.
You know what I mean?
I had to learn that. Like, it's new. This is not the real world. Like, this is very different. You have to adjust to this shit.
Do you now see how people on the internet could be upset with you, being like, that is like fucked, that you're going at Amaya, it's not Amaya's fault?
No, did they show anything of me saying like,
oh, what?
No, anything of me saying like, okay, oh, I didn't know that you didn't know, blah, blah, blah.
I don't think we saw that.
Weird.
Okay, at one point,
I'm so sorry. Can I point on something on that last thing?
Yes.
So I was gonna say also at this time as well, that's when all the boys were like pushing Jeremiah, like, go explore, go explore, go explore. Like, do you know what I'm saying? And it made me just be like, damn, like all these boys are encouraging this man to do this. And it's like, damn, you're encouraging him to like leave me, basically. Because none of the guys like.
Now listen, when I look at Love Island is an experiment. So you put all of these single people in a villa, and the object of this whole experiment is to explore and then see who you have the strongest connection with. So in the beginning, especially when you don't really know people like that, the whole point is to explore. Even if you have like a strong attraction to someone, you would still want to explore to test the strong attraction that you have to someone. And so I watched Ultimatum. If you've ever watched Ultimatum on Netflix, I've watched that show. I've watched like at least 2 seasons of it. And I think I reviewed Ultimatum too. And one thing that when it comes to that experiment, and you know how they switch partners, they swap out partners and things like that. And then they try to test to see if their relationship with their current partner that they're coupled up with in real life, if it can be tested to the point where they eventually are going to lead to marriage, or it's going to lead to marriage. So one thing I noticed about the Ultimatum is if one of the couples decide not to do the experiment, it kind of ruins the whole experiment. Just one couple, because they're exchanging partners, they're living together, they're trying to explore this connection that they've developed. And if two people or one of the couples decide to no longer participate in the experiment, then it literally ruins the whole experiment for everyone involved. Because now you have one of the couples that were coupled up, if they decide that they don't want to do the experiment anymore and they go home, well, now you have 2 single people that are not partnered up with the couple, or they're not partnered up with the person that they came to the experiment with. And so these 2 people are just supposed to connect, but then they don't even have attraction. They don't even have the same interests. They don't have the same desires. So it just ruins the whole experiment. So when it comes to Love Island, I'm getting the same vibe from it. And so when it comes to Ace, at first I wasn't really understanding. But now when I really look back and I really think about Ultimatum, I'm like, so that's why Ace was saying like explore. Because if you're not exploring, then you're really ruining the entire experiment for everyone. Because it may not be because he wanted to explore things with Huda. It could just be you're ruining everyone being able to explore with everyone to see and really to test, because that's part of the experiment. But if y'all are coupling up because y'all are love bombing and doing all of this weird shit when you only known the person for like a week or 2, that just ruins the whole experiment. So you're not even, and then another thing, Huda ruined Jeremiah's experience because, okay, you have this strong connection and a strong attraction to each other. Why not put it to the test? Why not explore other connections that you may have and put it to the test to see if your connection with Jeremiah is really as strong as you think it is? That's the whole point of the experiment. So Huda ruined the experiment. Huda ruined the experience of all of the islanders because she was creating all of these rules. And then she was creating all of these rules so much earlier on in the experiment to where the Islanders really didn't get to explore and really test the connections or the strong attractions that they had with certain people. So, and I haven't watched Love Island UK, but I will. And I just want to see like what would be like what the difference looks like, because I feel like in the beginning they probably did a lot of exploring. They probably had strong attraction to certain people, and then they tested out the attraction, then they grew a connection, then they tested out the connection, and then they coupled up. And it's just like if you were to couple up, you should feel very confident and secure in your connection because you did all of the exploring, you did all of the testing, you did all of that. You wanted to see if in your strong connection you have good communication, good conflict to resolution. If you're not testing it, then you're not really participating in the experiment. So I actually understood exactly what Ace was talking about, which I also understood why Nick did what he did. He did exactly what the experiment tells you to do. And he was able to look back and be like, you know what? I did have a stronger connection with Olandria. I thought I had a strong connection with Sierra, but I really have a stronger connection to Olandria. But what if Nick would have never tested out the connection with Olandria to know that? But that's part of the experiment. So she ruined the experience of all of the Islanders. And that's just a fact. So people were trying to make Ace to be like this horrible person, and the whole time he was just seeing it from the perspective of this is an experiment. I have a very strong attraction to Shelly. Then it developed into a very strong connection. But let's still put it to the test. And they put their connection to the test, and now they're out the villa very confident within their connection because of all the tests that they put their relationship through. So I think it's a brilliant experiment, by the way, but she really didn't give herself the chance. She should have been testing out the connection that she had with Jeremiah. She never gave herself the chance to do that. Also, let me go ahead and pull this up because I wanted to show you what Iris had to say about Huda when she came in as the bombshell for Jeremiah.
Iris is calling out Huda for mistreating her when she first entered the villa on Love Island, USA. This is absolutely insane. You guys need to hear what Iris said. So Iris was on Gabby Wendy's podcast, Long Winded, and she talked all about her experience on Love Island, USA. Now, Iris entered the villa right as Jeremiah and Huda were breaking up. And then she ended up recoupling with Jeremiah. Now, we saw Huda name call Iris when all of this was happening, but we obviously didn't know the extent of it because we're only shown so much. Well, Iris talked about this experience on the podcast, and it turns out a lot more happened behind the scenes. She said the only person who was nice to her when she first entered the villa was Amaya, and that she did not feel welcome by Huda at all. She felt like Huda was trying to paint her as a mean girl, and she felt really alone and isolated those first couple of days in the villa.
Now let's keep track of things, because I like to keep track of things. Hannah was close to that girl at one point, and she felt backstabbed by her when Huda decided to pursue Pepe, and she didn't even talk to her about it. Okay. Then Iris, Shelly. Okay. Y'all don't think Amaya's in danger? And that's what I said. I was just like, rivalry? No, I see a girl being used. Gotta know when you being used and you being played with. That's what I see. I don't see a girl in some rivalry competition with Shelly and Olandria, because if anything, the joke's on Amaya. The joke wouldn't be on Olandria and Shelly. They already moved away from her because they see how she be moving funny. So Amaya's in danger. Amaya is not in this rivalry competition because there is no competition. You can't win you can't win anything with her. That's the thing. So she is in danger and she's being used. That's it. And who knows? And then not only that, I forgot, she crossed Chris too, because Chris unfollowed her. Let's not forget. Okay, so far we have Hannah, Andreina. Okay, then we have Shelly, we have Olandria, we have Chris, and then we have Iris. That's 6 people that she has screwed over. The reunion is going to be very interesting. So 6 people so far don't have anything nice to say about her, but she was being bullied in the villa. Interesting. And then it goes back to the bullying stories that I was talking about earlier in this live, how her perception of things are delusional. So who knows? We'll never know what the truth actually is unless we have one of her friends from high school, one of her friends from middle school come out and they speak and they tell their truth and their side of the story when it comes to being connected to her at one point in time. But it just seems like when people are connected with her, she's the bully, she's the mean girl. So it's interesting how all of this is playing out, which was why I wanted to review the bullying story, because I'm just like, okay. But girl, you are seriously, you in danger, Amaya. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Okay, let me go back. Okay, let's continue.
There might be things that I haven't seen that I gotta go look at, but you know, a lot of the time, like I feel as though people didn't want me and Jeremiah to be together.
Why? If you had to give your best guess, why do you think people were so upset? And I get, as it got on and it got toxic, fine. People were like, this is fucking up the villa.
Stage,
but the very, very beginning, they did not want this. Why do you think, if you can come up with your...
The reason, Alex, I can answer that is because it messed up the entire experiment. Okay? It literally it created imbalance. That's why. And if you watch the show Ultimatum on Netflix, that's why. That is why. So at that time, she should have been exploring Pepe at that time. That was before Hannah even got into, or no, Pepe wasn't there yet. But I'm saying, like, she should have been exploring like other connections. That could have been her opportunity to explore Ace. That could have, but she never took that opportunity. She locked in with Jeremiah so quick that the opportunity to explore Ace, where there weren't that many rules in place and this girls friendship island bullshit, she could have been able to do that and she wouldn't have crossed any boundaries with Shelly. So she really played herself with that one. She did. So that's why people didn't want them to, it wasn't that they didn't want them to be together. It was just like, do y'all have to be connected and tied to the hip so soon and so earlier on in the experiment?
Best guess.
They have their own narrative on like what to do in Love Island. And like, yes, you're supposed to explore, but if someone wants to lock in, let them lock in. Like if someone wants to explore, let them explore. Like let them do whatever they want. It's their own narrative. It's their own life.
They were very fixated on it.
It was a big topic in the villa. Like everybody only talked about me and Jeremiah.
Especially Ace. He was fixated on you and Jeremiah.
So I've heard.
That is a fucking fact. Like this man, half the time, I think most of the time I was looking at tweets, people were like, can this man give Shelly half the energy in the beginning days that he's giving Huda and Jeremiah? Like, bro, get in your own relationship. Stop getting in theirs. Even if it's toxic, even if it's whatever, like let them do their thing before this seeped into.
At the time, Alex, did we all watch the same show? At the time, Ace wasn't in a relationship with Shelly. They weren't even connected yet. They were both exploring. So why would he be fixated on his own connection and his own relationship? I can understand if that was like later down the line after they had obviously built a connection. But earlier on, they didn't have no connection or relations yet. That's crazy.
Affecting the whole villa I'm talking about. We're not there yet. But at one point, Ace literally questioned what happened to you in your past that made you move so quickly in your dating life. Looking back, do you think his concerns were valid or do you think he was crossing the line?
I think his concerns were valid. I think that, you know, he has a right to ask me these things, which is fine. And like, honestly, I respect people who talk and ask me things. Like, I would rather someone have that conversation with me rather than assume. That's something that would happen a lot in the villa. No one would sit down and ask me, hey, why is it that you do these type of things? And I respect people that do that.
You don't make it comfortable for people to come and talk to you. But Ace is just that type of person, which is why I don't understand why he was villainized. It was like people wanting him to be passive with her or passive with people. And if he had an issue with you, he would go talk to you to your face and he would ask you exactly directly without being passive aggressive or phony to your face. Like, that's one thing that I really liked about Ace. Like, he wasn't afraid to ask you to your face, like, what it is and what it's not. But y'all wanted him to just not ask her questions at all when they were all single and it was the beginning of the experiment. Weird.
In all honesty, I really do.
Can you confirm, was there ever any sexual tension between you and Ace?
Yeah, at one point I liked him. I definitely did. Like there was a point where I definitely found him attractive. I thought he was really cute. I did not kiss him for nothing. Like
Yeah. Have you seen now the screenshots?
Now let me see. Let me show you the guys that she deals with, because I think you're gonna want to see this. Interesting.
That people have posted confirming that Ace used to like a lot of your Instagram photos.
So I've seen
before you guys even got to the villa.
So I've seen. I've heard excuses. That is something where I can't say it's beyond me. That is his own words to be telling. It is beyond me, whether it's AI, whether he blames it on someone else, whether it's whatever, like it's beyond me. I've heard that he's unliked all of them.
How true is this? That's what I want to know. How true is this? Let me put this away. So, let me go. This is her type. Hold on, who sent this to me? It's your girl, Kirby. Kirby, girl, that's you. Thank you, Kirby, for sending this to me, tagging me. Okay, I remember talking to you. You came up here, keeping me in the loop. They do. She got a type. And yes, Pepe is part of her type too. Because I'm like, I see it. Y'all see it? And then I feel like Ace looks more like Lewis. Looks more like him. So, I don't know. Let me know what you think in the chat box. Do you think Ace was attracted to her? I think Ace was, I think he was, there was some type of physical attraction, but I don't think he was attracted to her mind. I don't think he was attracted to like her personality. But would he sleep with her? Probably. I feel like most men would sleep with Huda. Y'all let me know. Any men in here, would you sleep with her, but would you not take her serious? Or would you not deal with her at all? Or would you take her serious?
Like, I've heard, these are a word of ear. I've only been here for so long. Like, I haven't been able to catch one. I'm trying, bitch.
Okay, can you clarify for me, how early on were you and Jeremiah intimate?
Oh, damn. Yeah. I don't even know. Like, honestly, I don't remember.
Okay.
Even when people were saying like, oh, we did shit, like, it was like, you can't.
And that's what I was trying to tell people. Like, people are trying to make it all about her body. And Ace gives me that he likes very feminine women. Very, very feminine. Not dominant, not masculine at all. And Shelly, she's in her feminine energy. And so the biggest thing that I felt like Ace, the reason why he was so attracted to Shelly, they could talk. And that's one thing that I picked up on when it came to Ace. He loves how he could just talk to Shelly and be open and be vulnerable with her. And he would never be able to get that with Huda. And I think he is emotionally intelligent. He's very self-aware. He's very aware of his environment as well. So it's like, which was why I was like, it really seemed like Ace was the most mature on the show outside of Jalen. So he is very aware. And I think he picked up on the Huda type. And I don't think he was like emotionally and mentally and spiritually attracted to her. He may have been physically, but emotionally and mentally and spiritually, no. He really is emotionally, spiritually, and physically, and just he's so attracted to Shelly. Like, it's just one of those situations. And I really think it came down to how easy it is to talk to Shelly. And when you hear other people in the villa, they love Shelly because it's just so easy to talk to her. It's so easy to just go and talk to her, which was why I didn't understand why the internet was trying to make her out to be like this mean girl. Because I'm like, how is it that she's a mean girl, but she's so easy to talk to? But you know who isn't a mean girl, but she's hard to talk to? Huda. She's very hard to talk to. Seriously, very, very hard to talk to. but Shelly isn't. But Shelly's a mean girl. It doesn't make any sense at all. And then Shelly is not controlling. She can be ego driven. I watched her be ego driven when she was doing that whole back and forth thing with Ace. And as a feminine woman, she could sense that it was creating imbalance in the connection that she had with Ace. So I noticed that when it came to Shelly, she recognized that because she's also self-aware, and she adjusted, which was why she made the s'mores, because she was like, okay, he's been giving, and I have to give something back. And so to create that balance back in the connection, she made the s'mores and she did something that was very thoughtful for Ace. So I peeped that. But I was also clocking that Shelly was in her ego when it came to that whole back and forth thing with him. And I understood why, because she was like, Ace has been talking about explore. Well, okay, well, I'm Dora the Explorer. I'm out here exploring, and now you want to lock things in because you don't have another option. And when I have another option, it's a problem. And then Ace, this is another thing, right? Ace wasn't looking at Huda at all. At all. Because that's the reason why he wanted to lock it down with Shelly. He was like, Shelly. And when he was like, bring back my Shelly, when she was in Casa Amor. So come on, like, people are trying to make it seem like Ace was into Huda and is this. Maybe he would hit. Men are men. You know how they are. They compartmentalize shit in their head, especially when it comes to sex, especially when it comes to getting their rocks off. But when we talk about real interest, Shelly, bring back my Shelly. And I just thought that was so cute. Can somebody put that on the shirt? Bring back my Shelly. Like, y'all need to do something with that, because that really stuck out to me. I was like, wow, he really liked that girl. He wasn't thinking about Huda, and then he still wasn't thinking about Huda when Huda decided to bring Chris back to Casa Amor. Still wasn't thinking about Huda. You know what he was thinking about? Oh, I need to step up my game. I need to step up my game. These Casa Amor boys, they're in the villa. And he was over there hyping up like all the other OGs, like, we need to step up our game. We got competition in it. Like, you know what I mean? And he still had his fixation in his eyes on Shelly. So this woman, she is delusional when it comes to Ace. Like, it's kind of interesting how she can't tell when a man doesn't really like her like that. And then the way she's delusional about Ace is the same way Chris was delusional about Huda. They mirror each other real bad.
And fully do shit in there. Like, yeah, we had sex, but it wasn't like full on boo boo. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
What was that noise you just made?
Boo boo. Like, there's not full like boom chicka boom, the bow chicka bow bow. Like, it wasn't like full,
But you were like you were intimate pretty early.
Yeah, we were.
How do you think that complicated things, if it did?
I think that you should definitely, from learning from my mistakes, like, especially coming out of this, don't do that. That's all I will say. Like, don't do it. Like, that is a no-no. I think that a lot of times when guys end up getting what they want, it changes their character. And
you felt that way?
Mm-hmm. I did. I don't think I spoke on it, but there's things that I felt a lot in the villa that I never spoke on, but I clocked.
Why?
Because I didn't really have much people to talk to about it. That's why a lot of time, like with psych and stuff, like I would ask for her so I could talk about it.
What did you feel about post being intimate with him? What was the shift?
Like, when I would ask him to do like nice things for me, because like a lot of the guys in the villa were doing really cute, thoughtful things for their girls and couples, and they weren't even on the level of like intimacy as we were or anything, and like they weren't saying the things that we were saying to each other. That's why the love bombing, like, hey, you got what you wanted.
Girl, you gave it to him for free. Like, this is where things get weird for me. We literally watch you just give this man everything up front for free. So of course he's probably like, oh, I probably don't have to do this or I don't do that, because you didn't require it. So if you don't require something of someone, how are they supposed to know to just do it? Because y'all slept together? That don't mean nothing. That's why you have to establish these things by getting to know someone. But you didn't even give the man the opportunity to get to know you before you expected certain things out of him. You slept with him, and then you automatically wanted him to read your mind about what your standards and expectations would be. So you seeing all of these other girls that are taking their time, they're creating a connection, trying to get to know the next person. So yeah, like the men are going out of their way to do this and to do that. But you didn't require that of Jeremiah. So how is he supposed to know that? Just because y'all slept together? But you didn't require it of him though. So no, I think she expected like for some type of switch to, like she's talking about there was a switch that happened after he slept with her. And I think it was how she started to act after. Because let's not forget, she crashed out after they slept together, not before. So was it that he really switched up on you after the fact because he got what he wanted? Or was it because you started acting like really unhinged? We'll never know. But again, we'll never know because you didn't really lay a healthy foundation for yourself and him with your standards and your boundaries and your deal breakers. You just slept with them. So is it really all of Jeremiah's fault? And did he really love bomb you? If anything, I feel like they love bomb each other at best. But she was saying, I love you and all of this stuff. And I was just like, you just met this man. You only known him for like a week or two. Crazy.
And yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like there was that, and I would ask of things, and like people are always like, Huda, I saw people saying like, oh, she's so needy, she's so this, she's so that. What does mine say? I'm not your cup of tea, don't drink it. Like the fuck?
But I think it's interesting to hear you with, especially with love bombing, which we'll eventually get to. But you're talking.
There go that toxic sisterhood. There go that enabling that Amaya be doing. It popped in there. No, sis. Not it don't hit the same. I'm sorry. Amaya saying it hits. You saying it is just very, very, it's just like tone deaf.
About the phase where you're being lifted up like you're this princess and you're the world and you're his girl and you're all these things, and then you basically get physical and you feel discarded, and it's kind of like I got what I needed. And now I think it's important, I'm not saying everything that you went on to do was correct, but I do think it's good that we're kind of just like walking through slowly, because any woman listening, I hope you haven't experienced it, but I have, so I can sit across from you and say I've been there, where there is this horrible feeling when you realize, oh my God, did he love the chase? And then I gave in and I had sex with him, and now it's not as enticing to him. It's not as interesting. And so you being like, can you just do little cute things for me? You're really just trying to see like,
I was like, damn, it's only physical. Like I was like, fuck. Yeah, you're making me breakfast in the morning. But like sometimes it's more than just breakfast in the morning. And then people are like, oh.
I just got to ask the chat. Do you think it was only physical with Jeremiah? I didn't get that from him. Like, I didn't get that from him. Because he really had placed her on a pedestal because of his preference, and she met that. She just didn't play her cards right. She should have made him work. Like honestly, she should have put him to work. Okay, I'm your preference. You're attracted to me. You're physically attracted to me. Okay, cool. But show me, But she didn't do that. She just slept with him. She slept with him way too fast, way too fast. But I think Jeremiah was in it for the long haul. And a lot of these men really, to me, are showing me that they really were in it for the long haul, which is very shocking to me, because most men, I just feel like after a while, they're just not going to put up with that. But when you are physically attracted, when a man is really physically attracted to you, I guess he is willing to put up with a little conflict with you. But it just got to a point where she pushed him away, and she called him a bitch ass nigga. Or I'm sorry, she didn't call him the N word, but what did she say? Bitch ass some pussy. That's what she's bitch ass pussy or something like that. And so it's just like the more she just became unhinged after sleeping with Jeremiah, like she just literally pushed him away. So she's saying, oh, he switched up, but girl, you literally pushed him away. So what was he supposed to do? And I was looking for him to there to be a switch, especially after she disclosed that she has a child, but he still wanted to be with her even after that. So she ruined that herself, honestly. Her perception of things are interesting.
Oh, you're not doing something for him. I'm not giving wifey shit to men who don't fucking deserve it.
Can you explain pancake date to me?
Bitch. Oh.
What did she just...
Yeah, you're making me breakfast in the morning. But like sometimes it's more than just breakfast in the morning. And then people are like, oh, you're not doing something for him. I'm not giving wifey shit to men who don't fucking deserve it.
She make my head hurt. She made my head hurt. Girl, you gave him the nookie. You gave him the nookie. You know, men are like children. You give them the nookie, you give that child candy before they eat their dinner, they're not gonna eat their dinner. So you gotta give them the dinner first. Then, if they're good, then you give them some candy or some dessert. But you don't give you don't give the candy or you give the dessert to the child first. And then be like, "Oh yeah, I expect for you to eat your dinner." They're not going to do that. Can y'all tell I've been taking care of my niece since I've been here? You better not give them kids that candy before they eat their dinner. Okay? No snacks, no fruit snacks, none of that. None of that. None of that. None of that. They have to eat their dinner first, and then they can have some type of snack afterwards, but not before dinner. So, girl, absolutely not. Like, that was just, she makes no sense.
Can you explain Pancake Gate to me?
Bitch. Oh, can I explain this to you though before I do that?
Yes.
So there was times where like I would express to him what I wanted from him, and like I would be like, "Hey, can you do this for me?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do it," and they would never do it, and it drove me crazy because it was like every single day I'd be like, "Hey, like and it's a lot for me to come up to someone and be like, "Hey, this is what I want," because I always get scared I'm gonna push them away. And I would say like, "Hey, and it's one of our conversations we had early on is like I have a hard time asking for things, and yes, I've done it a lot in the show, but it's because I'm getting out of my fucking comfort zone. I'm trying it from him, and like I would be like, "Hey, can you do this for me?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do it," and they would never do it, and it drove me crazy because it was like every single day I'd be like, "Hey, like and it's a lot for me to come up to someone and be like, "Hey, this is what I want," because I always get scared I'm gonna push them away.
It's very interesting that she said, "I get scared that I'm gonna push them away, so I don't really ask for what I want." I think it's the way that you ask. So she fears asking men what they want, but I really feel like it's not that you have these wants and desires. It's the way that you ask. You come across very manipulative and dominant when you ask. You talk to men as if they're your child. So I thought that was interesting that she said, "I'm afraid I'm going to push them away." But then we watched her literally push Jeremiah away. So maybe it's not you asking, it's the way you're asking, and it's your behavior that really truly pushes them away. But she's perceiving that in her mind, like her perception, very interesting, where she's taking it as, "Oh, whenever I ask for things, I push men away." It's probably because of how you ask and how you behave while asking for these things. And I believe Jeremiah would have eventually stepped up, possibly, but I'm not really sure. So let's continue.
And I would say like, "Hey, and it's one of our conversations we had early on is like I have a hard time asking for things. And yes, I've done it a lot in the show, but it's because I'm getting out of my fucking comfort zone. I'm trying to ask for things and I'm trying to be communicative and like speak about it, what I'm feeling. That's the whole point. How are you feeling? Like all the time. And so I brought things up to him and he would say he was going to do, "Oh yeah, I have this and I have this and I have this plan. I'm going to do this and this for you." I'm like, "Okay, yay." I'm sitting there waiting like for the day. Nothing. I'm like, that would drive any girl crazy.
Without a doubt. My question though back to you is, do you think that you reciprocate the same standards that you hold your partners to?
When I'm with somebody like and they are showing me days on end that they
Quick answer, no.
Truly give a fuck about me, getting to know me, about showing me that they like me more than just words but through actions, then I'm the type of person like, girl, with my ex, he switched his career every 2 seconds. Every single time he'd be like, "Oh, I want to decorate shoes." I said, "Okay, cool." Bought him everything for it. "Oh, I want to go run track." I was at the field with him. "Oh, I want to do this." I would do XYZ with him. Like, I'm such a supportive partner. I love uplifting and motivating whoever I'm with. That is my big thing. I think that you can do anything you want and you set your mind to. And I feel like
you bought a man track shoes? You bought your ex track shoes? Ladies, you never buy a man shoes. He will walk right out of your life. You literally gave him the shoes to do it. But she didn't just buy him shoes. She bought track shoes. That's crazy. Everything she's listing off is just very dominant, like masculine. Like she doesn't know how to receive at all. She doesn't know how to ask. She doesn't know how to receive. It's wow. It's like a cluster of just things that she needs to really self-reflect on, because she's just imbalanced. Like, this is a wounded feminine woman. This is a wounded feminine woman that is so out of her element, and she has these desires, and everything just keeps running from her because she's a wounded feminine, and everything is going to keep running from her because she's a wounded feminine. When you're in your feminine energy and it's healed to a certain level, because healing is forever. It's how you grow, it's how you evolve, right? It's how you ascend. But it's like she's just in this space where she's wounded, and so everything just keeps running from her. But if she were to heal, she would flip that energy, and then things would just naturally come to her and be attracted to her. And we witnessed that with Shelly. We witnessed that with Olandria. And these girls, you know, they have their trauma and things like that, but I feel like they have healed enough, not healed everything, but healed enough, because even Olandria said that she was single for 5 years. It has healed enough to where they are not wounded. They still have their scars though, right? That means they have the triggers and things like that, but they're not wounded to the point where they don't know how to attract things into their life. And that's what she's struggling with. That's what she's really, really struggling with. So ladies, if you feel like you are a wounded feminine and you want to flip this energy and it works, where are my light keepers at? If you have been subscribed to my Patreon, please let the girls know how they can truly flip this energy to the point where you are receiving, and you are receiving abundantly, and you're receiving at a level that you didn't think was possible. So the girls will come on, and if you are a mentee of mine or if you're a Patreon member, please start sharing how you really doing the work has really flipped this energy, because I can relate to that. I can relate to being in this wounded feminine energy, and everything that I want is just like running for me. It's like staying clear of me. And then once I really started to do the work and heal to a certain level, then things were just attracted to me. Like things would just literally fall in my lap. And it's just been a beautiful experience. And I get princess treatment. It's really nice. And this is the thing. Huda, you don't have to ask. You don't have to ask. They just do. They feel the need to step up and do, like Nick does, like Ace does. They feel the urgency, like, oh, I gotta step up, I gotta step it up. Not, you need to do this and you need to do that. And if you feel like you gotta ask, you need to do some more work on yourself. Okay. Flip that energy around. And I'm telling you, it's gonna get to a point where you've done so much work on yourself, you don't gotta ask. Like people just feel the need to do for you. They're like, oh, let me take care of this. Let me help you with this. Well, let me do this. Let me do that. You don't have to ask. You don't have to force. You don't have to control. You don't have to manipulate. You don't have to do any of that.
I feel like every man needs that. They need a woman who's their cheerleader. And that's who I am in a relationship. Like that's what I do. I love taking care of somebody. I'm a mom. Like I love taking care of somebody, making someone feel okay. I like when I have, like, am I actually like with somebody? I love cooking for them. I love cleaning, doing their laundry, massages. I love doing all of those things for my partner. And in past relationships, I'm 100% that girl, and I do that.
What do you think was the actual first crack in you and Jeremiah's relationship?
Oh my God, I'd have to like deep dive. Can you remind me of like key points that would happen?
I mean, I definitely think after you guys were intimate, I felt you understandably being needier, like wanting more validation external from physical. And it almost felt like that like pursuer regressor situation where you were going to him being like, can you do this? Can you do this?
He would run away.
And he would run away. And then it was almost...
And I felt that in person. And it just makes you want to run more to them. Like you want to be like, hey, like, can I do this? Can I do that? Like, am I like, are you mad at me? Or like, and I'm always that person like, are you mad at me? Did I do something wrong? You know, one of the big talks me and him had before we even started anything was, we're going to communicate. We have to communicate. We're going to tell each other everything. And he told me I could tell him everything. So I did.
And listen, another thing about this too is, ladies, once you understand the art of detachment, because she slept with him and then she became like super attached, and all that did was push him away. Once you actually practice the art of detachment, men are not going to leave you alone. Like you don't have to fight. You don't have to do anything. It's almost like one thing that I noticed is like when you really don't care, you're detached, and you may even come across like slightly uninterested, right? It's like men will literally hunt you down to find you or to talk to you. I've had it happen on several occasions. But if you are just so desperate to this idea of love in relationships, then you're going to always be in this position where you're so attached to the idea that it just it's not attracted to you because you're attached to this idea. You're not being completely open to where it's just it's coming in naturally. You have to detach. And a lot of women don't know how to do that, especially after they have sex, which is why I will always tell you to hold off on sex, because you have to practice detachment. That's how you reel them in. It's like fishing, all right? It's how you bait them. This is how you reel them in. You literally detach. A man needs to be attached to you, but you don't need to be attached to that man. Once you become attached to that man, that's when all hell breaks loose. That's when it goes downhill. But if you practice detachment, you baiting him, literally, and then he's hooked on you, and that's how you want it to be. And that's why you see the dynamics that are just completely different in the villa, like with even Iris, or not necessarily Iris. I would say more so Hannah and Pepe. Like, he was really hooked onto her in this weird way, still hooked on her after the fact, which was why Huda was being messy when Grayson was in the villa. But it's like, that's how you reel them in. You're not gonna reel in a man being anxiously attached or just eager to attach yourself. So you have to be detached. It's like putting bait on your rod to fish, and that's how you really need to look at it.
Anytime I was feeling something, I would tell him. And everyone has expectations for their partner, like what they want. And I think at the time, like, I was thinking about like what could be, and I wasn't thinking about like the reality of it, and like seeing it for how it was. And at that point, it was like too late for me to even explore others, because everyone had their mind made up about me. They're like, oh yeah, she's so locked in, and she's this and she's that. And it's like, great. So like now I really don't have an option if I wanted to. So I'm forced to make this work.
At one point in the season, Jeremiah told Iris, even though that you guys were going through this.
Girl, it was the way she was acting. It was like, she had set so many harsh boundaries, like so many stern boundaries, that people were just like, okay, like, I'm gonna leave you and Jeremiah alone. Like, people were literally walking on eggshells around their connection. Like, even in the challenges, the girls were walking around on eggshells. So it's like, what is that signaling to people? Oh, okay, they're really locked in. Let me like not get in the middle of any of that. So that's crazy.
Rough patch, he was still focused on you. You were his girl. He was validating your relationship, but you were upset that he had confided in Iris. Why was that something that made you uncomfortable?
I don't like when people talk about like our business. Personally, maybe I've done it in the past. I'm hypocritical, but like I don't like it. And then I've learned from my mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Like, am I gonna do that? No. Like, everyone fucks up.
And it's so crazy that she's saying this with only knowing this man for 2 weeks. She was in a relationship with a man that she's only known for 2 weeks. But I also agree that if you have an issue with said person, then go talk to that person. But it's crazy for me to say that at the same time, because it's hard to talk to Huda. And so sometimes people just need an outlet where they can just kind of vent and let out and really freely express themselves. And men are not able to do that with her. So we saw Chris go to Brian, and we saw Jeremiah go to Iris. And because she saw Iris as competition, she didn't like that. So if Jeremiah would have went to one of the guys, but at that time, the guys he wasn't really feeling the guys, because he felt like he was under attack by them, when really they were just looking out. They were seeing his blind spots, particularly Ace. And it got to a point where he ran to Iris instead. So I can see where she's coming from. But at the same time, she has to be realistic about how she comes off to people. Like, people don't feel comfortable talking to her.
But yeah, no, I just didn't want him to tell that to someone I don't know.
So I get that, you being upset. And I think what people got frustrated with you during the season, Huda, was like, a lot of times your feelings were valid. That's so valid for you to be like, why are you telling another woman about our issues that like Facts. She likes you and you guys have kissed and like, what? This is messy. Please don't talk about our shit. And I'm sorry, but
when he's walking in, she's like, and stuff, like freaking the fuck out about it. I'm like.
And then considering her past relationship trauma, like I bet that was very triggering for her, because basically her baby daddy did the same thing. So you over here kissing this girl and you laid up with her telling her our problems. And why do men do that? I don't get, why do men do that?
You're giving me the ick, brother. Like, get the fuck out of my face.
But see, okay, Huda, what I'm saying is your feeling is valid.
Yeah.
But your reaction a lot of the time, you took it too far, right, to the point then where you were basically losing your credibility.
Remember when I told you that there's a lot of things that play into how you react emotionally in there?
Yes.
Is that right? No, it's not right. And it's my first time in an environment like that. Never in my life have I been in an environment like that. Usually I can just have that conversation when I want to, or feel the feelings like privately, or do, you know what I'm saying? And in terms of like crash outs, for example, bitch, we all fucking crash out. Like everybody crashes the fuck out. And in all honesty, if someone says, oh, you're doing too much, I know damn well your ass fucking crashed out.
That's her following. We could call them the Huda rats or the crash outs, but that's her following. Crashing out after the age of 18 is crazy. You trying to ruin your life? You trying to ruin your future? You don't crash out after the age of 18. You don't. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You know where you're going? Jail. You getting locked up. Okay? Better have bail money, because that's where you're going. And I can relate to the whole crash out thing, but at the same time, I'm never going to sit up here and try to normalize it. Crashing out is not the thing to do. It's not. When I crashed out, I was in front of a judge, and I had to do, what was it, 100 and some hours of not 100 and some hours of community service, and I had to do 100 and some hours of anger management, court ordered. 19 years old. And that's when I was like, damn, I'm a fucking adult. I'm in a situation that my parents cannot get me out of because of the law. The law. So be careful about, the normalizing crash outs. Crash outs are not normal. Your ass will go to jail. You could lose custody of your kids. There are so many consequences that come with crashing out. And this generation trying to normalize it does not make any sense to me. So, and then I think people expect for Huda to be a little more mature because you do have a daughter to think about. Why, as a mother, you should think about your kids before you crash out, because now you're taking away from them. You're literally taking away from your child at that point, because you can't show up for them if you're now being taken away by the law because you crashed out over a guy that you met two weeks ago. That's crazy. That's insane.
In your room alone in 2018 over fucking Jacoby. Like what the fuck? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Mine was just fucking caught on national television. Do I think I could handle that a lot better? Yeah. And that's what taking accountability and learning from your mistakes is.
Can you talk to me about this communication breakdown? It seems like you and Jeremiah got to this point where you guys were always arguing. You could.
Chelsea, did you not hear what I just said? And it's not that people are judging her for the crash out. It's how she's trying to normalize it. Crashing out is not normal. There are real consequences behind crashing out. And I've seen TikToks. There was a whole trend about crash out stories. That's not normal. At all. At all. At all. At all. At all. It's not normal. So it's not healthy. The whole point of me reviewing her behavior is so that women can learn from it. It's called discernment, not judgment. That's how you're perceiving it. So
could not get it right. Like, we hit this one point in the season where it was like, holy fucking shit, they actually can't have one civilized conversation. When you would talk about things, why do you think the communication was breaking down so heavily?
So I think that at a point I was scared that things weren't going to work. And I like at one point I knew that I had no other options in there, first of all. And that, I mean, it's partially my fault. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like
Chelsea, accountability is changed behavior. It's not verbal acknowledgement. It's not verbal ownership. Let's get into what accountability is, because I got time today. Y'all, it's like y'all throw around that word accountability and it really gives me the ick, because real accountability, let's get into it. Accountability is an action, and accountability isn't just a verbal exchange. And it seems like a lot of people are getting so caught up in the verbal exchange when it comes to acknowledging your wrongdoing, when it comes to correcting your behavior. And self-accountability is something that you do with yourself, because it has everything to do with your actions. It has nothing to do with us, the internet. It has nothing to do with your parents, your friends. It has everything to do with self. Okay? So saying you messed up or I take responsibility is a start. It's a start, but it's not a finish. So it's not you're not fully done with taking accountability when you literally verbally acknowledge that that is what you need to do. And whenever you do it without actions, then at that point it just becomes empty and it's just a performance. So it's just something that you're doing as a performative thing. And that's it, which is very manipulative. Okay. Accountability in action is the follow through. So it involves changing your behavior, making amends, implementing what was learned. And we haven't really heard what she actually learned from these experiences. And then owning the consequences of whatever the situation may have been. Okay. You may have to also repair harmful actions. So like if you're taking accountability through actions, you may have to actually go and really repair whatever you may have done at that point in time. Verbal honesty. So you have to be honest about the accountability as well, admitting that you were wrong. And then also, this is the most important, doing things differently going forward and being consistent in your efforts. Then, without visible lived change, accountability isn't complete. It would be considered incomplete. It's not about being perfect, it's about being committed to growth, even when it's uncomfortable. Okay, let me see what else. Then also, can if you take verbal accountability but you don't actually do anything with your actions, then verbal accountability without action can absolutely come across as manipulative. So one, you are avoiding consequences. Like you're saying, I'm sorry, or I take full responsibility just to diffuse tension or buy forgiveness without any intention to change. Then you repeated empty apologies. Like I've seen this a lot, like especially in the content creator space on social media. We get a lot of repeated empty apologies. It's getting to a point where whenever we see a person say that they're taking accountability in a video, I just scroll past it because it's like it's just so repetitive and it just gets to a point where it's just like it gets annoying. So when someone keeps messing up and the apologies promises, to do better and then repeats the same behavior, they may be weaponizing words to maintain control over or avoid discomfort. And then also, there's this thing called performative guilt. There are some people that know they're doing something wrong and then they know, and so they do this performative guilt routine where they act overly remorseful, they cry, or they make it all about how bad they feel. And then they shift the focus away from the harm they caused. This is emotional manipulation masked as accountability, which is what we're witnessing. Okay? All right. So this whole accountability, it just gets old. It gets tired. Okay, let's continue.
I didn't prevent that from happening. And and that's the thing, I made mistakes in there, and I've had to learn throughout the season that, hey, you shouldn't do that. But there was little things I built up where it was like, okay, I'm asking you like, hey, do you want to play ping pong with me? Like I really want to play ping pong. And you don't want to play with me, but you pull Iris and play with her. You never pulled me the entire season to play ping pong. It's like little things that like mean something to me. And people say, oh, you're so nitpicky, you're so this, you're so that. Okay, there's things that I like in a relationship. There's things I want in a relationship. The right man is going to do all of those things.
When the shocking recoupling happening where America split you and Jeremiah up, going into that night, like what were your feelings about your...
I don't know. I really don't know why people are making it about perfection. Accountability is not about it's not about perfection. People discerning your behavior has nothing to do with perfection. When people are discerning someone, they're discerning your character, which everyone should be doing. If you're bypassing people's character, which is linked to their behavior, then you're just a fool. Point blank, period. But discernment is what people are doing when it comes to Huda. It's discernment. It's not judgment. You're making it about judgment. Like, so I guess now we can't point out the difference between right and wrong because, oh, and no one is perfect. Oh, no one is saying anyone has to be perfect, but there is a difference between right and wrong though. And how she went around treating people in the villa was just dead ass wrong. She harmed people. She was abusive towards people. So I don't understand. Like, so I guess we could say the same thing about Diddy. Diddy wasn't perfect. R. Kelly wasn't perfect. I guess we could say that about all abusers. I guess we could say that about all people that are like just manipulative and controlling and all of this stuff. I was like, I guess we could say that about everybody. Oh, well, this is it's not about being perfect. Did we literally watch this woman abuse people? Did we watch the same thing?
Your relationship, and then how did you feel when you found out that you guys got split up?
At that point, I think I felt fine in the relationship. I can't remember vividly exactly what happened. I would have to watch it back. Like, I really don't. I just remember that I felt fine. Because I was like, oh, you know, couples argue, like we can work on things, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, I'm willing to work through this and yada, yada, yada. And then when it happened, I was like, what? I was so confused. I was like, America fucking hates me. I was having a full-blown panic attack. Full-blown panic attack off camera, like full-blown. They're sitting there with me like, okay, like calm down, like you're gonna be okay. I'm like, I failed as a mother. I fucked up. Like, I'm like, America fucking hates me. Like, my daughter's gonna come back and her mom's gonna be the worst, the most hated person in the world. And I was like, now she has to live with that. Like, I'm gonna cry again because it's like I'm reliving it. But sorry, anytime I talk about my daughter, I cry. But you know, so I was like, I failed. At that point, I was like, I failed. And it was a terrible feeling. I'm so thankful. That's why I say luck is a big thing. I'm just so thankful that I had an opportunity to redeem myself, not once, but twice. First time, did I do that to the full extent? No. Because I was convinced maybe I can make things work still. And I knew that, for example, Pepe didn't want to explore me because, you know what I mean, Jeremiah was still locked in. And with Jalen wasn't my type. And he's a sweet guy, but like he wasn't my type. And they always say, you know, explore people that aren't your type. And there I knew what my type was and that's what I wanted. But yeah, I was convinced that I could maybe make things work and fix things. I came to the point it wasn't. Then I got saved again.
But even that moment, Huda, again, all we see is you're on the chopping block. You almost go home. He recouples with Iris and you go up to the makeup room and you are hysterical. You're sobbing. You're so emotional.
So you want to know why? I don't know if they didn't show this part. But this is a big, big, big part. And this is the literal reason why I was sobbing so much up there. I'm there for Jeremiah 24/7. Always checking on him. When he's arguing with the boys and he's sad and whatever, I'm there for him like, hey, like it's okay. You're going to be okay. When
she doesn't realize that she became so toxic towards Jeremiah that she no longer became safe for him to be around. Like, he didn't feel safe around her to have certain conversations. And one thing I noticed is Chris and Jeremiah, they do this thing where they either avoid, like by shutting down. I felt like Chris, he was avoidant by shutting down emotionally. But then Jeremiah was avoidant by physically avoiding her. But both of the men ended up doing the same thing. They just they stood clear of her because they didn't want to deal with addressing like the issues. So they just avoided her. So let's see.
People deemed this as like the crash out era where you're no longer in a couple, things are shifting, you're kind of starting to spiral because you're losing him. Were you aware of how unhealthy things were getting between the two of you in the villa?
Yeah.
Like, you felt it?
I did.
Did it feel like it had gotten bigger than you? Like, or were you just trying to save the like what were you trying to do in that moment, you think?
Can you reiterate the moment?
Like, you
I'm so sorry.
I know, I got it. Let me just read it to you right here. I have a perfect example. The internet was extremely upset when you called Jeremiah a pussy ass bitch.
Right.
And then there's also the other side of the internet who are like, damn, if that's what you guys consider bad, you would fucking hate to see me on Love Island. Regardless of how the internet feels about it, there was a lot of name calling and all the things. Like, what pushed you over to the edge to start kind of like using a little bit more profanity?
So at that point, I just felt like he kept winning. It really upset me because like it just felt like the stars were just aligning for him and everything was fucked for me that whole time. I was on top of him about twice. This man doesn't check on me. Then he's on a date and I'm crying by myself. Like, then he comes back happy as can fucking be, enjoying his day. Still doesn't give a fuck. Like, it's just like, damn, all that shit you said to me, where is that? And I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, damn, I'm stupid as fuck for sticking around. Like, and just.
And it's crazy because as a woman, I see where she's coming from, but at the same time, like she just does not have the self awareness about how she comes across to people. Like dealing, like it's like people have to get in a mental space to deal with her because she is emotionally draining. So like dealing with her, and then not only that, it's like she has no self-awareness to the point where people don't even feel comfortable expressing how they feel when it comes to the issues that they have with her, which then just creates more friction. It's like an imbalance. It's like you're never going to see eye to eye. And so people just avoid her and stay clear of her, which I don't feel like it's the right thing to do. I don't feel like that's how you handle conflict at all. But I also understand why they avoid her, because trying to talk to her, it's just like, it's so draining. It's so draining. And then the tears and the waterworks. And it's just like people just start to avoid you after a while, because it's just like, well, I'm not going to be able to really truly express how I feel. And the conversation is just going to be about her. And then like I'm not going to be able to truly express what I'm feeling when it comes to some of the things that she's doing. And then like she also has a way of, when a person expresses why they feel the way that they feel, then she still makes it about herself. Like she has an excuse. Well, I did that because of this, and I did that because of this. And it's just like, but do you still have, do you not understand how that's affecting me negatively? And do you care about that? Because the way you're coming across is like you really don't care about how that is affecting me negatively. And you should. Because if you like me and you care about me, then you would care how that comes across and how that affects me negatively. So it's just this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it's like in connections with people, she just doesn't see it. So people just avoid her.
Giving this man my all. Like, I'm dumb for that. Because even in that moment, even after everything he did, I was still checking on this man. Like, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have never done that. And, you know, like people are saying, oh, like it's so bad that you called him a pussy ass bitch. Be so for real. You know how many people called a man a pussy ass bitch?
Me.
Right.
My ex-boyfriend, if you're watching.
My
bitch. He is a fucking pussy ass bitch.
No, but like mine was recorded. Like, I should be like, when you're texting with your friends and your man just fucking did shit like that to you or something, you can text your friends and be like, fuck that man.
You fucking piece of shit, loser ass little bitch boy.
Yeah.
I will fucking
like,
ruin your life.
Hold on. Pause.
I don't know why women do that. I don't know why women talk shit about men that they were with at some point in time, that you slept with. It will never make sense to me. Okay. Let's continue. Let's go to, she has this little commercial.
Sheer sunscreen you can't feel. Shop now at Target. There's obviously a lot of focus on you and like, but obviously there were two people in this dynamic. Do you think Jeremiah has taken any accountability for what he caused within this relationship?
Not that I've seen. I haven't seen really much. Every time someone says something, I feel like he's always just like, anytime, like I saw that interview with Kai Cenat, Kai was saying that I was crazy or something, and then Jeremiah's really like, like.
And I can agree with that, because the men called him out on that too. Like people were saying, oh, Ace, he's just this horrible person. He's just this horrible person. But like Ace called out Jeremiah when he was with Huda and then moved fast with Andreina. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, when it comes to Jeremiah, no, he did not take accountability for how he was, because it takes two to tango when it comes to a toxic relationship. He did not take any accountability, because he didn't change his actions after that. Like, it's like you would think, all right, if that was my first experience with this woman over here, why would I go and go do the same thing again? So no, I don't believe Jeremiah took any accountability for how he was moving with Huda when they were connected. I don't believe that at all.
Do I think anyone should be getting hate? No. I'm going to say it like it is and say exactly what happened and be honest. What another individual does is beyond me. But I'm not going to sit here and laugh and be like, if someone's hating on him, I'm going to be like, ha. Like, I'm not doing that.
Do you think you're being held to the same standard as Jeremiah in the accountability around the toxicity of this relationship?
What I will say is he got out of the villa before I did. He had a chance to write his own name before I did. He got a pretty face. Like, he's sitting here and he's just like, I'm so charming. And I'm like, and it's just like, okay, cool. You are painting your own narrative. That's fine.
Jeremiah is charming. I didn't get that.
You're saying whatever you want to say. That's fine. But I'm gonna say how it really fucking is. I'm gonna say exactly what the fuck happened and exactly what I was feeling, because as of until today, no one truly knows what the fuck I was feeling, and no one knows what was going on. There's not everything was shown.
Let's close the chapter on Jeremiah. Give me your synopsis. What the fuck happened? What do you think it was now that you look back?
I think that personally, from what I was feeling, now I won't know, but from what I was feeling, I felt like everything was great, got intimate, things started changing a little bit, told him I was a mom, things started changing a lot of bit, like a lot of things kind of like people were getting in his ear.
I haven't seen any of his I haven't seen any of his interviews, but Nicole's is the same thing. So he verbally acknowledged that he had fault, but again, real accountability is going to show based off of how he shows up in relationships moving forward. But okay, so he verbally acknowledged that it wasn't just all Huda, and we all witnessed that. Like we all witnessed that when it comes to Jeremiah, even when it comes to Chris, that it's not just all Huda. So which is why I don't understand why people are wanting to fight and tussle with me in the chat box. Like, it's like I'm literally pointing out the wrong behaviors. Like, that's it. Y'all are making it personal. You're personalizing it. You're making it about who this woman is. You're making it about how she has a child. You're making it about all of these past things. And it's just like, again, your past should not define your future, especially when your past is toxic and is traumatizing. So at some point you have to step out of victimhood and actually be accountable for yourself as an adult. Even if it's you getting help, it's you getting information or you getting resources, you have to do what's necessary for yourself. Instead of using what has happened to you in the past to kind of hold you back, or worse, keep you from the things that you want and desire out of life. It's very clear that this woman wants love. It's very clear that she wants the traditional life. It's very clear that she wants this, I guess you could say, this white picket fence, but it's just like, if she can't even acknowledge her wrongdoings currently and how her wrongdoings may be because of her past, and just acknowledging that and then just growing past that, then how is she going to get to the things that she really wants in life? That's what it's really about. And then the only reason why I'm talking about this is because there are a lot of women like Huda out here that are struggling. They're wondering why life is not going the way that I want it to go. Why I can't have, or I'm struggling making friends, or I'm struggling when it comes to dating and having healthy connections with men. But it's like, if we can't even freely, openly talk about this, y'all talk about women's empowerment and all of this bullshit. But then when a woman is using her platform to empower women by being accountable so that you can get the things that you want out of life, y'all offended. You're triggered. You're mad. You're upset. Oh, this is not about perfection. It's not. But if I was to sit up here and go in on a man, you'd be like, yes, sis. Yes, sis. Yes, say that, girl. But it's like, when the conversation is not centering men, it's centering ourselves to correct our own ways and our own behaviors so that we can get the things that we deserve out of life. It's offensive. It's mean. You're speaking down on the next woman. Really? I haven't spoken about anything when it comes to her beauty or anything like that. I've literally focused on her behavior. I've given her compliments when it comes to her appearance and everything like that. At times when I showed grace, I complimented her. And if you've watched my reviews, you would know that. So it hasn't been all just criticism. I've even said, like, from a business standpoint, what she could do with her following, her fan base. But it's like, people only want to fixate on the negative. That's it. That's it. That's it. You here for the tea. You're here for the drama. And that's it. You don't want to hear anything else that I have to say. So it is what it is.
Things were changing even more. A lot of those things happened. I was getting more needy because I was scared that he was feeling indifferent. He has every right to feel indifferent. Even if he felt indifferent about me, that's fine. But like, talk to me about it. And you're telling me every second that we're fine, you're good, you're fine, we're good, we're good. And then your actions are showing otherwise. It's like, okay, I'm going to be upset about that. I'm not going to be like, that's fine. Like, especially if we're supposed to be working on our relationship.
Do you think you were love bombed?
Yeah. Plain simple. I think I was. In all complete honesty. I know that he feels indifferent. I don't think he fully understands the capacity of love bombing. He thinks that love bombing is just gifts and shit. I'm pretty sure. I think that's what I heard. I'm just like, that's not it. I
don't feel that she was love bombed. I don't. I'm sorry. I feel like she pushed this man away. They were both moving too fast, and then it got to a point where her insecurities started to eat at her from the inside out, and she literally destroyed the connection from the inside out. She blames the Islanders and things like that, but it's like, okay, like you're outside of the villa, you could blame a friendship group, you could blame your family why your connection was destroyed. But really, it's like it has to start from the inside to really destroy. And there's always going to be stuff happening on the outside. So I've kind of felt like that was unfair. How people keep blaming the Islanders for why her connection with Jeremiah didn't work out, when we literally watched this woman destroy her connection from the inside out because of her insecurities. And she was coming up with these negative thoughts in her mind about what Jeremiah was saying and what he was doing. And partially, Jeremiah is responsible for that because he wasn't being upfront and honest with her. There were conversations where he could have tried to vocalize himself, and at times I felt like he tried to do that, but it just wasn't a healthy connection at all. I don't think they were as compatible as they thought. I think there was the physical attraction and everything like that. The compatibility was there with the physical attraction, but emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, I just don't feel it was there. And they found out after the fact because they just couldn't even communicate with each other. It had gotten so toxic by that point.
It's not all of it. Looking at me all the time and being like, I'm just kidding. And mind you, at the beginning of the season, take it from me. Around all my friends, I'm around my daughter 24/7. I'm always saying, okay, love you, bye, love you, bye. Because I say I love you to everybody. Life's too short. You know, life is too short to not say I love you. And I forgot, like I hadn't been dating like that at all. Like it had been since like October or something. Like I literally was not in the dating world at all. I'm so used to saying, okay, I love you, bye, love you, bye. Even when any of like the people and staff and whatever were like doing things with me beforehand, like in the hotel and whatever, like people, I would always say, okay, love you, bye, love you, bye. That's the type of person I am. I'm a very lovey-dovey person. And I had to catch myself a few times because I kept saying, okay, love you, bye, like to Jeremiah.
I remember that moment. There was like one moment where we saw you say like, love you, bye. And you're like, oh, wait, no.
Yeah, I think I did it a couple times. Like I was, and I had to train myself like, oh, don't do that. Because I didn't mean to. It was not intentional. But he would look at me and be like, just kidding, I like you. Like he would do that to me a lot. I don't know if any of that was shown, but he would do it so much, especially in bed. Like he would do that
Yeah, we never saw that in bed.
all the time. All the time. How could you not fall for somebody? How could you not feel like, do you know what I'm saying? And it's like, when he's saying love bombing is gifts and whatever, from what I was hearing on social media, I don't know if he said more, but that's what I heard. And yeah, it's just like, and I seen him doing those things, just like, okay, love bombing is not just gifts and shit. It's a lot more to it than that. Being super physical with me all the time, lovey-dovey really fast, right away kissing a girl on the cheek, like those things, like it's just like, okay.
How did you feel when he got kicked off the island?
I cried. I hate seeing people upset. I hate it. I'm a big empath. Like my friend's crying over something, I'm usually crying with her. Like a lot of times, especially if I relate. And you know, like I have serious concern for a lot of people's feelings. And when he got dumped on the island, I was like, damn, like this is not what I wanted. It's like I'm sitting here, I'm like, fuck yeah, I got dumped off the island. Like I'm sitting here, I'm like, damn. Even though he was doing exactly what he was doing to me, to Andreina, like he did the exact, like literally verbatim, like the exact same fucking thing, like every single thing, down to the chill days, the whole little from across the room, Me and Taylor clocking this shit from across, we're just looking at each other like,
is this really fucking happening again?
Exactly to the, it's like he reads a textbook.
Was that hard for you to watch?
Yes. Oh my God. I had to sit there and I'm just looking at them doing it from afar and I'm like, and that's when I started getting the ick. I was like, what is wrong with you? I'm like you're sitting here and you're just like from across the room with the same exact things he would do with me. And it's just like, okay, now I get it. He is a love bomber, but I made sure not to speak to them about each other. I never did. I wanted them to have their own ideas of each other and create their own.
Okay, so I think we can close the Jeremiah chapter.
Yeah, that man does not deserve to have his name in my mouth.
We're done.
Amen.
Let's talk about Casa Amor, bitch.
Again, she's saying there's a lot of things that we didn't see, but she never actually talks about what these conversations were. Because everything that she's saying, we saw. She's not going into detail about what was talked about, what was really said. Like, I don't hear any future planning about what things were going to look like outside of the villa. What was going on and where they were together in the connection. They didn't really say. She just keeps saying we had conversations or we did this. There was just a lot of things that weren't seen. But it's like, what were those things? What were those things? She never cleared that up. And that's the whole reason for the interview. But it's like, again, if you didn't watch the show and you just booked this interview, then it's kind of, how can she clear certain things up if she didn't watch the show?
Casa Amor.
Tonight.
Oh my God, he was saying my name, Huda. He was saying it all the time. Huda and Chris. I'm like, okay.
You're like, say it again.
That's my name.
Okay, going into Casa, did it feel like a fresh start? Like, what were you looking forward to?
I was hype as fuck. The whole time I was sitting in the freaking villa, I was like, damn, when is my man gonna come in here? Like, when is this gonna fucking happen? I'm sitting here having me time 24/7. Like, I know TJ don't want my ass. Like, bitch, I knew exactly what we wanted. Like, I'm doing my best here. I'm like trying my best. Thank you for the practice.
You took it like a champ.
Yeah, I was like, options are coming. I'm fine. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not your cup of tea. That's fine. Like, it's okay.
So were you nervous at all? Because I know the Casa Boys maybe got to see like a couple clips or whatever the amount was that they got to watch of the actual season.
Mm-hmm.
Were you nervous of how they were going to perceive you because of your situation with Jeremiah?
Hell yeah. I was sitting here.
Listen, if we're speaking on narcissism, narcissists are very intuitive. They're just dark empaths. That's it. Very, 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 very intuitive. And if you ever go through like your villain era and you go so dark as an empath, you can easily manipulate people. I tell y'all that all the time. I could come on here and manipulate people all damn day. I could create a cult. It's not hard, because especially once you start to study people and you start to study people's patterns and behaviors and things like that, people actually become very predictable. They become very predictable. And then if you're a light empath and you're dealing with a dark empath, they're picking up on how predictable you are, and then they use it against you. That's just what they do. They just use it against you. They use it. And I can tell you, one of the easiest ways to build a cult on social media is to trauma bond. It's not hard. I've seen it done. I don't know by how many different content creators. If you want to build a cult on social media, just trauma bond with your audience. That's it. People love a sob story. People love when you are relatable to trauma and pain. That's what they love. That's what they connect to, because a lot of people's identities are wrapped up in trauma and pain. So if you come on social media and you have a traumatic story, you have a very painful story, whatever the case may be, then you can build a cult with that.
I was just like, okay, great. So they're all gonna think I'm crazy. Fabulous. I'm walking in and I'm just like, and I'm even like, I'm thinking in my brain, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna sit here going into this happy as fuck, and I know that these guys watch everything. Is this gonna fuck up like, I'm like, damn it, the beginning, the guys are being buddy, can't explore. I fucked up my thing in the beginning by being too close off, can't explore. This dude doesn't want me, can't explore him. Going into Casa Amor, thinks I'm a crash out. Great. Girl.
So she feels like she messed up things because of the beginning. So why is it that people get upset with the other islanders that are talking about how she messed up things? Like, if she's saying it, then it must be true. Everybody is saying it, that she literally messed it up because of her earlier decisions in the villa. And so now people are just staying clear of her. If she would have explored her options, I don't think she would have been in this position. She put herself in this position because of her choices and decisions.
You can only go up from there.
Yeah.
That's a positive way to look
And I
at
think
it.
it's a
And it's crazy because people are trying to help her with that, but she wasn't listening.
surprise a lot of the Casa Boys. Like,
Yeah.
I really did. The number one thing they all kept telling me was like, Huda, you're cool as fuck. They're like, you're actually really fucking cool. I'm like, what are they doing? Like, what, like, why do y'all all think I'm like terrible?
Going into Casa, I mean, people talked about how they really respected you because you tried to literally explore with everyone. And I think a lot of people respected that.
I'm saying God.
You connect with Chris, but so did Shelly.
Mm-hmm.
What was your understanding of how she felt about him?
So from the beginning, when I first saw him and we were sitting next to each other at the fireplace, at the fire pit, I was always making side jokes. I don't know if any of these are showing on camera, but like I was always making little side jokes. He would laugh at everything I said. And humor is so big to me in relationships. Like, as I'm goofy as fuck and I need a goofy person. I was a fucking theater kid. Like, I'm very goofy, very weird. Like, we love that. So I'm sitting there making like little jokes, and I have a lot of sarcasm. Like, I do a lot of sarcasm. I roast the fuck out of people. I have a guy best friend and a girl best friend, like, and we're all the same way. It's like, it's just my sense of humor. Some people, they're very sensitive and they can't take that type of humor, and that's okay. Like, it's not the end of the world. I just won't make those jokes with you. That's fine. But like, you know, I'm sitting here and I'm just having these jokes and doing sarcastic comments, and he
Not sensitive Nancy over here trying to make it seem like that's crazy.
is eating the shit up, and I'm like, hell yeah, you think I'm funny? Like, fuck yeah. Because in the villa, No one gave a shit about nothing I would say. I say something, it's I'm just like, okay, great. And I'm in this Casa Amor. Oh, we love Huda. She's great. I'm like, yes, like you guys like me. I was like, thank God. Because I was so isolated. I was like, you think I'm funny? Like,
okay, so you though knew that Shelly kind of was interested?
So I knew she was interested in him.
Okay.
Obviously she picked him for the kiss. When I didn't pick him for the kiss, it literally wasn't I'm not interested in you. I literally said, and Bicha, I don't know if it was shown, but I said Bicha.
Again, it's the lack of self-awareness. Then do y'all see why it's so important for me to acknowledge her behavior? Because even she doesn't acknowledge it. Like, even if her behavior was good or bad, she just does not acknowledge how she interacts with people, how she interacts with people and her behavior and how it affects other people negatively. Like, she just does not understand that. So she meets a new group of people that don't really know her like that. They haven't really had to deal with Huda emotionally, because she can be very draining. And she just is like, oh, they really like me. They really like me. But it's like, you really drain the other islanders. And these new people are coming in. They have good energy. They've been isolated in a hotel. Hell, they just excited to be around some people. Because Chris was talking about how he had the journal and how he worked out and went to the gym and things like that when he was in Fiji and he was in a hotel for 2 weeks. So it's like, I think they're just happy to be outside talking to people. But it's like, you can't compare how you drain the other islanders' energy with Hurricane Huda. You can't compare the two. That's not even fair.
How I don't know who I want, which is true, because I want to get to know you. Learning from my mistakes. I want to get to know them. That's what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, of course I don't know who I want. JD picked me. I didn't pick JD. That was not my decision at all.
So can you clarify, did you bring Chris back to the villa for you, for Shelly, or for both of you?
For both of us. I've literally said this so many times.
Explain it again, because people still don't get it.
I've said it so many times. I literally said, I'm sitting there in the dressing room with her. I have this great idea. Chris likes me. I like Chris. Chris likes you. You like Chris. I haven't found a match in here. I haven't even explored him because I'm thinking he don't want nobody else, because you're making it seem that way. But I took a chance last minute. So crazy how cards play out. So crazy. Take a fucking chance. And I go and I bring him for a chat. We have a conversation. Goes well. He likes me. I like him. Cool. Great. We're interested in getting to know each other. I can get to know somebody. Cool. First time in a minute. Great. So I was like, okay, I have this great idea. Let's do this. I'll bring Chris back. You with Ace. That way you can still explore Chris and I can explore Chris as well.
Now, a lot of you would probably ask, well, why would you do that? How does that benefit Huda? Because you know Huda ain't gonna do nothing unless it benefits her. She's not doing shit unless it 1,000% benefits her. So it has to benefit her. Because even when Shelly was saying it, because again on the show they had chopped up so much, and it's like even when they tried to talk about it, there were so many missing details about like what the agreement really was. The clip in Casa Amor where the two girls were sitting down talking is literally 20 seconds long. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that, because I went back to see, especially when people were trying to villainize Shelly and try to make it seem like she was just this angry, mad, mean girl black woman. So I just wanted to go see like what was the conversation like. And literally the conversation that they showed on the show was 20 seconds. So I've been saying throughout my entire reviews that the producers, the editors play a major part in the narration of what we're seeing. So I wanted to see if she would clear things up, especially when it comes to this, because this was huge when it came to Love Island. We were all trying to figure out what the hell is going on, because a 20-second sit down was not real to me. A 10, 15-minute conversation with Shelly about her plans with Chris and everything like that, to me, that made more sense. 20 seconds is just so crazy. So I didn't feel like it was realistic anyway. So I haven't watched this far. This is when I took a break. So we're about to see what she has to say, because I wanted to know. I'm like, what was going on? And you can still explore. It's like it's a happy. I'm sitting here being like, we're gonna be great. Like this is great. Like we're happy as fuck.
That all made sense to me. So then, like,
and I don't want to be territorial anymore. That's the other thing. Like I'm trying to completely change. Like I'm trying to be a better person, not just like as myself, but in relationships. I'm trying to be better.
So what the fuck do you think got lost in translation between you and Shelly?
Beats me. Like, I'm sitting here, and this is the thing, like, I felt like everyone kept talking about me and no one was talking to me. No one was asking me, so what is it, XYZ 1, 2, 3? Like, what did you say specifically? What this and this and this? And I think there's like little relationships in there that are a lot stronger than me and other ones. And no one gave a fuck about my opinion. I would try to talk about things in a lot of scenarios where there's a lot of situations where I would be like, hey, can I talk to this about you? Or do you think this? And people would dismiss me multiple times in the villa. I felt like I had no one. Like I wanted to talk about things with people and no one would give a fuck.
Have y'all been on TikTok? Have y'all seen people edit this part of the live stream where she was like, no one gave a fuck. I had no one to talk to. And she was literally talking to everybody. At first, she was talking to Shelly. And one thing I noticed, Huda has this pattern of she's close and then she competes and then there's a separation. So like she got close to Hannah, then it turned into a competition because of Pepe, and then there was a separation. Then Shelly, close, and then it turned into competition, and then there was a separation. She has a continuation of that. Like she has a major pattern of that with people. Like she'll get close to you, and then like she'll see something that she wants because she compares herself a lot to what others have, and then like once she fixates on that, then like there's this competition and then there's this separation. She continuously does it, which is why I said Amaya is in danger. Like Amaya is like, she's very sweet, she's very understanding, and I feel like she means well. Okay, even though when you mean well, your actions can still be harmful to others, because even though you mean well, it can still impact the next person in a harmful way. So I that's why I'm saying like Amaya to me needs to get away from her, because she has a consistent pattern of that. I think so far though, for right now, there's nothing that Huda wants from Amaya. So she's like playing this role in her life, like as this like support. That's my sister, that's my bestie, and everything like that. Things will be good, but if it ever got to a point where Huda starts to compare herself to Amaya, and there's something that Amaya has that she wants, it will turn into a competition, and then there will be a separation. It's just a consistent pattern with her, which makes me wonder, when she talks about being bullied in school and things like that, the way she explained it is like, especially when it comes to singing, when it comes to dance, and when it comes to modeling and all of these things, how she distorts stories and details and things like that. It makes me wonder if that was the case even then, because we see how it's the case now. But was this a developing issue in her childhood as well? Because the way she talked about bullying and things, it's like, yeah, they were calling me this and they were calling me that. And they were doing this and they were doing that. But like Huda has a really bad habit of comparing and then competing and then like separating from people, because people feel betrayed by her. People feel backstabbed by her. Even when it comes to Chris, it's the same thing. They were together, and then outside of the villa, there's this competition. And so she speaks negatively about him now. And so Chris eventually separated himself as well. So she has a pattern of this. Is consistent.
And I think that a lot of people are just talking to Shelly, and there was things that were said that weren't said. And it's just like, you're dragging shit and you're making things seem otherwise. And that fucks me up. Now everyone is ganging up on my ass. And all you could have done is had a conversation with me.
Okay. There were so many conversations about like who's being a girl's girl. Can you, from your perspective, explain to me, how do you balance friendship while competitively trying to pursue love?
I think that in the villa, people would always tell me, even when I was with Jeremiah, they're like, everyone's here to explore. Everyone's going to explore. You're not closed off. Everyone's going to explore. Things are, you can't take shit too seriously, blah, blah, blah. No one owns anybody. So I'm taking all of these things that people are telling me to try to learn this process and kind of like do it better. And I'm carrying that with me. And in that being said, I'm getting shitted on for it. And everyone had their opinions on us too. This is fake. They don't really like each other. Because in Casa in general, like I really kept a lot of things to myself just from me being so expressive about Jeremiah in the beginning and how that played out for me. It's like, I don't want to tell everybody everything. Like, I don't.
Okay, I have to ask,
y'all cannot convince me that this girl liked Chris. Like, at all. I don't really think she liked that man. She used him.
A little bit of a
I don't
pivot,
think she
but
liked him.
The moment with Amaya in the Standing on Business challenge, why did you not speak up for her?
I wanted to speak up in that moment. I think I was trying to, and then everyone kept talking over me. And it was a thing where, like, if I yelled, they'd be like, Huda, be quiet. Da da da. And I'm just like,
Yeah, well, that was fucking rough. Okay, you better be fucking honest with me right now.
come on.
What really happened between you and Ace in this goddamn heart rate challenge?
Oh, why is everyone thinking I went too far?
Yes.
Oh,
Listen, y'all did this the last time. Y'all, this is what's irritating me when it comes to people that have an issue with me reviewing Huda, as if I haven't done this with other people. My issue is that people are defending her behavior, and that creates havoc in the community. That creates havoc in the culture. And I saw the same thing with Krishan. I reviewed Krishan one time on my platform because I didn't want her audience on my platform. This will be the last time that I will talk about Huda, because I don't want her audience on my shit. I don't feel like they're saying it all. I literally watched a group of people enable a woman that was pregnant and was in my comments talking about, oh, like, Yoni, like, I smoked when I was pregnant. I did this when I was pregnant. I did that when I was pregnant. And I literally told y'all that girl was drinking and smoking. And people wanted to gaslight me about it. And do you see how it was very harmful? Do you see the consequences that came from that? Do you not understand that there are impressionable young people on social media where they see that and they think that type of stuff is okay? Do you not understand the purpose in which I'm reviewing this woman and her behavior, and how a lot of young impressionable people think that behavior is just perfectly fine? And it's not. Y'all are making this personal, and I don't understand why. I literally do this with celebrities, content creators all the time. This is no different. And that's why it's becoming really freaking weird. I am speaking on her toxic behavior. That's it. But I watched how the internet enabled Krishan. She was highly toxic. Now she's just completely unhinged because the internet has boosted her up to where has made her more comfortable within her toxicity. So it's so weird. And I couldn't believe people were defending a pregnant woman smoking and drinking. That blew my mind. And I will repost that video so you could just go and see the comments, because I'm not lying. Just go and see the comments. And I never did a follow-up video because I didn't want her fans on my shit. And at that time, people were still enabling. People were still coddling. People was like, oh, she's not perfect. She's going to change. She's going to do this and she's going to do that. And it's just like the whole time she didn't, Krishan has changed. She's had so much opportunity to grow. And then now people want to talk about her child, which is disgusting. I don't agree with that. That's when people take it too far. You should have held her accountable when you saw her in her toxic behavior. That's when you should have been holding her accountable, or at least calling her out on it, because you should have been thinking at that time how that was going to impact the child in which she was carrying. But it wasn't a popular thing to do, because Krishan, she was untouchable. You couldn't talk about her. You couldn't say anything negative about her at all. Everything that she did, it was cool. It was okay. But then now, fast forward, people want to talk about her son. It's just weird. It's disgusting. So y'all just gonna have to be in y'all feelings about it. And then being in your feelings about correcting because there are teenagers online. There, when it comes to good parenting, it's a privilege. You have parents out here just throwing their kids iPads. Hey, get out of my face. Go. So I just don't understand. There are girls that reach out to me that are 15, 16 years old saying, thank you, Yoni. I don't have the guidance in my life, and you really have been that for me. Why are y'all turning it into some bullshit that I don't care about? Y'all making it personable. And it's like, that's not what I do over here. That's not my purpose behind me reviewing this content. It's because she needs to be perfect. Why? Like, where are y'all getting that from? When I spoke about Krishan, it wasn't about her being perfect, but it's like, as a mother, it's time for her to tighten up. It was cool when she was being destructive and she didn't have any kids or anything like that. But it gets crazy when you have a child, and you have a child that's truly depending on you. A child that didn't even ask to be here. So I just felt like at that point, I wanted to say something, and I felt like it was necessary for me to say something because she was pregnant and people were being influenced by her. The same situation with Huda.
Oh, okay. So you know when I was doing there was like the dominant versus submissive challenge.
Yes.
Where like I kind of just go like to everybody.
Heart rate challenge.
Oh, why is everyone thinking I went too far?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you know when I was doing there was like the dominant versus submissive challenge.
Yes.
Where like I kind of just go like to everybody. Not to everybody, to Jeremiah. I did the same thing to all the guys.
Wait. Okay. Slow down.
From like dick up. Like I went like.
Okay. Wait. There's a clip.
Yeah.
Of your gorgeous bodacious ass turning from you forward facing to you doing a little spin around, ass near face, and then it cuts, and then we see you guys like getting up, and the theory online is that you put your ass in his face. Is that true? Why are you looking at me like that?
Because it's so funny. I'm just like, that is not what happened.
Like, did you ride his face a little bit with that ass? Were those ass cheeks a little round his?
No, I think that's too far. Like, that's a no-go. My butt, I think, was like on his stomach area, like this area right here.
Okay.
And I was twerking. And I got it was like 2 seconds too. I went da-da-da, and I got up. I'm so dead ass.
So there were no cheeks suffocating?
No.
Facial?
The only time that ever happened was when I accidentally fell on Taylor in that fucking woodchuck wood challenge shit. Like, that is the only time.
Taylor's like, I fucking love my life right now.
I flew back. I was like, fuck. I literally said, I'm so sorry. I get up. I'm looking at Jeremiah. I'm like, fuck. Like, I fucked up. I did not mean to do that. No, I did not put my ass on whatever the fuck Ace's face. That did not happen.
That's crazy because everybody is saying that that's what you did. And if you felt like you didn't do anything wrong, right? Because there were no boundaries in place to the point where if you did do it, that you were crossing any boundaries. Because according to Chris, everyone was saying that at the fire pit, does any of the people in here have any boundaries not to cross during the challenge? And Chris was saying that, to be fair, everyone raised their hand and said no, right? So if that's the case, why is she lying about putting her face on Ace if it was innocent, according to Chris? Because she's saying she didn't do it at all. All the other people are saying that she did. She did put her cooch on his face. So the lies are insane, y'all. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. And it was crazy because Chris was defending her. And then she turned around and just flat out lied. So now she's saying she didn't do it at all. But all the other Islanders are saying, no, she did sit on his face. However, Chris is saying, but to be fair, none of the Islanders raised their hand at the fire pit about what boundaries that they couldn't cross. Or is there any boundaries that you don't want crossed during the challenge? So, okay. So I guess Clark's lying, Taylor's lying, Pepe is lying. I guess all these people are lying. Shelly, Ace are lying. Everybody just lying.
Okay, more importantly, where the fuck did you learn how to shake your ass like that?
Girl, I learned. Even when I had like no booty, I learned. My friends taught me. Girl, I would be there in the mirror just practicing. I would take little videos of myself trying. I remember when I started to get a little booty from working out. I remember I would literally be like, oh my God, it's moving.
Oh my God, it's jiggling.
Like it's moving. Like
progress. Girl, that is a fucking skill.
Thank you.
Okay, we got to talk about Chris. Now let's get like a little bit more into the weeds here because motherfucking shit, this shit went.
And I'm gonna be honest, like if you go and you watch my review when the heart rate challenge was this big thing, I remember saying, to be fair, because if it had anything to do with her putting her cat on Ace, I was like, to be fair, we saw a lot of cat that night. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it was a little much for me because I was like, I saw Iris's cat, I saw Clark's cat, I saw all of the girls' cat. It was a lot. It was like soft porn or corn. I'm sorry, corn. And I was just like, wow, it's just so much. But so the only thing I had to go off of during that time, because I was like, well, everybody was doing it, and it just seemed like it was a lot. But when we saw the reactions on the Islanders' faces, and then I heard Pepe, a man that has been with multiple women in this villa, right? Has done, I don't know, a few challenges, came in as a bombshell, turn around and say, oh, that was a lot. It made me look at like the situation like, well, what the hell did we not see And then the angle of the camera was very awkward and it was very weird. And it became very clear to me as an editor that they had to use this camera angle because the camera angle that was probably right there at the heart, they couldn't show because it was too inappropriate. So it's like if we saw all the other girls cat, right, and it was giving soft porn, why couldn't we have seen the situation with Ace and Huda? Like she had to have taken it so far to where they couldn't even show it. So this is another form of gaslighting to me. I'm just like, everybody's saying you took it too far and you put your face on them, basically. So it was just a lot. But no, that episode, yeah, it definitely gave Orgy Island. So I was just thinking to myself, like, okay, all the girls was really putting their cat on the guys. But I'm just like, Huda, what did you do to the point where we didn't even see your cat get put on the guy? Well, we saw a little bit, but we didn't get to see it, the situation that happened with Ace. So it's just, okay. It was crazy.
South. Viewers were excited for you to have a connection in the villa.
Yes.
And you guys get back, and we do quickly kind of see issues start to arise. A big issue in you and Chris's relationship was that he felt like you were touchy privately, but not publicly. Why? And I know you said it was because of Jeremiah, but like, can you really describe why you did not want to do PDA with him?
Okay, so like in my brain, it's like, okay, undercovers, private. In a separate room, private. I don't like, and mind you, I was doing it with Jeremiah, but like until I see it in my face, like for example, like an Iris and Pepe would do it all the time to piss me off, like just to be funny. They'd be like, Huda, look away, and then they'd be kissing, and then I'd look over, and I'm like, oh my god, like I don't want to see that shit. I don't want to do that. Also, the entire time with Jeremiah, everyone has their opinions on our relationship because we're so touchy in front of everybody. It's like, maybe I don't want people to have their opinions and talk about us and whatever. Like, I just want to keep that to us. Is that a crime?
I mean, I got it. I think I couldn't get why he kept fucking lingering and like really couldn't get over it.
There's reasons why I wouldn't either, too.
Why?
There were so many things that he was doing that were not shown at all. And I think that like all of those things played into me not wanting to kiss him sometimes.
Like, can you just give an example of?
But then she's saying there's so many things that weren't shown at all, but you're saying that you didn't watch the show. So how do you know what wasn't shown at all and what was? I don't get that.
Like what you were experiencing that was playing into you not wanting to kiss him.
Yeah, no. So he had a wandering eye. He was definitely looking at other girls, even if it was off camera, would say things about other girls. And it's like, why are you talking about a girl like that in front of me? And he would have little cute nicknames for girls. And
why is she not putting names? And see, this is what I be talking about. Have you ever dealt with liars? They will have you out here questioning your damn sanity. It's crazy. It's hard to believe because it's just like, okay, we didn't see it. We'll take that, right? So explain to us, who was he, like, who did he have this wandering eye with? Because we know it wasn't Shelly. He felt like trying to get Shelly was just too much work. So what other girls were in the villa that he was just giving his eye to? It's just not believable at all.
He would say, shut up. He would a lot too.
That was told once you to shut up so many times where I was like, this isn't like joking anymore.
Not talk to me that way.
Yeah, he always was saying that to you.
Yeah, and a lot of times, like, and I think that people were saying that I was being rude in certain ways. There's sometimes in my joking way of talking sometimes, like when I'm just like,
wait a minute. Didn't Chris? Wasn't he trying? He was like, can I speak, or can you let me speak, or can you? I never heard. Did he tell her to shut up? I don't recall that. It's something went on. That's how I'm trying to understand what, like, it makes no sense. So I don't get it.
Rob, so for real. Like, and I talk like that, and it sounds like I'm being really mean, but when you know my humor, like that's how I talk. I can't remember. There's like one specific moment I had seen a clip of me talking. I was like, damn, I could see how that sounds mean. It was in a joking manner, but I can see how that sounds mean. And that's happened a lot too. I mean, people don't understand my humor, but there was a lot of.
So he did tell her to shut up. Okay. Oh yeah, the baby challenge. He did. Okay, okay. Yeah, he did. It was so was there any other times? Cuz I understood why he did it, not saying it was right. Cuz first of all, he could have pulled her to the side. Like, "Hey, I feel like it was because he's an avoidant. And so he started to get very resentful towards her because he was avoiding addressing the issues that he had with her. And so he just got triggered during that baby challenge and then just reacted, which is why avoidance, it is best for you to address what bothers you in the moment instead of avoiding, because eventually if you keep avoiding, it's just going to build and build, and you just going to spaz out, or you're just going to react, and it may not be in the way that you wanted or you intended, right? But it's just best to address things in the moment sometimes, instead of giving people passes and things like that. So yeah, I remember. Okay, I remember the baby challenge, and yeah, he wasn't right for that. There was just a better way that he could have handled his frustration with her instead of being short and snappy. But again, that's his own doing because he avoided being honest with her and just telling Huda how he really felt.
The things that played into me not wanting to kiss him, because I'm like, you're not doing the things I'm asking you to do, so why would I kiss you in front of other people?
Right.
Girl, he would never talk to me during the day, but he would talk to every single girl. I would walk in the mornings and I would get all cute, and like I remember there was one specific moment I was in a green bikini and like some white shorts, and I felt so cute that day, and I walked down the stairs. He is not looking at me even, but he's having a full conversation with Shelly, like doesn't even, this is full.
Was he still pursuing Shelly at that time? Because I can see if he's still, interested and he's still showing interest into Shelly, that don't make no sense to me. So this is where the competition with Shelly started. She was getting more attention, and we witnessed that, the whole pancake thing, the whole, would it be easier if I wasn't pretty, like that whole awful, all of that stuff, like she got a flower, I didn't get this, or I didn't get that. So there was a lot of comparison, but I'm like, that's part of the experiment, is to explore. But again, she's back at square one. She's putting all of her eggs in one basket, which is Chris, and she's not exploring any other connections. And then it's very clear that she had an attraction to Ace, but she never tried to pursue that outside of the challenge. And she knew why. She knew why she wasn't trying to pursue it, but that's what she secretly wanted. But I guess she wanted Ace to pursue her, not the other way around. And I think that's why she did her big one during the heart rate challenge, because she thought that that would get him to like pursue her after the challenge. Crazy.
And this would happen with multiple girls in the villa. Like, he would do this, and it's just like, damn, say good morning. And everyone's like, why didn't you say good morning? Because it's like, this has been happening for a while since I noticed he started having a wandering eye. And that's when I was like, okay, I'm not about to start trying to get his attention. I'm not about to do what I did before and like be needy. I'm not doing that.
It's the wondering. So what this is what it sounds like. It sounds like when she brought him back from Casa Amor, she assumed. She didn't clarify. It doesn't even sound like she truly communicated. She just assumed that Chris would give her the most attention. But she also said earlier in this interview that she assumed that she would bring Chris over, and because Shelly was still coupled up or has this stronger connection with Ace, that Chris would start off by just giving her majority of the attention because they were coupled up, and that didn't happen. He continued to pursue Shelly more than her, and that's what really bothered her. But it's just like, did you have that conversation before you decided to bring this man back from Casa Amor? It sounds like you had the conversation with Shelly, but it doesn't seem like you had any standards or expectations for Chris. So he's just over there just doing him, having this wandering eye because you already laid your cards out saying, oh, I'm really bringing you back for Shelly. So that means he's not really supposed to be loyal to anyone. If anything, it would be Shelly because you did Shelly a favor. So this is crazy.
Like,
it seemed like Chris, it was like randomly just kind of like told everyone that you guys had sex without talking to you.
Girl, he didn't fully do anything. That's the other part.
Oh, really?
Girl, it was like halfway. It wasn't even all, like, we didn't, like, that's the other thing.
You're like, it was like this.
Like, it wasn't even the full shebang. Like, I'm just like, you're over here like, yeah, we had sex and we did this and I fucked this girl. She's so fine. Blah, blah, blah. Shut up. Like, you barely put that shit in. Don't even. And it's not because I couldn't take it. That's for fucking sure. Like, bitch, shut up. I feel like that shit irritated the fuck out of me.
But did you two even have a conversation that you were like chill with him even saying that shit, or is he just going around and saying that shit?
Girl, he knows how I feel about me, about people sharing business of mine.
I think we all do.
Amen, sister. Like,
I learned that today. You're like, shut up.
No,
between us.
You want to know what's funny? In bed, I literally said, keep this between us. You talking about telling me? You talking about telling me? I'm like, okay. Like, yeah, okay, I know he's not gonna tell me. Then he goes and does it. You told me you weren't gonna do, and I don't think that was shown on camera. But in bed, a lot of the conversations in bed were never shown. But that's when everybody starts getting lovey-dovey and talking a lot. So just an FYI. But yeah, in bed, he told me he wouldn't.
Oh my God.
Did we watch the same show? Didn't she coerce this man into sleeping with her for a second time? If it wasn't that big, it was small, and he only put the tip in and things like that. You sure were trying to sleep with him again and again and again. This is crazy. And you know who I blame for this part? I don't even blame her. I blame black men for sticking your thing in these women that don't respect you as a black man. It's your fault. That's why she going around talking like this, talking crazy, and then talking about your penis, your member downstairs. The member downstairs talking, and not even talking about you as a person, talking about your member downstairs. It's like, where's the respect? Can black men, can you do the black community a favor? Because we already have, the stereotype that black people are hypersexual, okay? Mandingo this and mandingo that, and then, black women are the biggest hoes this, and we the thoughts and thought and botting and all. When it comes to you doing your thing with these preferences, can you at bare minimum just see if the woman actually respects you? That's it. That's it. Because if she respects you and you decide to sleep with her, then that means she respects the community. But when you giving her pipe and you're not even getting respected as a man, that's embarrassing. You're not embarrassing your mom. You're embarrassing the whole community, because now she has a piece of your member. Right. And so now she feel like she can say the N-word. She feel like she can be disrespectful to your mama and women who look like her. She don't have respect for you. So why should she have some type of respect for black people, the black community, black culture? Why would she? She don't even respect you. But you gave her your member, though. You gave her a piece of your member. So I really do. I blame black men. Y'all got to do better. Stop putting your penis in these women, and they don't even respect you as a fucking man. And that's embarrassing, to where they can talk shit about you. And then y'all be talking about, oh, black women, we so unhinged. We just don't know how to act. Da, 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 da. But it's like, your preferences in this interview embarrassing you. It's unacceptable.
I'm just like, be for real, brother.
Go back and play basketball.
Please, if you were good.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's fine. You're so good.
I don't know. I haven't watched anything.
Can you explain to me this pillow?
And then do y'all see how Alex is chiming in? Alex Cooper is chiming in. Do you not see? Because I don't give a damn. Like, if black men, they have their preference, cool, whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck. I have preference when it comes to men being financially stable. So listen, I'm not here to change your preferences, because I'm not changing mine. However, do you not see how Alex is chiming in when it comes to this? Man, y'all need to get these women in check, because they smelling themselves and they being hella disrespectful. Like, get it together. Damn.
Fight situation.
So I had a nose job.
Yep, looks great, by the way.
Thanks, Queen. I had a nose job like a few months ago. He threw this pillow. Mind you, it might have not been on purpose. I don't think it was on purpose. But even I kept saying, I was like, bro, you picked the hardest pillow and threw it at my face. You saw the way you threw that shit?
Girl.
You're 6'8". Your hands are the size of my face. And you chuck a pillow at my face?
Girl, it like...
Do you process things in your brain? I'm just like,
you got whacked. You got whacked.
Girl, and I'm sitting here and they're like, she's so dramatic. It's like she got shot. Get the fuck out of my face. That shit hurt so bad. I couldn't even touch my nose like lightly like this without it being in so much pain.
Did he apologize?
He goes, sorry. Cuddles his pillow.
let's quickly talk about the peaks and the pits. It was so fucking sad. You're all sitting at this goddamn dinner. Everyone's like, let's talk about our peaks. You get to Chris, the motherfucker is like, my 2 peaks are playing basketball with the boys and seeing my fucking family. And you're sitting directly across from him and he doesn't mention you at all.
When I tell you I clock everything, and these are all things I put in the back of my mind. You're like, you won't give me money. Bitch, be so for real.
How did that make you feel when he wouldn't even mention you?
I sat there and I'm just like, I think there was so many things that were showing me that this man did not like me in that way or like was losing feelings in some way. And it's like, okay, it felt like the more I would talk about what I needed, the more he would pull back and like act like he was so nonchalant. Every fuck. And it's like, okay, great. That's fine. But I'm not going to yell at you about it. I'm going to sit here and I'm just going to put it in the back of my mind and carry on.
Okay, wait, the snuggling moment though.
Which
So
one?
you wake this man up in the dead of sleep. And
Oh, girl, he was not asleep. This man was not asleep. He purposely rolled over and was just standing there like this, stiff as a board, like standing there like this. And I'm like, hey, he's not listening. So I'm like, to his lip, I'm like, brother,
What?
I know you're awake. And he's just like acting like he's asleep. He just rolled over. Like he's sitting there acting like he's dead asleep. And I'm like, dude, why the fuck are you ignoring me, bro? Like,
and you're like, if you don't cuddle me, I'm going to be mad at you tomorrow.
because I was so over it because I brought it up so many times. And you just smacked me in the fucking face. I got fucking tape on my nose looking like the fucking Notre Dame or whatever the fuck, like over here. And you, brother, you're sitting here and you're just like, oh.
You're like, I'm going to count to 3.
Yeah, because I'm trying everything. I tried everything. I got down to, okay, you want me to treat you like a child? Yeah, I'm going to sit here. Bitch, was that the...
Hold on, what y'all keep talking about? Y'all keep saying peak. What y'all keep, I missed it. Let me go back.
You get to Chris, the motherfucker is like, my 2 peaks are playing basketball with the boys and seeing my fucking family. And you're sitting directly across from him and he doesn't mention you at all.
When I tell you I clock everything, and these are all things I put in the back of my mind. You're like, you won't give me money. Bitch, be so for real.
How did that make you feel when he wouldn't even mention you?
I sat there and I'm just like, I think there was so many things that were showing me that this man did not like me in that way or like was losing feelings in some way. And it's like,
It's so crazy how she does not think that she's the problem. Like it's so crazy how it's insane how people can have repeated experiences with people that don't know each other and not think that they may be the problem. They put it on other people. And then they use this toxic positivity bullshit. I'm not for everybody. Like it's really delusional and it's highly insane. And you know, all that does is just it creates just a longer line of people who just avoid you because you don't want to actually self-reflect about how you keep having the same experiences with different people that don't know each other, that have not communicated, that haven't said anything. Because you refuse to actually look in the mirror and see what could it be that I'm doing to where I keep having the same experiences with different people. Because you're the common denominator. These people don't even know each other. There is something that you may be doing that you need to evaluate. And therapy could help. That therapy could be a major benefit to you because sometimes a therapist can just point out, because one thing therapists do, they look for patterns in your behavior and in your relationships with people. So once they collect all the data from your past, the trauma, the PTSD, and everything that's associated from your past, then they start to pick up on a pattern. Then they're able to point out where you may be going wrong in these areas. And this is why it's so important that people go to therapy, because it's not about being perfect. It's about how you are changing your life to get the desired outcomes that you want. So if you want friendships, if you want a loving partnership, romantic partnership, if you can't spot your errors in your ways and correct them so then you can get to the point of these desires, then you're just going to be stuck and stagnant. And you're going to always constantly wonder, well, why am I not getting these things? Well, why don't I have friends? Or why don't I have this? Or why don't I have that? Or I wish I had this and I wish I had that. But you literally will not go and reflect on your own behavior, point out the errors in your ways, not to be mean. It's not to be mean. This is the thing. It's like people get so caught up in their emotions, they stay there. They get so caught up in their feelings, they stay there. You have to get past that so you can actually correct your errors. But if you want to stay in your feelings and you want to stay in just your emotions when it comes to the errors in your ways, it's only going to stunt your growth. That's it. So you're going to miss your opportunity to change the errors in your ways so that you can get the things that you want. Because that's what this is all about. This is about getting the things that you want. It's like you're wanting this, but you can't get it. And it's like you refuse to just maybe look and reflect at the errors and correct them. Okay? It's just like taking a test. You want an A plus? Okay, well, the quiz. Okay, you got 50% on the test. Let's go and check the errors that we made on the quiz so we can ace the test. So that you can get the grade that you want. I don't understand, like, why do I have to explain things like we are kids? It's so insane. It's like, that's what you literally do that in, well, you should in almost every area of your life if you're really out here wanting success. If you're wanting to have certain desires, I mean, it's just it's common sense to me. Okay? That being overly emotional, woe, it's me, self-loathing, all it does is really block you from what you're wanting. And at that point, it's just self-sabotage. That's it. So let's continue.
Okay. It felt like the more I would talk about what I needed, the more he would pull back and like act like he was so nonchalant and fuck. And it's like, okay, great. That's fine. But I'm not going to yell at you about it. I'm going to sit here and I'm just going to put it in the back of my mind and carry on.
Okay, wait, the snuggling moment though.
Which
So
one?
you wake this man up in the dead of sleep. And
Oh, girl, he was not asleep. This man was not asleep. He purposely rolled over and was just standing there like this, stiff as a board, like standing there like this. And I'm like, hey, he's not listening. So I'm like, to his lip, I'm like, brother, I know you're awake. And he's just like acting like he's asleep. He just rolled over. Like he's sitting there acting like he's dead asleep. And I'm like, dude, why the fuck are you ignoring me, bro? Like,
and you're like, if you don't cuddle me, I'm going to be mad at you tomorrow.
because I was so over it because I brought it up so many times. And you just smacked me in the fucking face. I got fucking tape on my nose looking like the fucking Notre Dame or whatever the fuck.
She may need a psychiatrist. I'm not saying that to be mean. She may need a psychiatrist. That's when we get into personality types. I'll just say that. But she may need a psychiatrist and a therapist, possibly. Or if she could get 2 in 1, that's even better. But no, I've seen narcissists in therapy. They're all over TikTok and things like that. There's no excuse for this. Honestly, there's just no excuse. I think it's incredibly insane how she is dismissing how Chris was sleeping. Chris has even verbally said, hey, I was sleeping. We only got 2 hours of sleep. And she's dismissing that. And I want women to make sense of this. If this was a woman that was in bed and she was sleeping and a man was aggressively threatening her verbally to sleep with him, how would you feel about that? It's not normal at all. And I felt like they could have taken this part in the interview way more serious because just like it's wrong, the behavior. It's not about gender. It's about the behavior. It's just wrong. You don't have control over someone else's body at all. You don't have control over getting access to their body. So the countdown, the threatening to stonewall the next day to make his life miserable because you couldn't control him in that moment is abuse. That is what that is. So y'all not gonna downplay that. And the internet is really trying to downplay it because he's a man. And that's really weird for me because, again, we've seen the whole P. Diddy situation, the whole P. Diddy trial. We've seen these stories. So it's really weird how women want to dismiss this. But if the shoe was on the other foot, you would be throwing a fit. So again, it's about the behavior. It's not about the gender. What's wrong is just wrong. And it needs to be acknowledged because not acknowledging that this is wrong is very dangerous. So ladies, we need to be consistent in the things that we stand for, especially when we stand strong in our convictions. You can't waver just because the gender changes. That's weird to me. This could be a trans woman. This could be a trans man. This could be a bisexual individual. It's wrong. It could be a child. It's wrong. The behavior is wrong. When y'all start to try to blur the lines, That's when things get very weird for me. So the behavior is just dead ass wrong. I don't care who did it. Okay, it could be a purple, blue, pink, orange, red color. At the end of the day, the behavior is wrong. That's never gonna change for me.
Like over here, and you, brother, you're sitting here and you're just like, oh,
You're like, I'm gonna count to 3.
yeah, because I'm trying everything. I tried everything. I got down to, okay, you want me to treat you like a child? Yeah, I'm gonna sit here, bitch. Was that the correct thing to do? No, I should have just left it and just left it alone. But you keep telling me that you're gonna fix this and fix that and do this and do that, and it's like you're not doing it, and it's getting to that point where I'm like, brother, this is so irritating to me because it's every single night. You know when like they say like the guys will give you 100% and then they'll take away 20, give you another 10, take away 20, kind of like it, to me that's how it was feeling. And I'm trying my best to be on my best behavior, and I'm just like, I'm trying.
Black women, no, we do need to be concerned about this because this affects us. And I literally said this before she abused Chris. Who did she abuse? Olandria and Shelly. Literally, Iris, Adriana. Yes, it actually does come back onto us. And once again, the black woman is unprotected. Yes, we should be concerned. We don't give a fuck who they sleeping with, who they having kids with. But it's like, nigga, can you at least see if the woman respects you? Because that impacts us all as a community. That impacts it literally impacts black children. So no, it does matter. They need to check these women, point blank, period. Because not only do they not respect you, but they don't feel like they need to respect us. That's a problem. And I'm not talking about respect us like bow down and worship the ground that we walk. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about so that we can operate in spaces that we share with them in a cordial manner. Not to where they feel like they can talk to us crazy and disrespect us just because they laid up with a black man that they can disrespect. That's crazy. So no. They need to fix that. They need to fix that. And it's an issue. It's an issue. It's a major issue.
To be a better person. Like I am trying. Like, and if you say I'm not, bitch, look at the first step. Like I'm trying. So like, was it correct for me to count down? But girl, I went down to my last option.
Chris's alleged ex posted on TikTok that he has a track record of being cold and passive aggressive. Can you confirm from your experience with him?
Yes.
Take me to the motherfucking.
So easy. I'm sorry.
You're like, yes. And like, what else? Oh, yes.
Yes.
The water moment. This has gone viral, obviously. You and Chris are having this final dinner and you're sitting there together and you're breaking up and...
Oh my God, it's so funny.
Oh my God, Huda.
When I watched that, I died laughing because I know exactly what happened in that moment.
Okay, what?
So it's just so funny.
She's saying she didn't watch, but then she says, when I watched that...
he because it made him look like he was doing his big one. What I had done when he walked up to me, like after like he had walked away initially, I told him and I was just like, hey, like, are you gonna carry me or like should I walk? Because mind you, there's like rocks in the water and it's like murky and there's like maybe dirty things in there. Like I don't know, glass. I have no idea. I don't want to walk on that barefoot. And so I'm like telling him I'm like, okay, like do you want to like carry me or am I gonna walk? And he's just like, I'm not gonna carry you. And I said, okay, then I'll walk my fucking self. Why are you here? And then he walked away.
And in the moment, so you guys had broken up, and I was curious because I feel like every girl I hope can see through that. He was kind of being like, I don't care, what do you want to do? And I personally felt like it was such...
It's really crazy how black women don't think that this affects us. This is literally affecting 2 black women islanders right now. The reason why she felt so comfortable is because of Jeremiah and Chris. Well, first Jeremiah. So, and black women, we can also take some accountability because Shelly and Olandria made her feel very comfortable. They had every opportunity to vote her off the show and they did not do that. Okay. So, it's like when it comes to the show, accountability can be taken really from all angles. But when it comes to black men in the world outside of this show, it's like we are dealing with that. We are dealing with that with these women out here that feel like they can just disrespect us and take us any type of way. I told y'all what happened to me on the 4th of July. I literally told you that I was around these racially ambiguous women and they saw me and my black friend as like this competition and they were being extremely rude. I don't know how many bumps to the shoulder I was going to take. So it's just like one of those situations, like not saying excuse me, not feeling like they can't even talk or exchange just communicate with us, have a conversation. It shouldn't be like that. It should not be like that. But why do they feel so comfortable doing that? Because they are sleeping with black men. They have laid up with these men. They have seen how they are disrespectful to us publicly. They see how they get away with certain things when it comes to how they treat us. And so that is an exchange for them. So that translates to I don't have to respect them either. So, and then the whole time they're not even respecting the black man that they're laying down with. So no, my 4th of July I was just so blown away because I'm just like, is this girl like really competing with us? And it's happened a few times in Houston. You see, things get a little bit competitive with women when they see you getting things that you're not doing anything for. I'm not shaking my ass. I'm not throwing myself at this man. I'm not doing any of that. He's giving to me. I'm just sitting here looking cute, minding my damn business, having a conversation. That's it. But when women see that and they see us interacting with black men, they feel threatened because once again, the racially ambiguous woman is not getting the attention like she's used to. She's used to being the center of attention, especially in a room full of black people, especially in a room full of black men. And that was the situation. So I don't know. Like I honestly, I know next time that if I get invited somewhere and there is racially ambiguous women around and like the black men are not checking them when it comes to the disrespect, I'm leaving. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. But then these men feel like they can't even talk to them because they got an attitude. They rude. They rude. Okay, well, they're being disrespectful to you, and now they're being disrespectful to your guest. Like, I literally, it's so crazy how I just experienced this firsthand 4th of July. So that's all I'm going to say. That's what that is. That is what that is. And it's microaggression. They need to fix that.
Such a cop out where it was like he wanted you to be the one to end it
He
so
wanted
that
to play victim.
you can take the blame and he's the victim.
I know.
And did you feel it in that moment?
Yes.
Yeah, that was tough to watch.
I'm sitting here and I'm trying not to argue. Like I'm trying my best. Like just have a civil conversation. I was told so many times this is the most mature conversation I've ever had. Like I'm sitting here.
Yep.
I'm just like, okay, great. You're putting all of this into my hands.
Listen, I done told y'all my experiences. I had the experience with how non-black women were coming at me, and I'm not even gonna say the name Brittany. I'm gonna just say the name because we were getting too much attention. And well, honestly, in this room, black women were just getting too much attention, and the men had all of their focus on us. And you know, you ever interact with a man and he has like the puppy dog eyes and he's like really staring into you, kind of like how Nick does Olandria. That's what we were experiencing. A man literally giving us his undivided attention. And it made the other women uncomfortable. And it was a group of them. And they became very aggressive. And to the point where I felt so bad for Brittany Taylor, where this woman interrupted the conversation that she was having with this gentleman that happens to be white and just overtook the conversation to where then the conversation became a trio. And then the next thing I knew, it was the two of them having conversations. So it's very rude. And this is why I tell you all the time on this platform, as a black woman, you're going to have it hard, and you're going to have to learn how to trust yourself before you trust anyone, because it's very clear that no one has your back. You know, like no one has your back. So you need to trust yourself and have your own back. And you're going to have it hard. It doesn't matter if it's a white man. It doesn't matter if it's a black man. You could be in a diverse setting and you still have to have your own back, because that's just how it is. So I think this is why I'm able to pick up the jealousy that Shelly was experiencing, because that's exactly what I felt. Getting too much attention, not doing the most, men feeling like they need to serve me because you carry a certain type of energy. That's not my fault. Like, I'm sorry I'm easy to talk to. Like, I'm not and then that's another thing. I'm done apologizing for who I naturally am. And that's what they want from black women. They want us to be apologetic. They want us to be beneath them. And when you come across feminine, they are very intimidated by that. And then you take the attention off of them and take the men with you. Oh my gosh. So it's just, there's a lot of that. And we're moving into a world where it's fair game. You can date black, you can date white, you can date Hispanic, you can date this, you can date whoever you want to date. And so because of that, a lot of these women have this territorial mindset that, oh, black men are for me, the racially ambiguous women, white women, oh, white men are for me. And it's like, we're in this new world where that territory is dead. That shit been dead. So they need to let that go. I've even let that go. You don't never hear me say our men when speaking on black men. No, they can speak for themselves. I don't speak for black men, especially as a collective. They can speak for themselves. I don't say our men. I don't say that. And see, that's where it starts. So if we're saying our men, right, that there's a territorial assertiveness that comes with that language. And so I also see that in other cultural groups as well. And it's like, that's not ours. Okay, they speak for themselves. And when you decenter men, you will really start to change your language when it comes to stuff like that. So I don't understand. It's a lot of that going
And so you're
on.
like, no, I want things to work with you. Like, I want it to work out. And you're doing everything you possibly can do to make me think otherwise. And you're putting it all on me. So pick your decision. So what are you going to do? And I'm just like, okay.
Well,
I'm just like, is this what I want? No. And I'm not settling. I'm not settling.
where do you guys stand today?
Cordial.
Before this comes out,
I don't give a fuck.
you'll be fine. You'll say this to his face.
I've told him all. He knows every single thing I've said right now. He's heard already.
Yeah, he's posting a little on social media acting like you guys are really fine.
I wonder why.
Me too.
You know, a lot of people are. Or trying to.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, I've clocked all of this stuff.
Do you realize you made history? You and Chris made history together as the first couple to break up during the finale. Congratulations,
you know, so funny?
Huda.
I sat there after it happened. I was like, has anyone ever done this before? I was like, is this like something? Everyone's like, that goes for standing on business, bitch. You can't say I'm fake. That's for fucking sure. You can't say I was going after that fucking money, bitch. Like, that's all I have to say. I stayed real as fuck this entire fucking season.
Even if it was messy.
Even if it was messy, I'm real as shit.
Okay, let's talk. Are there any toxic
But I thought you said that you wasn't messy. You know what?
patterns that you recognized within yourself from being on Love Island that you are going to try to move forward and break in your future dating life?
Yes. 1, talking over other people when they're talking. I'm working on that. 2, I think being a little clingy early on. 3, there's a lot, honestly. I'm working on myself, bitch.
Oh, it's good.
I think like not getting too defensive about things sometimes. I always say taking accountability. Like, I always want to make sure I'm taking accountability for things. You tell me. I feel there's a lot that I'm like.
No, I think that's it. I think it's like everything that you've talked about today and knowing more about your childhood, I think you experienced certain things that as a young girl you should never have had to seen or experience. But what we all now know, especially because thankfully mental health is a larger topic, it's like we now know that whatever your childhood was, it plays a fucking massive part into who you become and who you are. And so the fact that you are in moments repeating patterns, whether you are getting love bombed, it's like there is a reason you're doing that, Huda. There is a reason that you are genuinely so excited when someone is showing you love, because look back at the beginning of this fucking episode. You had a parent who you trusted and they completely abused their power and their love and all the things, and you didn't feel safe ever. So if someone's making you feel safe and loved, why the fuck wouldn't you be excited to embrace that and enjoy that for even a fucking second, even if it doesn't last long? So it's now on you to take what happened to you in your childhood and now be like, I am now a grown-ass woman and I'm gonna do the fuck.
No, in this video, she acknowledged things that she needs to work on. Accountability is how she chooses to move forward. So I will be looking for that. We've had incidences with women that I've covered on this channel. Angela White, I always use her as a prime example. That is a woman that's really put in the work. Seriously, genuinely, she has really put in the work to the point where it feels really wrong referring to her as Black China. So I don't like, I'm here for the growth. I just want to see it. You know, you can't just win me over with lip service. And that's the thing. It's like, because you're won over by lip service, you expect for me to be won over by lip service. I want to see the change. That's it. And from the beginning of the show to the end of the show, we really didn't see much change. And it's like people are upset because we really didn't see it. And that's what we were expecting. But listen, I can give her some more grace and see if the change is going to be truly, truly real outside of the villa. But only time will tell. That's all I'm gonna say. Only time will tell. But it's like I said in my last video, I was like, I feel like sometimes people expect for me to be a dummy bitch, a dummy bitch, and you want me to just go off of what somebody's saying. Meanwhile, their actions don't match. That's called being manipulated. You are aware that when someone's actions don't match their verbal exchange, that's manipulation. They're saying something, they're doing the opposite, or they're doing the opposite and saying something else. That's what manipulation is. And so people do what? They fool you with that, right? Because you believe what they said, or you believe what they did, but it's still not matching up. So I just don't understand like why people expect that. Like this is what discernment is. This is what it is. This is how you spot manipulation. You easily spot manipulation when a person says one thing and they do the complete opposite. And then when you call them out on it, then they gaslight you. That's how it always starts. And then when people leave out certain information and details about certain things, they lied. So I just don't, and I don't get, it's just simple to me.
Fucking work, so I cannot repeat the patterns and also not let what my parents did and my childhood did define who I am as a woman. But I'm actually going to take that shit, I'm going to learn from that shit, and I'm going to be better from that shit. And I know what happened on Love Island was a lot for you mentally, but I do believe, even sitting with you today and getting to know you, like I can feel it in you, like you don't like this shit. Girl. No one wants to be in a toxic relationship. Because there's fucking shit in you that you still got to work on. And that's okay. Don't we fucking all?
Yeah. And another thing is, I know that there's this thing going around that like they told me I had to act right in order for me to stay on the show. And then I also got told that someone was like, oh, you know, they had to put her in psych all the time. Like, but first of all, I would voluntarily go to psych on my own. I would voluntarily go on my own if I felt like I needed to have a conversation about something because I didn't feel like I could have conversations with the girls around me. I needed a woman to talk to. That's when I would go to psych.
And none of the girls were open to talking to you. Not one? That's crazy. Okay.
And when I felt like there was a time where I felt more emotional, I would go to psych. I wasn't we're so like you are mentally unstable. It was never that. Like, because people knew who I was. Like, they knew the real me. And
you still needed to talk.
Yeah, I need to have a conversation. And it's like, I know I have things to work on. Nobody's perfect.
No, fuck no. That's why I think I'm like a little exhausted and tired of the conversation about you online. I'm like, guys, let's fucking calm down. Like, I think,
you know, that really triggers me when it comes across as excusable when you're talking about your toxic behavior and how it impacts people negatively, and then you go in and you say, but nobody's perfect. You just and then like that's not ownership. That's just like, oh, but nobody's perfect. It's like, it's very dismissive. It's very dismissive. When you hold yourself accountable and you take ownership and responsibility, there's no follow-up. It's just that. There's no follow-up. Well, no one's perfect. Well, that's common sense. No one is perfect. Everyone knows that. Everyone should know that. So expecting perfection, that's not the standard. The standard is to understand how you're impacting other people negatively and to correct that. Because that is harmful. That's what this is about. That's all it's about. That is all it's about. And self-accountability is self-empowerment. It's not about shame. It's not about blame. It's about ownership. It's about being responsible, understanding that your actions have consequences, you know, things like that. But it's truly about self-empowerment, because when you take accountability, you are taking charge over your life. You're not sitting in victimhood. You're not blaming this and that. You're not being dismissive when it comes to your behavior. You are self-empowering yourself with self-accountability. Like, that's what it's about. So then you can get to your desired outcomes. That's the reward. That's what this is about. The girls want to make it about all of this other shit. And it's like, I don't care about that. The part that I really care about is like self-empowerment is self-accountability. Focus on that. Then the next thing after that, because I always talk about, people are like, what is shadow work? This is what it is. Self-accountability, self-empowerment. You're taking back control over your life. Maybe you lost control because of your childhood, or you never had it because of your childhood. You never had someone that could protect you from the things in your childhood. But at some point it gets to a point where you got to start being accountable, because then you take your power back through a self-accountability. You self-empower yourself by doing so. Making these corrections, you level up, and then you're rewarded with the outcomes and the desires that you're looking for. And they need to be realistic. Don't ever, when it comes to rewards in this life, it cannot involve other people's free will. See, a lot of women expect for, oh, you put in all this work, you get a man. That's not always the case. You don't have control over someone else's free will. You only have control over yourself. So when it comes to these rewards, you have to be comfortable with, I'm being rewarded from self. I'm not being rewarded from these outside things. And see, a lot of people rely on rewards outside of themselves. But then you're technically saying, I'm not enough, and I'm not really worthy of the things that I get rewarded from when it comes to me just simply working on myself. I have to be rewarded with things outside of myself to feel worthy or to even feel validated for the work that I put in on myself. So that's what it's really about me. This is what it's really about for me. It's not about all this other stuff. This is just Huda is a great example of why it's important to do shadow work. She's a great example of how, your past can affect your future and how it can sabotage certain moments in your life. And if it's mirroring anything back to you, take the power back over your life through self-accountability. Empower yourself. Don't beat yourself up and beat yourself down. And really move forward and change your ways. And you will be rewarded. But it has everything to do with self. And you got to get comfortable with that. Okay, let's continue. I think this is it.
I think, again, what I was saying earlier is like, I watched fucking season 2 of UK Love Island. I was all the way back in those days watching that shit. If your shit was called a crash out, these motherfuckers are up for murder. Like, this shit was fucking unhinged like you've never seen. It's like, I think we have to put in perspective what the scenario was, the environment. This is television. Guess fucking what? As much as people want to deem you as this, that, or the other, you gave us the best fucking TV. And clearly it seems like you do have good relationships with people in the villa. You aren't this big villain that the internet has made you out to be. I do want to just ask though, like, how are you though mentally right now?
I'm fine. I will say, like, I'm really happy I met Amaya.
She's awesome.
She sees me. Like, she really does. Like, I'm truly so grateful that I met that girl. Like, she is there for me 24/7. Even after this, like, she's there for me. And I'm there for her. Like, that is my girl. And Dragon, I love her. But, damn, I'm emotional today. You caught me at a great time.
That'll be the thumbnail.
So just me crying. Just call her mommy. So,
Period.
So I love her. And I feel like after this whole experience, it's like, I'm just happy that I'm here. I'm happy that there's so much love. I'm happy that I'm able to not really focus on the hate. And I'm happy that I have things that are more important to me, which is my family. And those are things that I'm more focused on rather than hate.
Who are you closest to aside from Amaya?
Probably like Nick and Alandria.
I think a lot of people wanted to know, like, the amount of times Nick did vote you to go off. How have you kind of reconciled?
I think that I feel like he was influenced a lot in his decisions from my perspective. Did that happen? I don't know. I think that everybody makes mistakes. I'm all about second chances. Alandria can tell you that. She tells me all the time, like, you made me believe that people deserve second chances. I always felt like no one deserves one, and you see the goodness in people. And that's how I felt about Nick. I love him to death. Like, we're so close. We're such good friends. And, he keeps me in check. I keep him in check. Like, we're great. But yeah, like, I do have good relations outside the villa. But, a lot of people definitely are being a lot nicer. And I clock it. I do. I see these things.
Okay, I feel like I put you in the hot seat enough today. I get it. The internet is going to be like, why didn't you ask her this? Why didn't you ask her this? Why didn't you? Guys, there's only so much time I can have with her. Part two coming soon. Call her mommy.
I'll be back.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some burning questions. Who was the fakest in the villa?
Sierra.
Who was the worst kisser on the show?
See, this is the thing. I did say, like, oh my God, I feel so bad, but I really don't care because he doesn't even like me. Fucking.
I told y'all Sierra was fake. I told y'all Sierra was fake. See, if you new here, you didn't hear that commentary. You didn't hear that commentary. I told y'all Sierra was fake as hell.
Jalen swallowed my whole face.
That'll do it.
My entire face. I'm sitting there like.
Who are you dreading seeing at the reunion the most?
I don't know. I think I've seen everybody already except for Jeremiah. I mean, I'm not really dreading. I really don't give a fuck about him, and like at all.
Yeah. Do you guys think you'll have a conversation or no?
I already know he's gonna be like, like we're all friends with. I already know. Like I already know he's gonna do that.
Okay. Last. Who is the most exciting guy that has slid into your DMs since you got home?
Bitch, I can't even look at them shits. Every time
Why?
I fucking refresh them hoes, they refresh and there's too many.
Wait.
I literally commented on someone's TikTok. Someone was like, "Oh yeah, Huda left single," but I look like there's so many guys that are in her DMs. I said, "Are we looking at the same DMs?"
Do you know how to organize your DMs by blue check marks?
No.
Bitch, I gotta teach you.
Do you want to do that now?
Kind of.
Just give me my phone. No, go. None. Like I literally haven't read anything.
Oh my god, I am fucking dying at one of these. We need to talk about this immediately.
Ooh, you're fucking lying.
No, I'm not.
I have so much to tell you. I'm like, damn bitch, I just want to lay my life on you because there's so much about me that nobody knows.
Well, I was about to say, the minute the cameras go off, then we're gonna keep talking, which is so annoying, and I'm so sorry to say that, you guys, but you know, that's
we're about to yap away. You're lying, right?
No,
you're lying.
Literally.
Okay, well, that's the end of that. Okay, so let's get into this too, because I wanted to talk about this. Because people are like, oh my God, people are going so hard on Huda, da 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 da. But it's like, did y'all not forget what was going on? Also, before I do that, I wanted to show you this too. This was on Snapchat. I'm not on Snapchat. I mean, it's like people are like, why are you going so hard? Why are you going so hard? Because it's like, okay, the little things that Olandria did, the little things that Shelly did, do you see how they're being painted? And then this woman is being painted as like untouchable or like this saint or like this god. I just, and look at look how they made her face. I'm a black woman with a platform. This like literally like, what is my purpose to have this platform if I don't speak on stuff like this? So either you get it or you don't. And honestly, I don't give a fuck if you get it. Maybe it's not meant for you to understand. You sit where you sit, and I'm gonna sit where I sit. So there's that. I mean, that's disgusting. And then I can't even believe that Snapchat allowed this on their platform. It's so insane, like the disgusting things that I've seen. And people are like, well, why do you support Shelly and Olandria? I have never supported any bad behavior or toxic behavior that I've seen from them. I'm literally supporting them because of stuff like this. Okay? And maybe you need to go back and watch some of my earlier reviews, because I was never just biased when it came to them. But this is just truly unacceptable. It's so unacceptable. So, then another reason, right? And she pretty much sums it up in the beginning for me.
Listen, I don't want everybody jumping on the I hate Huda train. I don't want everybody to bully her, because I know what it's like to have 100 million people trying to correct you about some shit, right? You're not gonna really hear it. You're not gonna receive it, especially because they start adding shit in there that don't even goddamn matter. However, but I just keep looking around at people defending her like,
literally. And see, that's the thing. It's like, if people weren't defending her behavior, right? Like defending her behavior, I don't think people would even be talking about her this much. Like, I got to be honest with you. I have never been the type of content creator where I just want to dogpile on one person. I'm not really about that. But when you have this adverse side to her behavior, and we're not collectively agreeing on the fact that her behavior was wrong, I'm going to speak on it. If people weren't literally validating her behavior and how abusive she was, like even with the coercion with Chris, that's insane. So it's like, I'm not supposed to say anything. I'm just supposed to hear people defend abuse like that and not with a platform and not say anything. Like that's insane. If her stands and fans weren't defending her behavior, because you have to understand, I'm not defending Shelly and Olandria's behavior that was just, I felt like was either toxic or just unacceptable. You need to go back and watch my other reviews. I am defending how they have been villainized for setting boundaries, defending themselves, and speaking up when it comes to how they are being treated, and how that turned into the angry, mad black woman, the mean girl. And so I don't feel like that's fair. I'm a Black woman. I have a platform. So I'm going to speak about that. But people want to personalize it and make it about this and make it about that, when really it's the behavior that I have an issue with. So I don't get it. And I said in my last live stream, I said, I don't like Huda. I don't really care for her. And it's because of how she treats people. She has a consistent pattern of treating people bad. Honestly, if it wasn't that, I don't even think I would really like just dislike her. But it's in the way that she carries herself, it's the way she acts, it's the way that she treats people. And to me, I can honestly dislike you and still not think that you're a bad person. Maybe our personalities just don't mesh. You're authentic, I'm authentic. So maybe we can just agree to disagree. However, when I say I don't like someone, and then I also say I don't think that they're a good person, it's because of how they treat others. It's not because of some feelings or some emotions or some trauma. It's literally me watching how they treat others. And I'm really big on justice. So why would I like someone that is going around creating harm to other people? Creating it. Like it'd be different if it was a Maya and it's like, she's just oblivious. But it's like Huda to me knows. That's how she's able to manipulate people so well. She knows. She even said, I'm an empath. She knows what she's doing. And so because of that, it's just like, I don't see what there's really to like, honestly, or what there's to really support, honestly. Because every time you try to give her a chance, then she goes and she counteracts that. And then who looks like a contradiction? The people supporting her. Because if you dismiss this whole situation with Chris, but then you're over here mad about P. Diddy and the situation that happened with that, then you make no sense and you're not consistent. Because I don't like Diddy either. Why do I not like Diddy? Because of how he treats people. He doesn't treat people well. He brings harm to other people's lives. He creates trauma for them. So that's what it's really about for me. And then when I dislike someone, I don't hate them. That's weird. That's when and this is the thing, this is the nuances of my mindset. You're projecting what you think and what other people are saying and doing out here, and I don't do that. I can dislike someone and not hate them. I can also dislike someone and think that they're a bad person and still not hate them. I don't believe in projecting hate onto other people. That doesn't serve me and there's no purpose in it. So I don't understand. But let me get into, because I feel like Jamelia, she really broke down like, why are people going so hard against Huda? And it's because of the people that keep defending her abuse, her toxic behavior, her manipulation. It's really not even her. It's really the people online, the stands, the fans. It's really that.
Oh, hold on. Because if we think back to a couple of weeks ago, you was just easily calling Ace a big black bully and how dare he come on this island and scheme and scam and googly boogly, right? He did too much with Amaya, and now it's Ace ain't never gonna see the other guys with me, right? Y'all was ready to hold that nigga to the fire, had that nigga head on the stake. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. And I said I feel like he didn't look too much with Amaya as well. I feel you, right? But then when it comes to her, she is just a victim of circumstance.
And see, even when Ace was talking to Amaya, called out Ace. Every Islander has gotten criticism. Like, seriously, every single Islander. I didn't like how Ace handled the situation with Amaya. I didn't like it. And I felt like there was just a better way to handle it. And I felt like when they were communicating, they were just missing each other. It's very similar to Chris and Huda. They just miss each other. So it's just crazy. Like, effective communication can really, really clear up things. A lot of things.
She knows not what she do. I, too, have crashed out over a nigga before. Am I right? When it comes to Shelly, I don't understand what Shelly got going. Shelly doing too much. It was just a challenge. She's being mad aggressive. She's not being a girl's girl. She's being a hypocrite to Hood. She was just telling Huda it was just a challenge a couple of weeks ago when it was Jeremiah. But now all of a sudden, since this AC pool, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the way Shelly is talking to her. I don't like the way Shelly says she don't want to talk to her. But then when it comes to Huda, calling everybody bitches and hoes, it's, guys, you just don't understand. You don't understand. You see, everybody has coddled her. She doesn't understand. You guys don't understand. They're in a villa with no phones, no friends, no internet. She's just so meek and mild, like baby Jesus. She know not what she do. You can't hold her accountable because you're not in community with her. She's Palestinian. Did you ever think about that when you were thinking about criticizing her? Did ya? But then when it's Olandria, right?
And then this is the part that people are missing. Black women are not just getting criticism when it comes to their behavior. They're getting threats, racism, colorism. So now you're putting me in this space where I'm like, I need to defend them because of the racism, the colorism, the harassment, the bullying. Because people are trying to make it seem like it's about their behavior. But it's like, if it really was about their behavior, why are you being racist? Why are you being colorist? Why are you making it about Olandria's facial features? Why are you making it about all of these things? So yeah, as a Black woman, I'm going to have their back because I'm a Black woman. So I just don't understand that. And it's like, what are people not understanding? Like, that's just, it's foul. So now it's not even just Huda's toxic behavior. It's now been taken up a notch to racism, anti-Blackness, because I've been seeing a lot of Black women out here in their anti-Blackness. Black men in their anti-Blackness. Weird. Okay.
Dumbass bitch, delusional ass bitch. You dumb delusional ass bitch. You thought Taylor really liked your stupid ass bitch. And now you think Nick like you, bitch. Ah, dummy. Ah, you going off on Taylor when it was obvious, bitch. Ah. How dare you talk to Clark like that? She ain't did nothing to you. Taylor ain't did nothing but find a new bitch. Ah.
Yeah, like, and it's like they made Huda the officer and Olandria George Floyd. Y'all know the work that I do on this platform. Y'all really thought I was going to allow that shit to slide? Y'all really thought I wasn't going to use my platform to speak up and say something? Come on. Come on. People be like, I've been following you for years. Well, then you should know. You should know by now. I mean, there's so much content. There's, I don't know, thousands of videos. You surely should know by now that I wasn't going to let that shit slide. Hell, even if I didn't even watch the show, I was going to say something. I was always going to say something. So y'all crazy about that. That's unacceptable.
And I don't like your highlight.
Crazy.
But then when it's Huda coercing a Black man, trying to coerce a Black man into sexual endeavors, is that what happened? Is that what you guys saw happen? I didn't see that. What I saw was a woman scorned who simply wanted affection from the man that she wanted to know and love. She simply tapped him on the shoulder.
And then, like, this is what's even crazier. So now that we're bleeding the lines between toxic behavior and racism, right? We got to call out her behavior because it's impacting the Black women that are what? Being villainized. So yeah, I'm going to take 4 hours of my time to point out the issues in her behavior, because if we don't put enough emphasis and focus on that, then the Black women in the situation, people are condoning the racism, the anti-Blackness. They're condoning all of these things. And what's so fucking weird to me is Black women defending this shit. It's insane. It's literally insane. In the wake of DEI being removed, in the wake of Black women being fired from corporate America at higher percentages than other races of women. Sis, read the room. Read the room. It's crazy. Over a reality show. And if you don't think it translates, it does. Because people are literally showing you how they really feel about you, how they really see you. Crazy.
And requested attention. Raise your hand if you've done the same thing, am I right? Sometimes you have to put your foot down. I'm not understanding how we're getting coercion. She's a girl. All I'm saying is, I want some equity around this bitch.
But people want to talk about being fair and all of this bullshit. It's just gaslighting to me. It's nothing but that. And as a Black woman, I don't expect anything different but to be gaslit. Because people are always trying to gaslight my experiences, gaslight what I'm witnessing, gaslight what I'm feeling, gaslighting what I'm seeing, gaslighting what I'm dealing with. So like I said, the energy has been weird around this show. It's been very racist. I've been saying that since the very beginning. And then the racial undertone is impacting the desirability of Black women as well. Like, oh, these two Black women can't be desirable. They're dark skinned. Like, I've seen the most nastiest, craziest things. Yet it's supposed to be about their behavior, right? Because I'm making it about Huda's behavior. I'm not making it about where she come from. I'm not making it about her culture. I'm not making it about her upbringing or anything like that in the conditions in which she lived. I'm literally making it about her behavior. That's it. Why, when it's the other way around, people are making it about them being Black, them looking a certain way, them having like these attitudes because they set a boundary. That's insane. Shelly didn't want to have that conversation with Huda. She didn't have to have that conversation with Huda in that moment if she wasn't ready to really have that conversation from a collected emotional place. She wasn't ready to have that conversation. The entitlement that I saw from non-Black women that Shelly owed her a conversation when they demanded was some bullshit. She didn't owe her anything in that moment. She didn't do anything wrong. Huda did. Huda crossed the boundary. A boundary that she set with Shelly and all the other girls in the villa. Nobody told her to do that. So what I see is non-Black women demand the respect, but they don't return it. That's all I got to say. I'm logging out. I'm leaving this up because I talked to my people and the birdies were like, if you're going to do it and be purposeful in it. And that's where I'm at. Please give this video a thumbs up. And thank you for joining me on this Saturday, spending 5 hours almost with me. I really do appreciate it. And I really hope that this helps the people in need because a lot of you are in toxic work environments. It's not just social media. The work environments are very toxic. And so you may need to learn how to navigate these spaces as a Black woman because I do this for Black women. So I hope you learned a lot through this reality show, whether you watched it or you didn't. But I hope you sit and you reflect over some of the things that you've witnessed when it comes to this TV show. Thank you for joining me, and I hope to see you in my next one.